Look at them changing things up on us. Don't they know we don't want that?
Welcome to the Sambas on Dawn Patrol here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We got a couple of competitions happening here on the south side of Huntington Beach Pier. Today, we're concentrating on longboarding. It's the Huntington Longboard Classic. This is day number 2 of competition. This is the elimination round. Head-to-head matchups all day in the second round of competition here. Thank you for joining us this beautiful Southern California morning. Things are just starting to warm up here. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with former Championship Tour surfer Rosie Hodge, the rad mom, and a veritable encyclopedia of surfing knowledge, Strider Wazalewski. I'm going to start with you, Strider. Longboarding this morning, and things are looking up.
Yeah, things are looking good. I mean, we're at a great place to have, multiple swells coming in. You know, this place is exposed to north swells, west swells, south swells. So pretty much one of the most consistent waves on the coastline. So we're always going to have little waves here for everybody, and it should be, nonstop action throughout these heats. We were watching a couple of heats yesterday, and there was just wave after wave after wave, and wave count through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, should be no problem, Rosie. The boards are 9 foot plus. We should see some high wave counts today.
Definitely, and the conditions definitely conducive to this logging event. It was great to see this event kick off yesterday with the longboarding. We had some upsets, and I'm going to look forward to a great day of action today.
Yeah, and then we talk about heats to watch. I mean, we're opening up today with a must-see heat in the way of last year, actually a 2-time defending champ, Khalees Kaleopa'a finds herself in the elimination round, and she is matched up with Ventura's Malia Iligan, and that's how we're going to start off today. So lots at stake right now for Kaleopa'a in this heat, Rosie.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, she's a defending champ. She's won this event back-to-back. But Malia coming in as an event wildcard, she's been so impressive. This young woman coming out of Ventura, excited about this heat on paper.
And Strider, you mentioned the mix of swells right now. What are you seeing out there?
Well, you've got a couple of different swells, and that's why you see those great little peaks coming in. So there's a little southwest swell coming in, and there's a west wind swell coming across it. And when those meet together, you see those A-frames come together, and that's what will open up the faces. You know, traditionally in the summertime, just those south swells are running, and those will make for long walls. And it's kind of hard to get a lot of maneuvers in, but right now we might open up a little bit. The tide will help as well. As the tide comes up, it'll make it easier for them to get multiple maneuvers in, meaning like, walking the nose and drop knee cutbacks and doing everything else that they're going to be looking for out here at Huntington.
Yeah. Well, for more on today's competition, a more detailed account, let's go to AJ McCord. She's with WSL Tour manager Will Hayden Smith.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Yeah, Will and I down here. I know you've been checking out the surf elimination round to start things off today. What did you see, just first impressions this morning coming down to the pier?
Yeah, it was surprisingly, it kind of looked maybe a little bit bigger than yesterday. Conditions look really fun, but similar to yesterday. And with the low tide right now, we think it's just going to get better for the next few hours. So excited for what's ahead.
And speaking of surprising, when you look at some of the surfers in this elimination round, how high are the stakes for some of the surfers that we expect to be contenders here at Huntington?
Yeah, it's really exciting because we have some top seeds in this round. It's a super important round, so it's going to be fun to watch. Khalees Kaleopa'a is in the water right now, and Kai Salas later in the day. So watch out for those big guns and see what they can do.
All right, Kaipo, we'll send it back to you to call the action.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you, Will. And we are yet to start the opening heat of the day. We'll have 30 minutes on the clock for all of the heats today, Rosie. So we're going to see, again, we talked about it, there's going to be a high wave count. There's going to be a lot for the judges to digest.
Definitely, and that's what we used to hear with this longboarding event, and especially thinking these opening rounds, the guys that really like to feel this wave out, find the different peaks up and down the beach, and get comfortable with this location. Khalees, like we said, she's been a champion here, so she'd be feeling very comfortable in this lineup and just feeling that good mojo that she's had in the past at this event.
Now, one thing, as a Hawaiian, Khalees Kaleopa'a Strider, may not be used to is the water got chilly. Southern California, I feel like the water's dropped about 5 degrees in the last week.
Well, it's just that west wind swell, so that'll turn up the water and give you that chill. But you can see that she's wearing a long john, right? So the whole bottom half is all covered up. So she's but she's freed up on the top for the paddling, which is really good. That's what you want.
In contrast to what Malia's wearing, like no legs. She's obviously from Ventura, used to the colder water. But interesting that Khalees isn't wearing that full suit. They've just come off the Bells event where they were wearing like, 5'4" booties and a hood. So maybe the water's cold for here, but not from what they experienced at Bells Beach, a little bit warmer.
Yeah, stop number 1, the BioGlan Bells Longboard event, was the start of the Longboard Tour. This is stop number 2 on the Longboard Tour. Well, the horn just went off, and now it is open priority, Strider, between these two. No priority set between the two surfers at the start of the heat.
Interesting. They're sitting really close to each other, but before this all started, they were out there practicing, and they're finding the best place for them to sit. And they doing their research, so to speak, and they've identified their spot, which is traditionally that main peak right off the pier. As you go to the left, there's a big trench that kind of rips out through there with the water going out underneath it. It kind of creates a channel, so you can go into the pier with the left, and the right-handers kind of come into a closeout section where you can get a maneuver off. So we'll see what happens as this thing plays out.
Interesting right now that Khalees, Rosie's kind of sneaking away from the traditional pier bowl. What's that move about?
Yeah, you know what? I think she's trying to find space. She knows this peak so well. She probably has someone in the competitors area giving her a little bit of indication of where she can find the waves. There are peaks, like we said, it's that peaky kind of Huntington Beach. So being able to work this place inside out let's see her game plan and see how it works out.
I like the fact as we see Khalees paddling here, Strider, that she's got no leash on. Because you know what? You only need a leash if you fall. So if you don't fall, which I'm sure Khalees is planning not to do, you don't need that leash.
Well, traditionally, walking the board and doing the dance on a longboard, you really can get caught up with your leash. So for me, when I ride a longboard, I love not to wear a leash just for that point alone, just to walk the nose and get it worked.
Well, here's some walking being done right now. Khalees finds a little left, banks off for a redirect, and a soft start actually for the Hawaiian, Rosie.
Yeah, that's probably wasn't the start she was looking for. That's just that kind of wave that you're feeling out the conditions as she swims for a board, like you're mentioning, Capo. This is what she's used to, though, not wearing a leash, not getting her feet tangled up. So she's just going to get that blood flowing, get that heart rate up a bit, and reset as she paddles back out.
I'm terrified of stingrays walking on the bottom there, Strider, to tell you the truth.
There's danger everywhere in Huntington Beach. The pylons, the stingrays.
You don't want to hippity hop out here, boy. Look, take a look at the replay, Strider.
Yeah, she gets a little walk, and then she's trying to trim a bit, trying to find something for the inside to keep speed, and then goes for a little off the top. And when she comes back in, the board, actually, when you're riding bigger boards, it kind of has a mind of its own. So you kind of have to try to play to the board, and she got a little off kilter there and came unstuck. But lucky for her, it's a quick paddle back out, and she hustled in to get that thing.
It also illustrates that little bit of texture that we're seeing with that crossed up swell. There's a lot of water moving at you, so it's easy to catch that rail. There's a reverberation coming off the pier.
Yeah, we talk about the tide drawing out this morning, and that's going to really have the waves feel the bottom here at Huntington as we have this wide overlook of the playing field, south side of Huntington Beach. And this event, we've had 5 decades, Strider, of competition here in Huntington Beach. It's a rite of passage for every competitive surfer.
Yeah, I mean, this is, to me, the most important event that we hold here, in North America. I feel like it's our biggest stage for surfing. When you come to crowds and you come to eyeballs and like local media and everybody watching. So it's really one of those places that no matter what, you have to come here and perform. No matter what discipline you're doing it at, and this is by far the most important event of the year for everybody.
Yeah. staying focused in Huntington Beach. As a former competitor, Rosie, do you have any fond memories or maybe not so good ones here at Huntington Beach?
I've got some really great memories from Huntington. I think like this, it has that same feeling. Like I step on the sand here, I come to this event and I still get that butterfly feeling in my stomach. There's so much going on here at the US Open. You really have to prove yourself here. All eyes on you. Most of the surf industry is here. So there's a lot of pressure coming into this event, and it's one that you really want to perform at.
Yeah, a lot of eyes on you at this event, North America's largest surf event. We got this going on all week. So we have 9 days of surf competition. We actually started yesterday, and we will go through longboarding for the next 3 days, and then we'll switch gears onto the 4th stop of the Challenger Series, Strider, and there's going to be a lot at stake there. We may be seeing some guys qualify, men and women potentially qualify for the championship tour right here in Huntington.
Yeah, you know what? And the waves look like they're going to come to play too. We've got a little swell pushing in. I mean, even today looks really fun. Here we go, some live action.
Malia touches the nose there for a quick 5. And then she's going to have to negotiate some whitewater here before the pullout. So just a quick nose ride, just a tap of the nose, and we'll see what the number comes in for Malia. Here goes with Khalees, choosing that left into the pier again. Kaleopa, quick 5, and that's all she's going to get. And so not really a wave here that you would think it's going to be a challenge for the longboarders, Rosie, because the wave's so short. It's not like your typical longboard wave. I'm thinking San Onofre, Malibu, long waves that gives you a lot of time to get trim on that board. Right now, these are super quick rides.
Definitely, and you do have to come into this event with that mindset, knowing that it's a beach break, knowing that it's that kind of mixed up, peaky condition. But you can tell, I mean, even when you watch these women engage on these waves, they kind of have their head on a swivel. They're very engaged with what the wave's doing and trying to make the most of it, getting those quick 5s, doing that footwork, trying to use the whole length of the board, but also having that foresight to be like, okay, I touched on the 5, but I'm going to kick out. There's no critical section to really get busy on.
Well, Khalees started with a 1.17. She's got a 1.13, waiting for the opening score for Malia. And we talk so much about the waves. Strider, let's check out our surf line forecast for the Lexus US Open of Surfing. This is what we got going on, Strider.
Yeah, Sunday to Thursday, contestable, fun little modest south-southwest swell, some local northwest wind swell like we talked about. And there's that hurricane, the tropical storm coming off the bottom there by Cabo. So that'll give us some waves and push us up into the south-southeast even swells coming up the face.
And today, looking at 3 to 4 foot faces. Rosie will have a little bit more onshore by the afternoon.
That's right, and that's kind of what we used to. As that land kind of heats up, we see that wind start to pick up. So you're going to have these variables in the afternoon as that wind picks up, but that wave height's still kind of staying in that 3 to 4 foot range, so highly contestable.
And looking at the next 4 days, looks like we got contestable surf in the 3 to 4 foot range for through Thursday, and then we're hoping, Strider, to see some of that hurricane swell by this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, we're going to have a little bit of weather coming through probably with that tropical depression down there spinning up. So, you know, all kinds of different variables out here to add into the already challenging crossed up swell that they're having right now. Yeah,
and the numbers are reflected in the challenging swell. A 2-point ride for Malia and a 1-point backup, the 1.17, 1.13 for Khalees. Really, nobody's broken, you know, into the 3-point, even into the mid-range, Rosie, right now. So this, to me, this is a wide open heat.
It definitely is, but also something that I'm feeling from watching these opening rides is that just that element of pressure and potentially nerves that's coming in. You're the first heat of the day, you're kind of setting the standard, you're feeling out the conditions. This is a big heat. Malia, like I said, coming in as an event wildcard. Let's see her on this opportunity.
And you saw that, just a dip of the nose there for Malia. So, and then Khalees takes the left. Still both surfers seeking something, seeking a line, seeking a wall, seeking a wave that they can set a trim line, Strider, and perform those nose rides, because those are really what the scoring elements are in longboarding.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as the tide comes up, the waves will open up a little bit, but right now, you know, you see these you know, for me, those kind of insiders that have an open line on them might be a way to go. I mean, I know everybody always wants to set because it's a better, bigger wave, so to speak, with more consequence. But I feel like if you could get those medium ones that have an open face, you could tack up a little bit of a higher score.
So we're down to 20 minutes. And you know what? For this competition, it's pretty unusual. We don't really have a waiting period. We're running every day, and it's pretty predetermined on what we're going to run. So this is what we're doing. Khalees finds that trim line, finds a nose ride, gets a little roller coaster to finish. So that's going to be the breakthrough score so far in this heat. Khalees will increase her lead over Malia with that.
Yeah, looking comfortable right there. That's what we wanted to see.
Kanyala Stewart, there, a radical longboarder in his own right and cousin of Khalees Kaleopa'a. Keep it in the family right there, so nice to see the Hawaiians charge here at Huntington Beach, Rosie.
And come down and support, so rad to just see them travel as that pack, as that kind of united front representing Hawaii. And Khalees, you could tell that was that little bit of pressure release now that she's got that wave under her belt. I really enjoyed what she was able to do on this wave. As you can see, that wave gets a little bit more critical. She hangs out on that nose as you see that board lift. So it was really great for Khalees, and then goes to that rail work. Judges are going to enjoy the footwork, going to enjoy the variety of the nose ride with the rail work there. So best wave of the heat.
6-point ride for Kaleopa'a, and she now has a strong lead over Malia Iligan. And that was the breakthrough wave. We talked about it, finding a wave strider that had that long wall so she could set the trim line, get the nose ride. She was well rewarded with that 6-point ride.
Yeah, and you know, she's out there finding those little medium ones, and I think that's the call right now.
Malia fades this one and gets a nice hang 5 on the comeback here. Iligan needs a 6.4 to take the lead. Touches the nose again. And the crispy finish. I don't know if she completely rolled out of that one, but her best wave so far, Rosie.
Yeah, nice to see her find her feet in this wave. I mean, this is one of the women to watch, the young up-and-comer on this longboard series, on this longboard circuit. It's good to see her try and make a name for herself here in this big event and create some attention and have eyes on her surfing.
And the challenge now, as you see Malia trying to paddle back out, can't duck dive a longboard really, Strider, so you're gonna have to like just push your way through all these whitewater lines.
Yeah, but the technique, you know, just kind of head down and placing your board straight into the whitewater, you can pull it out.
Another look, Rosie, at the 6-point ride for Khalees.
Yeah, I love that. I love that she was, you know, you see that board kind of get that trim and lift with that lip line. That's where it gets critical. That's where the judges really take into recognition you know, the degree of difficulty. That was beautiful, the arch there on the nose. Her best wave, and you can see her using the length of that board as she gets to the tip and then goes back into the middle to do the rail work. So you're getting glimpses of the type of surfing that Malia is capable of.
Yeah, she locks in a 4.5, so she's closing the gap on the heat leader, Khalees Kaleopa'a. Malia with that 4.5. Now you can see in the needs column, a 3.91 is what she needs. She's got second priority, but priority hasn't really come into play so far in this heat, Strider, as the two surfers surfing separate peaks. Here's Malia on the comeback. Let's see if she can score that 3.91 here. And unfortunately, a couple of waves converged there, did not give her that opportunity.
Malia's running, you know, she does have a leash on, but in order to keep the leash away from her feet, you know, they wear it up underneath their knee right there. So it's a really interesting position for, you know, a leash. If you're not a surfer, you don't understand, like, watching that, but it really has a great use to be up high on the leg there and keep it away from your feet.
I say put it on a waistband. Keep it completely away from your feet. Here we go with Khalees. Nice time on the nose there, camped out for a bit, and ooh,
but it takes her down.
That was a tough
She's
finish.
gonna have to go for a swim, but like I said before.
Oh. So it looked like she was on her way to do a Australian crawl, freestyle in to grab that board, Rosie.
Yeah, and I mean, Khalees, you just watch her on a surfboard, and it's just such a beautiful thing. And part of the longboarding criteria is that style and that grace, and she makes everything look so effortless, even though the degree of difficulty is so high. I mean, you watch her and you're like, that looks easy, I could do that, and then you go out and try it, and your arms are flailing around. And
Yeah, it is a beautiful thing. You know, just being up there on the nose like that, it's so hard to transfer your weight. And then she just goes for that section on the end. Unfortunately, comes down, but she's looking really solid. She has a little bit more of a sense of confidence you can see in her surfing now.
And we talk about the length of the board, it has to be over 9 foot, but also how heavy the board has to be. So you think about Khalees trying to get that long, heavy board up into the lip in that quick transition. Yeah, that was quite something to watch.
Yeah, it's and these boards being, you know, all of them so far that I've seen, fairly low rocker too. So I think they're a big, long, straight line that you're trying to fit into a really tight curve, and that would be, you know, some of the challenge there for that finishing maneuver.
There's no rocker to push off of like
Yeah.
you used to in shortboarding, where you're going up into the lip. It's all that finesse and starting from the middle of the board. She's not stomping back on the tail to get up there. So all of these little nuances that you're looking at in longboarding are so important and so key when you're thinking about degree of difficulty.
And even without the finish, a 4.77 for Khalees. So she has backed Malia up against the wall. Malia in the needs column, you can see, Strider, a healthy score. She needs a 6.27.
I think she could pull it down, though. I mean, she's got the talent. I think she just has to add in the element of flow into her surfing. She's a little bit quick and fast into all of her moves, and if she could just calm down a little bit, I think she'll come away with a solid score.
Well, she's got 14 minutes on the clock. She does have priority, and I see numerous lines starting to march in here on the south side of Huntington Pier. The Pier Bowl right, from what I'm seeing right now, is not kind of the typical pier, just the way the sand moves here. And, you know, maybe we'll get a HB local here in a little bit later in the broadcast, but just to kind of explain it. But it's not looking like the typical Pier Bowl right now, Rosie.
Yeah, it almost feels like there's too much sand in that pier region. You're used to seeing that kind of right chip in that has a little bit of wall to it, but now it seems to be closing out a little bit quicker than what we used to, not having that kind of rip bowl effect.
Yeah, that's something that we're really, like you said, like that we're used to when we look at the history of this U.S. Open of surfing. Is many of the competitions have been won by that chip in on that rip bowl right, I guess, except for Strider Rob Machado, who surfed way down the beach and has a whole peak named to himself.
Yeah, Machado's left down there. There's right now I feel like there's just been maybe lack of swell in the last week that hasn't, you know, it's just like the smaller swells kind of fill in the sand, the bigger swells rip it all out. So maybe that's what's happened.
Well, it's going to be a patient time and a desperate time a little bit for Malia Iligan. It needs a 6.27 here with 12 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Marching down, it's perfect time to take our first break of the day. We'll be back with the conclusion. Opening heat, Huntington Longboard Classic here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Looking back, 2023, Khalees Kaleopa'a wins her second title here at Huntington Beach. Kaleopa'a bested Honolulu Bloomfield in this final. Smooth footwork, Rosie, by the Hawaiian for the win.
Yeah, and this is just a glimpse of the type of surfing that we're so used to, up against a really good friend in the final. It's just it's been amazing to watch this trajectory of this woman's career. You know, this event really kicked off her professional career as she graduated high school. She came to this event, she won in 2022, went on again to win in 2023. So she has fond memories at the US Open of Surfing.
And dynamic, smooth rail surfing and great nose riding, Strider.
Yeah, you can see how fun the waves get once the tide gets higher and the faces open up a little bit. And I think we'll see that later today as you see how well she surfed. I mean, it's so fun to watch and so elegant. She's just beautiful on the surfboard. It's amazing.
Yeah. And Khalees in live action now has a lead over Malia Iligan in the opening heat of the day. This is the elimination round. Head-to-head competition. Losers eliminated from competition. And the winner moves on into the third round where the surfers will meet up against all of the winners of that opening round in this longboard competition. And during the break, we saw a couple of things happen. This is what Malia had for us, Rosie.
Yeah, this is Malia. You know, she's trying to answer back to the surfing that Khalees is doing. She's trying to get that 10, just short of the 10. She's waiting for this wave to kind of open up. Gets the little bit of a cuddy there. Working this one through all the way to the inside. I think you touched on it, Strider. It's just that she's waiting to kind of click into that form where she's finding that flow and that grace. She's feeling out this lineup and probably settling in those nerves.
Yeah, being from Ventura, you'd be used to those long walls and having time. And out here, you really don't. You have to place the board in the perfect position at that moment. And you could see on that wave where she ran for the 5, she was a little quick, a little too soon. And the more critical section of the wave where if she would have waited just a little bit, she would have found a little longer line on the nose and probably gotten a higher score. So I think there's just a little bit of timing for her that she needs to work on.
And this is a huge event for Malia, probably the biggest of her career. I know that she did win the Queen of the Peak, but to be here at Huntington surfing against the defending champ in the elimination round, you think about all of that pressure and just this moment for her and what she's dealing with in the water.
Yeah, it is a lot of pressure. And you can see Khalees now with priority, playing a smart game. Khalees knowing that she has the lead. Now, previous to this, Khalees was surfing her own peak down the way. Now that Khalees has heat control, if you would, she has the lead and she has priority. This is when some gamesmanship happens, Rosie.
And this, you know, I touched on the big moment for Malia. For Khalees, this is a huge, huge moment for her to be in this elimination round. She got a 3rd at the event at Bells Beach, and she's looking for qualification for, you know, the title showdown that's going to happen in El Salvador. So, you know, if she gets knocked out of this event, those world title hopes kind of go out of the window. So this is a big heat for Khalees to stay in the running to win a world title at the end of the year.
Well, I'd like to welcome another member of our commentary team, Flick Palmentier, in the Athlete Zone. Flick, what do you got for us?
Thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, I'm in the Bonsoy Athlete Zone, a little bit of a conditions update. And I managed to speak to Rachel Tilley this morning. She's been out there for a free surf, come in, and she told me that there's a lot more energy out there today, which is great. And if she's not competing today. She obviously got through yesterday, but if she was a competitor out there right now, she'd be looking for a little peaky wave, a quick entry, and then a little nose ride straight away. And if she doesn't get that, she's going to be kicking out, because yesterday she noticed that the judges were locking in at least a 4-point ride for if you're getting that straight off the takeoff. So a little bit of intel from, you know, if Rachel was to compete today, what she's looking for. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much for that reporting and some insight from Felicity Palmentier, Western Australia. And it's Flick's birthday today, so I want the whole world to wish
like terrible
Felicity Palmentier happy birthday. You can say it, Rosie. Happy birthday, Flick.
Happy birthday, Flick. The whole world.
I want the whole world to join in.
Yeah, this is Going to be a fun day watching this all unfold, and then hopefully we get some celebrations for Flick for her birthday. I mean, it's fun because she's Australian, so you think about yesterday was her birthday in Australia, so it's just carrying through the Cali birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Sublime sang happy birthday to Flick last night, actually.
That's epic.
Yeah. I might have made that up, but
yeah.
It sounded great.
You don't know what you don't know. I was there with you, Cup. I was like, well, that's pretty rad.
Thanks. That's just one of the many happenings here. We got longboarding. We're going to have our shortboarding event, stop 4 of the Challenger Series. We got the X Games, Vert, Pro skating happening today, Sunday, and next weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Of course, all the activations on the beach. Make your way down here if you're in Southern California, especially if you're in inland Southern California, because I think the temperatures are going to reach triple digits inland.
It's supposed to be 100 degrees.
Come on down to
Inland Empire, so come on down to the beach. It's cool. The sun is out.
Yeah.
Jump in the ocean, cool off, and hang out. I mean, the celebration down here in Huntington Beach is always a tradition. I mean, there's always something to do down here. There's activations, there's people to see, there's things to do, there's skate ramps, there's music, there's surfing. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. So get down here and enjoy it.
Yeah, they're giving out free stuff right on the beach here too. If you just make your way through the vendor village, you'll walk away with some cool swag. 4 minutes remaining. Khalees Kaleopa'a in the lead in this heat with heat control. She's got a big lead over Malia Iligan as well as Priority. So she's guarding that peak at this point, Rosie.
Yeah, it's not often that you see Khalees really turn to those tactics, but right now definitely starting to turn the screws, just apply that pressure to Malia. And I think that's one thing. I mean, Khalees, she's such an amazing surfer. She's won here twice. She's been runner-up in the world twice, I think, as we watch Malia having a go here, getting to the nose.
So that was a nice nose ride there. Mind you, she needs a 6-point ride. She gets that under the Priority of Khalees, so we'll see how that irons out with the judges.
But just back to my point, I think Khalees has really evolved as a competitor. I mean, the surfing is always going to be there, but then to just really learn the intricacies of how to compete, how to, you know, hold yourself in those big moments, how to apply the pressure and you know, control the 30-minute heats.
Yeah, she's showing a lot of maturity, Strider. Taking, like, to Rosie's point, really playing the game in this last 3 minutes.
Well, if you have heat control, you got Priority, and you have the lead, you don't actually need to catch another wave. You just need to keep your opponent off of one. So, you know, you can just sit back and kind of shadow your opponent and you know, not let her on one of those good waves. And if a good wave does come, you can take it and execute another ride.
Another replay here of Malia. This was a 3.5, Rosie.
Yeah, so you see Malia start to really build her confidence in this heat, build her set of skills as we watch every wave that she's ridden. She's kind of improved and shown different elements that she's capable of.
And we're down to the 2-minute mark. And again, our heat leader, Khalees Kaleopa'a, and our defending champ here at Huntington Beach, holding court. Here comes a nice looking right. We'll see. Neither surfer takes a look at that one.
A little too far inside for that one. If they were out on the peak, maybe it would have been a quick one. But you heard what Felicity was talking about. You know, right off the bat, they're trying to find that quick nose ride because their opportunities are short. And on a wave like what we just saw roll through, you could have caught it where they were in the lineup, but it would have been on the inside, and they wouldn't have had that steeper section to do a nose ride on.
Well, could we see a priority change here?
Exactly. That seemed like there may have been a motion.
And it's hard to turn the brakes once you kind of set your board into motion to paddle for a wave. You got to really dig your heels in to stop the forward momentum of that board. Even though Khalees probably was like, I'm not going to take this, but could have baited there. We see the priority switch.
Yeah, you called it, Rosie. So now Malia with a glimpse of hope, glimmer. She's got priority. She's got a long wall in front of her, and here we go. Touches the nose there, needs to hang on, needs a little bit more. She needs a 6-point ride. Got that opening nose ride. A reform in here would do her a favor. She gets no reform, however. Was that enough? We're gonna wait and find out. 35 seconds on the clock. Again, Malia Iligan needing a 6-point ride to turn this heat. She did acquire priority right at the end. And still waiting for the score. The score is going to come in short.
Yeah, she didn't spend much time up there. And for Khalees's wave, where she scored a 6-point ride, she was hanging out.
Yeah.
And when you know, tip time is counted when it comes to these circumstances, and she needed to be out there a little longer. And also the turn that she did, you know, fell a little bit short of Khalees as well. So.
Well, it will be Khalees Kaleopa'a moving on into the third round. Family and friends there on the beach, feeling good about this morning. So score one for Hawaii to start off the day, and our defending champ remains in competition here at Huntington Beach. We'll be back with more longboarding Southside Huntington Pier after this break.
Start your stoke. U.S. Open of Surfing.
Yeah, explore on Eventbrite. There's so many things to do here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Opened up the day with our defending champ, Khalees Kaleopa'a. Coming through that elimination round, there's Khalees. And she got a greeting from her mom, Malia. And we're back to more action now with Kira versus Kira. Kira Molnar up against Kira Bush. Kira Bush here in the blue jersey. And she's going to get the opening ride in this elimination round matchup. It's Kuiper Girl, along with Rosie Hodge, Strider Wazalewski on the call for day 2 of longboarding here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. That's a nice start for Kira Bush.
Yeah, and just learning from that previous heat, get that early start, get the ball rolling, get your feet in the wax. It's cliche, but it's so true. It just helps you kind of settle into what's happening around you and feel like you have the upper hand when you get that first wave.
Yeah, 3.17 for Kira Bush, representing Hawaii by way of Haleiwa, now living in California. Kira, you might know her, not just as a longboarder, but for years she was serving pancakes over there at Cafe Haleiwa.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, my gosh, no way.
That's Kira Seal. She got married. She's Kira Bush. She's a mother of twins.
Yep.
And former Cafe Haleiwa waitress there. Malcolm and Duncan Campbell, the inventors of the Bonzer.
Great memories.
Yes.
The morning after.
We love some Cafe Halib, Rosie.
Of course. It's a staple, and that's so funny because you're like, where do I know this person from? And obviously she's had like an amazing career, a longboard career. She was the commissioner for the longboard tour for the WSL. Like you said, she has twins that I think just had their first birthday a couple days ago. So to see Kira competing at the highest level with toddlers in tow, doing this kind of stuff is pretty rad.
That's a rad mom. So opened up with a 3.17. That one didn't go as well, but staying busy. You can see what the strategy is for Kira Bush. She's up against Kira Molnar from Noosa, Australia. There she is. Also a personal trainer, as well as a longboard aficionado. Noosa, now that's a way for longboarding, Strider.
Gosh, it's, you know what, I really enjoy riding long walls, and it's pretty amazing to actually just get out there on a longboard and get some reps in, because it really helps with your surfing.
I like my wave count on a longboard. There you go, with a touch to the nose. Gets back for the roller coaster finish, and that's going to be an opener for Kira Molnar. Open for Reform Cup. Cross steps there. So maximizing that wave, and we'll be waiting for the score.
Rips on a shortboard, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
So just an extremely versatile surfer. Longboard, shortboard, she can kind of mix it up, any kinds of conditions.
I feel like longboarding also, like I was just mentioning, that it helps your surfing so much all around for all disciplines.
Kira Bush. Oh, planted on that 5. And a nice finish there. So we'll be waiting for 2 scores, one for blue, one for red.
I feel like the key to big scores for longboarding is a nice quiet upper body. Doing all the footwork, getting the board to move, but having a very quiet, calm upper body.
As we check out replays, Rosie, of Kira Molnar.
Yeah, and I'm just really watching Kira and seeing the way that she's finding her feet on this wave. You can tell the width on this longboard. I mean, that must be reaching into the 22, 23 inches mark, where Kira right here, that little bit of a narrow nose, she gets 5 right over the tip there, and then straight into that maneuver, stays in the middle of the board. Beautiful footwork straight out of that 5 into that maneuver in the lip. I think the judges are really going to analyze that. That's going to be the best score of the heat. The numbers haven't dropped in yet, but that's the kind of feeling I'm getting.
Well, as we're waiting for those numbers, let's check out our heat winner for the opening heat of the day and defending champ, Khalees Kaleo-Paz, with AJ McCord.
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. Khalees coming in here after that elimination round, starting the day off with that very first heat. Just tell me a little bit about how you prepared to surf in the elimination round.
Yeah, yesterday's loss was like really tough for me. I just went home and kind of regrouped with my family, and I have a really good support crew, so I'm super grateful, but I'm still trying to like find my rhythm. I think getting into the elimination round kind of gave me a light under, like a fire underneath me, but yeah, I'm just excited to move on.
You're moving on in a place that you have some very great memories as well. Coming back here as the defending champ, what is it about this wave and this place that you love surfing in so much?
Honestly, I don't know. Huntington is so tricky, and it's like always changing, but you know, trying to find the fun ones here and there. It's way different than last year. It's always changing, but I'm just trying to have a good rhythm is key.
Found it this morning. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's hopefully she can start getting some momentum through this event. Our defending champ, Khalees Kaleo-Paz, on to round 3. And we're going to reseed that round 3. That's going to be the round of 16 coming up in that third round of competition. We'll reseed that, and then from there we go straight into our bracketed division. Scores did drop. Kira Molnar with a 3.57, a 5.17 for Kira Busch. And here goes Kira Busch again, our heat leader. Great nose ride to open. And swinging through a beautiful turn to combo up there. And Kira Molnar looking for a trim line, could not find it on that wave, however. So it's distinct advantage, Rosie, to Kira Busch so far with her performance.
Yeah, Kira's really found the momentum in this heat. I think when we look back at the replay of Kira's wave, she perched up quite nicely on the nose, but then maybe just mistimed the cross step on the way back. But still, like, her footwork and the way that she's working her way around this heat, it's been super impressive. I think you said that quiet upper body, she has that in her surfing. It's all, the feet are doing the work, and she's making it look really easy.
Yeah, watch her, you know, she finds the section to be perched like you were talking about, and tries to get back enough so she doesn't poke the nose, and then comes in with a little bit of a down carve, which is stylish, but her upper body, you can see her comfort on the board, which is nice. You know, her opponent moving around a little bit more frantic, so to speak, on her wave, so a lot of arm movement, and that kind of makes you look kind of off balance and takes away a lot of the style element from the surfing. So I think the surfer from Australia just needs to settle in a little bit, get comfortable.
Yeah, we'll go see what her need is, because I have a feeling that Kira Busch, who's in the lead in this heat, and we're waiting for a score, and I feel that she's probably going to extend her lead. Still waiting on the judge's decision there, and it comes through, and she does. A 4.87 for Kira Busch. And now Kira Molnar in the red jersey with priority needs a 6.47 to turn the heat. So Kira Busch just coming out and really putting a great act together just at the first half of the heat, the first third of the heat, Rosie.
Yeah, she'd be feeling really comfortable, and that's where, you know, that pressure starts to build for the surfer in the red. Kira, she's, you know, had a great finish at Bells, made the round of 16, so she's got that taste of what it takes to make it through these heats.
Yeah, and talking about, you know, a lot of times, oh, well, let's get to this live action here. Here's a chance, fades into this one. Still on the tail there, now gets a cross step to a 5 on the inside, finds a trim line, loses it, however.
So, pretty critical takeoff.
Yeah.
Like, she didn't knife into it at an angle. She went straight down, did that deep bottom turn.
Which all the elements were there on that wave if she could have executed and finished, but also still a little bit frantic. You can see the body moving. You can see the, you know, there's a little bit of jerky kind of, not the flow you're looking for completely, but that's the surface of the water too. It's really hard out there right now. There's a lot of jumble out there. So, but she has all the elements in the criteria coming together right there for her. If she could have pulled that down, she would have found herself back in the heat. And
it was almost that center of gravity that was just pulling her back over that edge of the board. You could tell that she wanted to get that second foot up on the nose, get perched up, but she kind of fell off kilter there.
Right up against the pier.
I see the surfers against the pier like that. It just makes me think about all those old cool movies of everybody riding longboards and riding through the pier, and the tradition of surfing here at Huntington is so deep.
See if Kira Busch goes through the pier right here, taking a left into the pier. Piling's coming up.
Yep.
Oh, decides not to. Yeah, I'm with you, Strider. See some of the classic footage of longboarding here at Huntington Beach. A lot of times, you know, through the late 60s with helmets on, charging through the pier. I think of David Nuiva.
Yeah, David Nuiva, and Corky Carroll, and like
Corky Carroll.
So many amazing surfers that paved the way for these young ladies in the water.
Yeah, deep in history here at Huntington Beach.
You mentioned, what, 5 decades of competing here at Huntington for this event? Like, that's a lot of history in our sport, and a lot of moments, like you said, that have been kind of seared into our memories, and they just all come flooding back when you get back to this event.
Yeah, you remember performances here on the shortboard side of things. Tom Curran, re-entry, disappears into the whitewater, comes out. Oh my goodness, the crowd of 100,000 people go wild.
Low and slow, the style. I mean, talk about just laying it down for California. Tom Curran was it was so fun to watch down here.
And there's a pier, you know, where you get the upper deck, if you would, Rosie, the upper deck view of surfers.
Poor man's helicopter.
I jumped off that sucker one time in a contest here.
Did you get fined, or were you part of the like?
Nobody saw it. I walked out with the fins backwards and the wetsuit down.
Fins backwards, wetsuit down.
Yeah, the pier, actually, last night there were people on the pier that just couldn't get tickets for the Sublime show, and they were watching the Sublime show from the pier last night. Actually, a pretty good vantage point to watch one of Southern California's classic bands. Just one of the many things, all a part of the Lexus US Open of surfing.
That was a really good vibe last night at Sublime, and having just feeling like you were right in it. From you know, for me, I'm old. And
I'm old.
I'm old. And it was just like brought back so many great memories. But then to see, you know, the lead singer's son come back in and rekindle that fire and feel that energy again was amazing.
Yeah, yeah. Jacob Knowles, a son of Brad Knoll, who was the original lead singer of a classic California band mixing punk rock and reggae in a fruit punch type of mix that you never know what's going to come out of that, and put on some great shows. Another great show last night. Can't wait to see more of that. Yeah, man. Here we go. Kira, our heat leader, uses priority, fades into this. Couple of steps to the nose, touches the 5, looking for a trim line here, and ooh, tries to turn from the middle and catches a rail. So we'll see if that improves upon her scoreline. She'd have to do better than a 4.87 to do so. And I'm feeling that that did not do the job. It did not. So the numbers remain the same, Rosie. The only thing that's switched now is Kira Molnar has got priority.
Yeah, and that's an important part of this competition, holding on to that priority and utilizing it for the best wave of the heat. A 6.47 is what's required, Kaipo.
All right, well, let's listen to some Sublime right now. As we go to break, we'll be back with more action. Day number 2 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
One for the music and one for the road. Drop the beat.
Back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, day 2 of longboard competition here. Kira Molnar, who's trailing Kira Bush in the second heat of the day, second heat of the elimination round. And the Australian trying to mount a comeback is Kaipo Guerrero, along with Rosie Hodge, Strider Wazalewski, talking you through today's action. A beautiful Sunday here in Huntington Beach, California. It's the place to be. The beach scene in full effect at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Take a replay look here, Rosie, of Kira Molnar.
Important wave for Kira, utilizing that priority. Goes for the turns. We did mention earlier this morning that important to get to the nose early just to utilize that critical section. So maybe a little bit of a missed time without getting, you know, some footwork up to the nose. Couple cutties, but I don't think it's going to be that 6.47 that she requires. She could build on her scores, which we might see, but, you know, 10 minutes remaining. She's got to get something going.
Yeah, like I said, there's so much going on. We got longboard competition, we got shortboard competition. We had a sublime concert last night. Here's some of our event schedules. Live music every day on the sand, 1 to 4 p.m. Strider over at the Hurley stage, and Saturday and Sunday. Next weekend, we are going to have the Lexus X Game Vert Pro skate. We got the ramp right on the beach here.
It's gonna be so fun to watch. I mean, if you just walk over and take a look at that thing, it is so intimidating. You know, it's like dropping into pipeline as a surfer.
Yeah.
It's pretty heavy. That ramp is gnarly.
Not to mention, the US Open Festival Village is open every day. Come on down here if you're Southern California. It's nice and cool. There's lots of stuff to do. And you can enjoy some of the surf action, some of the skate action. And who knows, maybe win a prize in the vendor village over there with all the activations going on. Check out some bands. I hear Sunbender may be playing here later on in the week.
Oh, wow.
That epic Encinitas, California band headed by our own Chris Cote.
Will Chris be home in time from the Olympics as we watch Kira? Beautiful walk to the nose.
So her last score was a 3.27. She's chasing a near 7-point ride. At 6.47 is the need for the Australian at this moment.
I think that was a better wave for Kira. I think we're going to see the replay, but you can definitely tell the intent in her surfing. She's maybe settled down a little bit more. At some point in a heat, you kind of wrap your head around the circumstances, the wave, the feel of the water, and you get to settle in a little bit, and hopefully she's clicking into the type of surfing that she wants to put on display.
They're definitely, you know, right there by the Pier Bowl, too. They've just decided that was it. And we saw in the last heat, Khalees going down the beach to find waves. Well, they're sticking right to their guns right here. And she gets up there for a hot second, throws down a nice little cutty. Flow was much better on this wave, Rosie, like you were talking about. That's what we like to see.
I do think, you know, there is just, for that nose ride to stand out, you have to wrap the toes over that nose, and there was just about an inch missing from that proper connection with the nose of that surfboard.
I also think the tip time needs to be there. You need to, like, kind of camp out for a bit. Really solidify your time up there so that you can, it looks like you're comfortable on the nose. Otherwise, I don't think you'll be rewarded.
Yeah, that's where we're going to see the big scores, when you see the levitation happening and just getting planted on the nose in a 5 or a 10. Again, boards minimum 9 feet in the longboarding, but most of the surfers surfing 9.4s, 9.6s, some 9.8s there. Low rocker single fins is generally the board of choice. We'll see and talk a little bit more about design as we progress through the day. Got a great heat coming up with Zoe Gasperon coming up against Star Odilia. Zoe, our French surfer, an exciting longboarder. Talk about quick footwork and great nose rides. Zoe has all of those in check. Kira Bush here, our heat leader, unable to get the nose ride and sticks with it just for a kick out.
Well, we did see Kira Molnar kind of chip away at that requirement, and now she has priority with these 6 minutes remaining. So interesting as Kira Bush kicked out of that wave. It's not going to improve her situation, but kind of hands over the control to Kira Molnar.
Hands over priority. A 5.87 is what the Australian needs. Kira Molnar in the red jersey. You can see her is sitting next to the pilings on the pier bowl right. Lines coming through. Plenty of time on the clock to flip the heat, Strider.
Yeah, I think what Rosie just talked about was key. I mean, Molnar looks a lot more comfortable now, and she's poised to get the score. And with Bush not having the actual bettering her ride, we'll see what happens.
Gets to the nose. Finishes on her feet. Was that enough? Was that a 5.87? A little reform on the inside would help her out a lot, but she's not going to get it. So it's going to be that quick trip to the tip on the outside and the roller coaster. We'll see if that's the 5.87 that she needs. Here's a replay, Rosie.
Yeah, let's see her get up on that nose of the board. She did have a little bit more hang time. She did kind of camp out for a little bit longer than what we've seen, and then she combos it up with that maneuver. Don't think it's going to be quite the 5.87 that she requires, but we'll see the score drop in. But you're definitely seeing her surf into a comfortable position in this heat.
Yeah, I feel like she had the opportunity to get the score there. I think she's going to come up a little short, and that's just because of the time that, you know, I mean, it's so hard because of how unsettled the surface of the water is right now. But you can see the waves that Kira Bush has been up on the nose for a longer time, and she just looks so much more comfortable on the board.
So last one for Kira Molnar, a 4.17. She's still seeking a 5.87. 4 minutes remaining. Regardless, Rosie, Kira's going to come out of this heat.
Such a great point, Capo. Something about Kira, though, she's building on these scores. The 4.17, the 4.17. She's kind of she's built her surfing throughout this heat. But now with Kira Bush with the priority. Dad jokes.
I'm sorry. I don't know how to come back after that. I'm sorry, Rosie. Nothing like an AM dad joke to get you going.
I love it.
Day number 1 of the broadcast. Thanks for joining us. We got a full week of action right now. Women's elimination round for our longboard division. We got 8 heats of this elimination round for the women. Then we're going to switch to our men's elimination round to finish off the day. And a quick paddle, but no harm, no foul. Kira Molnar still searching for a 5.87. She has to find a wave under the priority of Kira Bush, who has heat control with the lead and priority under 3 minutes on the clock.
There's a lot of defense going on in the water right now. Watching these two young ladies swing those boards around, that's a lot of lumber. And, you know, they're looking at each other and trying to figure out who's going to go and who's not. And, you know, that last second drop on a board that big can, you know, it's not easy. So it's interesting to watch the posture and the defense moves that are going down in the lineup.
Oh yeah, 9-foot board. That's like a parking gate right there that you can just shut someone out, no problem. Not only do you have priority, you can actually physically block someone.
Yeah, it's hard to stop the momentum once those boards get going. I think even as soon as you've made your decision to paddle for a wave, like you're committed.
Yeah, true.
Because you're doing 2 paddles and that thing is barging and making its way onto the wave. So it's going to be interesting to watch this last under 2 minutes play out and the way that Kira Bush is going to play her priority.
Well, let's take a look at our heat recap, starting Strider with Kira Bush. She's our heat leader.
Nice and comfortable, beautiful footwork. Real relaxed, which is something that is fun to see. The style and the grace that she's finding out there with that tip time, looking solid out there.
Kira Molnar, Rosie, trying to fight back the Australian to get into this heat.
She's done well in these last 2 waves that she's ridden, 417 coupled with another 417. So she's kind of surfed into momentum. She's found her rhythm out there, but she needs to find a comeback in order to get the win over Kira Bush.
Under a minute remaining as we come back to live. Molnar checking her watch, realizing she's got 40 seconds. So that's pretty much 3 waves at this point when we look at the swell period. Some lines. So here come the waves and maybe some opportunity. Molnar needs to get going. Decides not to take that wave, and this should be elementary for Kira Bush to close this out. Now she can just play some defense in the final 10 seconds. She's gonna let her go. Last chance effort for the Australian. And just a quick tap to the nose. 5.87 is the need. She's gonna need something outstanding on the inside here to manufacture that score. Does get a little glide to the inside section here. Steps off on the beach. And probably gonna come up short of the 5.87 requirement. Comes in 2.37, not enough, so it will be Kira Bush that we see here in the blue jersey, moving on into the round of 16. There are the numbers. 5.17, 4.87 is enough for Kira Bush to come out and onto the beach victorious. We're gonna go for a break right now, but when we come back, the Waxhead, Carla, Flick, we'll talk you through more longboarding here, Huntington Beach, California.
My hair, please.
Welcome back. The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. And there we have our previous heat winner, Kira Bush, making her way in from the elimination round, heat number 2, back in competition. And the 2 Kiras battled it off, but it was the Californian who took that win. And we'll be moving straight into heat 3 next. And we have a great all-star cast of Goofy Foot women joining us in the booth right now. Carla Zamora and Felicity Parmentier, our 2 beautiful women that we've got lining up for the US Open, along with the Waxhead, Matt Chinoski here to call the longboarding this morning. How was it to be back in Huntington, and this time calling longboarding, Felicity?
I know, this is my first time calling longboarding, guys, so just be gentle on me. But no, I'm excited to be back in Huntington. The last time I was actually here, I was competing and it was a CT. It's been a long time, let's just put it that way. But nothing's really changed. It still feels the same. obviously the pier is so iconic, and we'll get back to that. We've got some live action.
And this is Star just going down on that one. Made her way through the regional qualifying series, and some early action here for the Frenchwoman, Zoe Guopillon. Carving it through on the pier bowl rights. And she's looking very determined this morning, and she kicks out of that. And we're welcoming Carla Zamora to the booth as well. Your first time on the broadcast, Carla. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'm super excited to be here. It's really thrilling. It's awesome.
Well, we'll look forward to talking the technical aspects of longboarding and longboard surfing, which Felicity is also a fan of, having been one of the premier big wave surfers in the world. You're no stranger to surfboards 3.5 inches thick and over 9 feet in length. But we'll get into the subtleties throughout the event. And Zoe there, Frenchwoman, opened up the 3.33 with a score still to drop. And surfing over here at Huntington has been just a feature of their social makeup since the late 1950s. We had the West Coast Championships, the OP Pro turning into the US Open in 1994, and a great history of event winners here. And in the longboard specifically, some of the greatest surfers of all time. I think of the likes of Corky Carroll, David Nueva. Here goes Star from Oceanside, kicking out of that, just feeling comfortable. Carla, Star coming from a similar pier style setup in Oceanside. Is there any similarities to what you see? You've run competitions there before as well.
Yeah, I think definitely this is, something that's familiar for Star. She's not a stranger to any of these breaks down here. I was chatting with her a bit yesterday. She's excited to be here. She's really an up-and-coming surfer that I think is going to make some waves in the future.
And Felicity, you've ridden obviously longboard guns. When you're paddling big waves, say at the very minimum 9 feet is considered like a paddle gun. What's the biggest longboard you've ridden in terms of a gun?
Oh, look, here we go, red, up and riding, and out. But look, I mean, they're different boards, but yeah, you're right, they're still big boards. And one thing that I heard Rosie talking about in that last heat, is that, Kira Bush was trying to play defense there at the end with priority, and you've just got this big board with so much foam and so much weight to it, right? So the moment you kind of swing that thing and actually commit, you're really almost likely to sort of lose priority because you are committed straight away. So it's just a lot of foam, and yeah, you've got to be pretty decisive with your, your decisions out there with what you're going to do.
The boards do carry a lot of momentum. A lot of the boards out there are weighing about 8 kilos, give or take. Some are a little heavier, some a little lighter. That weight restriction's actually been removed from the criteria. It's somehow popped its way in there, and then it somehow disappeared out of there. But what classifies as a longboard is a surfboard over 9 feet in length. 47 inches aggregate. There's Zoe. A couple of touches of the nose, and she goes up and over and gets her Phil Grace triple stringer gliding through that section. That's that momentum we spoke about earlier, Flick. Just that being able to trim your way through the inside, using the footwork to link between the tail and the nose. See it just gliding through there. Good body language. Gets a little link up on the inside and is able to finish on the shallows of the sand. So that'll be a good wave. You see her step off there. That's a sign of a well-completed wave, Carla.
Yeah, definitely. She's linking it up together there. You can see Star. She's trying to do the same thing. Gets a little tip time there. But Zoe's wave there, really the goal here at Huntington is to kind of start at that outer peak and link them all the way in, and to be able to find those moments to kind of come left, come right, and maximize the wave is really going to allow the judges to tick off those boxes and give her those higher scores. So, Red there starting off with she's got the 7.5 there combined score, but she's going to hope to better that situation and kind of put more distance between herself and Star.
And we have a look at the criteria: style, flow, and grace. The 3 pillars of the criteria there for longboarding that the judges will abide by. And Zoe executing it there well. Just a 4.17 and a 3.33 with score still to drop. But while we're waiting, let's go check out what AJ's got to say with Kira Bush.
Yeah, Kira, coming in your first competition of this 2024 Longboard Tour. Have to surf in the elimination round this morning. How did you get ready for it?
Well, I got ready by sneaking out of bed because I had my 2 little ones next to me, and as I'm getting in the car, they're going, I hear, Mama, Mama. I'm like, nope, it's my time. I'm gonna go surf, have fun, and just take that mentality out there, because I think the surfer that's having the most fun is the one who usually does the best.
Let's talk about your little ones. They just turned 1 a few days ago, right? So just had twins about a year ago, and here you are back on the tour. Just how much more, or what kind of meaning does it bring to your competitive surfing career now that you've got the little ones?
Well, it really gave me my why. I feel like now that when I do well, it's so much more meaningful, because I have these 2 little boys that I'm like, hey, your life doesn't end when you're a mom, it's only beginning. And I want them to look up to me and be like, my mom does that, I can do it better.
Well, speaking of doing it better, you did it great this morning, and part of that, certainly, we have to talk about your board. Not only is she beautiful on the waves, but you have a really special fabric inlay in there. How does that help you here in waves like Huntington?
So for me personally, I like the fabric inlay because it adds a lot of weight, and I like heavier boards. They hold under my feet more, and if you do a good turn, you get more spray. The real true meaning behind it, though, is especially for waves at Huntington, it really pushes you through those flat sections, and we're with flow and speed rather than forcing it. So the weight helps, and it looks beautiful with the fabric inlay.
So just winning on all fronts this morning. Congratulations, Kira. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Great chat there with Kira. That was some good insight there about the weight that she's got in her board, really answering our question before, Felicity, about the momentum. And Carla, having that heavier weight and using the footwork is the art of trim. That's the momentum that you can develop, and it's once you feel it, the glide, it's hard to forget it.
Absolutely, and I think really only a heavier board kind of offers that. You can argue that having that lighter, more high-performance board for a wave like Huntington, you see often out here. But I'm really tried and true to that old school heavy, kind of like yourself, and I would probably be riding my log out here as well, just because I want to push through, allow that weight to kind of push through a little bit of that chop that we have. It's not quite as silky smooth as it was yesterday, but so that heavier weight that you can see, like there in Kira's board, you got the single fin there and the wide tail. That kind of helps her plow through some of that chop.
And that single fin and the heavier weight, they work with each other. Where a high-performance longboard or a high-performance surfboard, with a thruster, you've really got to generate speed, but you've already got it with a heavier single fin longboard, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So definitely, I think the heavier longboard really lends to that style and flow that's a part of the criteria, and I love seeing more of the crew on tour are kind of leaning that direction. That's definitely beautiful to see, as someone myself from Malibu and grew up in pretty strict old school style, no leash and heavy boards. It's definitely refreshing to see.
And we look at this lineup really tucked up against the pier here, these surfers, and this is Zoe, our current heat leader from Anglet in France, taking off on this. Quick footwork, 2 steps up to the nose, that momentum. She's able to get through that section, stepping back into the bowl, and she cuts down on that one. She's trying to stay on board. She's going to try and link up to an inside section. We had a low tide this morning, coming up to about 11 a.m. at the high tide, so we'll see more of these reform action. That one not going to do it, kicks out. But leading at the moment, the 4.73 and a 4.17. Where do you think that one will fare?
Yeah, I think that's going to go somewhere maybe right around the same zone. It didn't quite go all the way in as her last one, so I don't think it's going to play a huge deal. It may fit above that 4.17. I think it's going to be relatively in the same place. The one thing that I noticed, I've been watching some of the heats, is what's key is that one moment they get that quick 5, that quick nose ride, and then coming off it, that bottom, you'll see it here. She gets that quick 5 and then holds that nose up. A lot of the girls are stuffing it there. And so it's really cool that she was able to really hold that control, hold that nose up, maintain that ride into, granted it's a bit of white water in there, but that shows control to the judges.
And a 6.5, the judges seeing the critical nature of that nose ride, the tail buried way back into the whitewash, and just off camera we're chatting with Felicity a couple of heats ago about what a critical nose ride is, and that was it. Although it was for a moment, theoretically the surfboard's getting barreled, and if you can do that on the longboard, that's a sign of that critical nature. And a lot of surfers out there, or a lot of sports fans are actually watching the Olympics right now, learning about sports as they go, listening to the Olympic commentators, and we're here watching the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. And Felicity, that was a critical nose ride. Scores, you see where we're going with that?
Yeah. No, I totally could see that. I mean, even taking off on that wave had a lot more height to it, right? So therefore, it's already a lot more critical. It had a lot more sort of a steeper bowl to it in that pier bowl. And one thing I've also noticed in this heat too, I mean, Zoe's done it already on those first couple of fours, but she's able to find that connection through to the inside, and that's because we have got that incoming tide.
It's a star up, and now this is a nice wave. Really tucked up close to the pier box. She goes down where Zoe was able to ride out. As you said, Carla, Star went down, unfortunately.
Yeah, she didn't quite have that same flow there, Star. Star's a really great young surfer that, as I said before, is going to really make some waves and make herself known in the tour and within surfing in general. But she didn't quite have that flow there that Zoe's really showing off with that 6.5. You know, some of those judges were plugging in a 7 there. So it's nice to see the girls kind of plugging up those scores. Here we got Star again. She gets that bottom turn, but you can see that hesitation to get to the nose. Nice tight one. Doesn't come quite able to keep that nose up right there. It's really important to kind of stuff that tail down in that moment. Really keep that nose high.
And Zoe back up and riding with the answer back now, not knowing what Star's score was, but she's staying really busy and getting that footwork moving through the inside. Fighting through this elimination round heat. She'll be stoked if she can get through this, carrying a lot of momentum from Bells Beach, where she put in a great performance. She was one of the standouts there in the earlier rounds, and her board's looking fantastic. The field grace shapes. Although he spends a lot of his time over there in France, he's actually from Bells Beach, Victoria as well. But it's really nice to see a shortboard orientated shaper diversifying with the art of longboarding. And this is the replay color.
Yeah, she gets that nice little tip time. This is a bit smaller of a wave. Doesn't quite put a ton of score on offer, but she really handles it with a lot of grace, a lot of control. I really have loved watching Zoe just kind of grow throughout the years and exemplify this really nice, smooth style. It's a decent wave. I don't know if it'll come up above that 4.73. We'll see what the judges think.
And paddling out on the other side of the pier there, Felicity, what would be the reasoning for that?
Oh, well, on the other side of the pier, you've got that rip that runs, you know, directly through the pier, actually. So obviously she's using that to get back out the back really quickly. She's actually going straight through the pier right now, so cutting back through. But I've just been so impressed with the way she's structured this heat, because obviously she's been really active, caught a lot of waves, but improving the situation each time. I mean, you know, it's great. Her position right now is really solid. And, I mean, she's got control now. I mean, she's just probably going to wait for Star to use her priority, and then she can sit there and really dictate the rest of this heat. So I've been impressed with that. And what you said too, Carla, I mean, the grace that she has as well is just really beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and apparently I was wrong there with that score, because she came in at a 5.93, so it definitely improved her situation and made the situation for Star quite more difficult, needing an 8.96.
Yeah, I think perhaps the speed on that one and the wave on the camera, it does shrink it a little bit. And then when you actually turn behind us in the booth and you look behind, you go, okay, well, the judges have got that realistic point of view. Of course, they have the replays, but they're getting that front-on view, and they're able to really judge in comparison that wave size, which obviously adds a little bit more risk. Talk about the scoring nature, and a 5.93 to go. That 6.5 puts the Frenchwoman out into the lead at Star. She's needing an excellent range score to go to the lead, but making her way through the regional qualifiers. Star travelled up there with her dad Joey, who's here now tuning in. He's live, and mum back home, Sunshine Moon, Armando and Tatiana, all of her siblings are clapping for their sister right now. And as with Zoe, her family back in France, they'll be tuning in, and they'll be willing her to get through this round, because it's not a keeper result, Carla. You really want to be getting to that quarterfinals so we can make it to that El Salvador final 8.
Yeah, this is just one step in the journey right now, and so you gotta keep your head on, not think too far ahead and into the future. Kind of keep present, chip away each heat at a time. And yeah, I think that Zoe is definitely on her way. Strong presence here in this heat. This is that heat 3 of the elimination round.
Having a look now, 12 minutes remaining. You see Zoe got the priority next to a name, so very similar for those just joining us right now who are longboarding in more amateur events where we have open priority. It's whoever is on that wave first, closest to the peak. This means Zoe can choose whatever wave she wants, but I must say they're in a very unique spot for Huntington. Not often we see people tucked up this close, so that's an indication that sand formation with that combination swell is a little unique. Felicity.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, they're on longboards, right? You've got so much foam underneath you. You take a few strokes. I mean, they're catching these waves very easily this morning, you know. So, you know, we've also seen a paddle from Star because Zoe paddled back out. She caught that last wave. Star's obviously paddled, hasn't gone, and obviously thrown that priority over to Zoe. So Zoe's in a pretty controlling stage right now in this heat with only, you know, 11.5 minutes on the clock. And, you know, Star's out there chasing an excellent ride, best wave of the heat and best wave of the morning so far. So it's a pretty tall task.
Yeah, I think that's something that we can really see with some of these little less experienced competitors. They're really good. Star, Malia we saw in that first heat. They're fabulous surfers that are really going to show something in the future, but they're lacking a little bit of experience still, and that priority is a different dynamic and strategy to play, especially when you're under priority. And so you can see how you can tell the competitors that have played with this and experienced it a bit more how to use the priority, whether in it or under it.
Well, we're waiting for some waves to come in. Let's go to a bonsai brew break, but don't go anywhere. We'll have the remainder of Heat 3 coming up shortly. Zoe Gorpion, the Frenchwoman, out in the lead.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Hurley, born from water. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open.
Zoe Gorpion kicking out there. Current heat leader, the Frenchwoman, with a 5.93 and a 6.5 commanding position over Star Delia from Oceanside, just up PCH. She's down here competing at her first time in a professional event. And how good is it to see a rookie unveiled here as a wild card, Carla?
I love it. I love seeing all these new young talent. You know, it makes it more dynamic. We see a replay here of Zoe. She got a quick 5 there. We'll see if that goes into play. We were talking earlier about that 6.5 and the 5.93 that they were honoring and really trying to break it down. I think that criticalness coming from behind the section. Some of the girls are kind of playing it a little bit safe, sitting kind of in front of that section, and you can see Zoe's really taking it up a level, getting a little bit more, you know, expert level and getting that speed from behind the section, and that they warranted that.
A 4.13 on that wave just before of Zoe, but That'll get her up to an 8-wave tally so far. We're still 7 minutes remaining. This is incredible scenes here. Huntington's really improving in front of our eyes right now. And here goes Star. Oh, and as Bruce Brown said, what is it? I'll have to remember
I call
the
those
quote.
the long walk off the short pier.
I mean, that Western surfboard looking fantastic under her feet, but that one just 1 foot over the front. And it does happen more than you think, Felicity, when you're running up to the nose and you step over. You're using that footwork to try and judge, and it's amazing it doesn't happen more often.
I also feel like she hit a little lump. It kind of looked like, today we haven't got a strong offshore that's not grooming this place totally clean. And I feel like, a heavier board, like what you were saying, Carla, today is probably a smart decision just to cut through a little bit of that lump and bump and chop, because right then that just totally, just got her off balance here.
Yeah, I think she was pretty excited about this wave because this definitely had potential to give her something, on par with Zoe, but a little overexcited there. Kind of overshoots it, slips right off. Looks like she could have rubbed the ankle almost on the rail there.
Yeah,
but
ow.
Yeah.
Not fun.
Having a look under priority now. She's going to try and chip away, you'd have to imagine, at that 8.96. That's going to be a hefty score. We haven't seen anything in that region. Even yesterday through day one, it wasn't televised, but, it was nice to come down and watch those opening rounds and elimination round. This is the first look at our longboarding here in 2024. And Zoe, tell you what, she was motivated here with her boyfriend, Matisse, and he's been filming her with the French crew. They've been hanging out, and she had this look of fire that she's got, but she seldom shows it. And she was showing it this morning, and it means a lot to them to have this structure, to be here with a Challenger Series set up, and to feel that professionalism, Felicity. And you can attest to it, being a former tour competitor yourself. At an event like this, what does it feel like to have all that camaraderie and support and all the fans down here tuning in?
Yeah, I think the US Open as an event in general, it's a big event. Even growing up in Australia, I realised the significance of this event and what it means to get a win here. And I think it's super important because this event is so big. It draws big crowds. There's a lot of infrastructure here. This is going to be one of the biggest event sites, that's run all year. It's craziness, right? A lot of hype, a lot of people, a lot of head noise, lots of buzzing, I think it's really important to have that support and people that really ground you and make you feel really comfortable and like, okay, these are my people. I feel safe here. I can go out there and do my thing and compete. And obviously having a coach here and being able to have, video analysis if that's your jam too, super important.
And we've got so many people. You can see that right now, this is a Sunday morning, there's hundreds of people that are lining up that pier right now. As the day progresses, we're going to see that number probably into the near thousands. And it's uncommon to have that many people at a regular surf spot watching. And this is Huntington. It is the US Open of Surfing. And, the nerves do get there, but it also can bring out a different part of your surfing colour.
Yeah, these are those moments that kind of make or break sometimes an athlete, and depending on how you're able to take in the vibe and the energy and use it. Again, some of our less experienced competitors are still kind of working out how to channel the nerves and channel the big stage that this is. And Star being one of them, looks like she's going to take a look, doesn't end up pushing into it. But yeah, it really gives them an opportunity to kind of step up their game. You get to see like the dynamics that they're going to work with, how you work under pressure, and if you're not so good, you're going to work on it moving forward.
And under priority there, that starters having a look around. We've got some great heats stacked up for the rest of the day too. The experience of Maria Fernandez is coming up next with Emily Curry, the English woman there, walking out for her heat. She'll be ready to go. She's an experienced QS surfer. She surfed across the shortboard QS as well over there in Europe and the longboard QS, and she'll be looking to get her way out of the elimination round against Maria, who doesn't need any introduction. She surfed across the Pan American Games. She surfed in the Longboard World Tour for going on close to a decade now, on and off, and back at Huntington, the proving ground, as it has been for many years. The consistency of this spot, you kind of know what you're going to get, but today we have a bonus swell, Felicity. We've got that north swell as we're seeing coming across the screen from right to left, but usually in summer, we get it going from left to right.
Yeah. I mean, you can really see it, right? It's pretty evident on screen right now. There's a real cross-section of swells coming in. I kind of feel like it's actually creating a few little wedges, though. And, as this tide comes in, I talked to Rachel Tilley this morning. She said it's probably going to get a bit better as the more water that fills in on this sandbank. It's obviously going to be better, more conducive to longboarding. It's probably going to get a bit more tricky out there this afternoon as that tide starts to drop again, and that wave starts to pretty much loom up on that sandbank and shut down pretty quickly. Right now we've got some pretty dreamy conditions. Right now for the longboard.
Yeah, I tell you what, for a shortboard, of course, it's going to be on. But much more conducive to longboard surfing there today. These surfers racking up right now. 18 waves in this heat. Unbelievable in this elimination round. And action galore here today at the US Open of Surfing. And now we have a great stop there at Bells Beach for the first stop. This is number 2. We have the third stop and the fourth stop being over there in El Salvador for the finals. A tremendous place to have our finals over there in Carla.
It is a really awesome wave there. I have yet to be there myself. I've done a lot of traveling, haven't gotten to El Salvador yet, but wow, the consistency of the waves in general, I think, in El Salvador. But wow, the power and really the different dynamic. I love that there's these different spots on the tour that really showcase different kind of surfing, different kind of approaches. We've got Star up and riding. She's got a minute and a half left. Nice nose ride. She's going to get that second tip time. Nice locked in. I like the way the wave stood up there. She's going to hope to rebound it off the top. Nice. This is a strong wave for Star. I think this is going to be her highest score. I don't think she's going to grab that 8.96, but it'll definitely, chip things down, and perhaps she can get back out and snag something else.
That'll be interesting to see. Yeah, she's going to get out and use the pier ball, but Zoe behind her. Nice carve. Washes off the speed and gets a completion too. So this might be Zoe's last chance. And just trying to cement her lead and further that maybe drop that 5.93. But Star, you're right. I think that might have been her best wave yet. She'll still have an opportunity if she uses that current to get back out. And so pier back over there, she is paddling out. She doesn't look like she's going to get out there in time with 45 seconds remaining. That might be all too little, too late. And that replay, you're going to see that quick footwork, Carla.
Yeah, she gets that tip. I like that little extra reach to get the toes over on the nose. That's important. She makes it even better that time. You get the toes over. And then I like how she keeps that nose high, keeps it out from purling, does the nice rebound. Really well put together. Great showing from Star.
As far as the combination goes, you can see her getting caught there against the pier where we saw Zoe earlier in the heat paddling on the other side of the pier. So, in fact, she's not going to get out at all. She's been stuck on the inside section, so perhaps a rookie error there in the dying moments of this heat, Felicity.
Yeah, potentially, but you know what? She can hold her head high because that last wave was really beautifully done. And coming in as a wild card, in this big event here at the US Open, I think that's a nice way to wrap it up and just build that confidence, that I can get good scores here against these top women.
Well, locking in a 5.93, Zoe had the wave behind Star and managed to get back out and actually come in prone on that. So you'd have to say there was another wave out there, but Zoe taking that win, she's becoming the consummate professional. She's been to Huntington now 3 times, and this is going to make her feel good going straight into round 3. And this is a replay of that wave that we caught up with before.
Yeah, she gets that little stretch 5 there, rebounds it to the white water, back into that section there, and then a nice little kind of half floater there. But a good little answer back. I like finishing it. It's always nice to kind of finish the heat with a wave, not have to really paddle in. Nice camaraderie there from the girls. I'm sure Star is disappointed, but she's got a pretty good head on her shoulders. She's got a good attitude, and I know you can see her congratulating Zoe. So really great camaraderie there from the ladies.
Yeah, we saw Malia Illigan go down earlier as well, one of the other wild cards in Heat 1. But don't go anyway. We'll be back for Heat 4 coming up next. Maria Fernanda Reyes taking on Emily Curry. Stay tuned, more action coming up. Surf City, USA, we are back for the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. This is the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. It's all going down here. We have the X Games, we have Longboard, we have the Challenger Series out in the water. Maria Fernandez taking on Emily Curry, Great Britain, up and riding right now. Beautiful Huntington Beach, this little pier bowl right looking perfect and conducive to longboard surfing, but Emily goes down. Perhaps some of those nerves from the big stage here, Felicity.
Yeah, I mean, it's early stages of a heat too. So, look, of course you don't want to be making mistakes, but if there's ever a time to, have a roll of the dice, make a mistake, I mean, you've got 30 minutes, which is a long time. And if you go by the, the opening few heats in the morning, they've all been catching a lot of waves. There's a lot of opportunity out there. So, it's okay, I think, at this stage to make a mistake.
And we have with us Carla Zamora joining Matt Chinoski, also known as the Waxhead, in the booth for this heat number 4 of the elimination round. And Sunday morning with longboarding coming right to your lounge rooms. People just lapping it up. Talk us through this one, Carla.
Yeah, she gets a little wave here. She's trying to milk that 5. She kind of pulls it out there. It's not the best wave we've seen. We know she's going to get a better one, but it's an opener for her. Maria has been doing some stuff during the break. I saw her catch this right, then we're going to move. She's going to get a left, we're going to see in a minute here. She gets that tip time on that left. I've been fortunate enough to work with Maria in Peru several years ago during the national event, the Pan Ams there. We won a gold medal with the longboard team. It was really exciting, and she was kind of new in her journey there, and it's really been amazing to watch her grow and really gain confidence, and she's really stepping it up for Peru. She's really making a name for herself.
Yeah, she's got Daniela Rosas there supporting her in the competitor zone, and she's always very very thankful to her sponsors and to her country people that are tuning in, watching her right now. They are very patriotic. The Peruvians, of course, are supporting their own, and they're all tuning in right now. They'll be tuning in, watching their girl. And she's come, I think, really accustomed to the modern criteria of what we have come to expect with longboard surfing, the single fin style. She has a fast-paced performance approach, but she's dialed it back a bit, and she's really tuned in the subtleties of the nose riding and the critical pocket surfing, which you probably helped with a lot, Carla.
I would like to think so. You never know how much impact you have on anyone. You just hope to be there, give them the advice that you can. She's really come a long way, and I think you bring up a wonderful point. I think Peru was really in more of that high performance kind of ideal of longboarding, and they've really embraced the longer, more old school aesthetic. And speaking of Peru, there's just such a great community out there. Shout out to Carolina Thun. She's a part of the broadcast, I think, in El Salvador, and just all the Peruvians out there. It's an amazing country. I highly recommend going and checking out the waves. The food's amazing. Yeah, it's a really awesome spot.
Peru's doing very well at the moment. Peru's still got a surfer in the Olympics currently. We've got Alonso, so Peru doing absolutely amazing over there in Tahiti. So can't wait to see that all play out too. Also, you got Sofia Milanovic on the shortboarding world tour, first ever world champion ever in Peru for any sort of sport. So, I mean, yeah, Peru doing amazing things. And I went to Peru actually years ago with Sofia, and it was amazing to see just how much support she has from the country and how important that means, to the community there. And just, she is like, celebrity, A-grade celebrity over there. It's awesome. It's beautiful to watch, but they're just so passionate. So, yeah, Peru doing good things all over the world.
And we do have a male world longboard champion too, Piccolo Clemente, who's the shaper actually for Maria in the water right now. And of course, surf culture in Peru dating back over 500 years. They are considered to be the founders of surfing there, riding a variety of different surf crafts on waves and documented doing so as well. And the roots run deep over there in Peru, and here at Huntington, where the roots run deep as well, continually having surfing competition here since the late 1950s. Embrace it for what it is. It is Surf City. It's a surf circus. The industry comes to town, and we love it because there's nothing like it in the world. And here she goes, the Peruvian up and riding now. Stepping back into the pocket, getting the footwork forward, up on the nose. Redirecting back with ease. And a smaller, cruisy paced wave on this one. Out in the face there and kicking out, but just to maybe consolidate that 5.5, she might get rid of that 3.3, perhaps, Carla?
Yeah, it looks like their tide's starting to fill in a bit. That's why we're seeing a little bit of that softer on the inside. They're not kind of running quite as far in, perhaps. And I agree. I think she'll probably replace that 3.33. And she's on her way here. It looks like we're still waiting for another ride for Emily, so that's going to change the situation as soon as Emily gets that second ride. We got the replay here. Maria aims for that first initial nose ride, not quite ready to set up, gets there on the second attempt, brings it back into that little power zone there. She's really being delicate. I like her hands. You know, for the most part, she's got intentional hands. Intentional hands are really important to me. I don't like unnecessary hand flapping, and I think she's worked really hard on controlling her arms, and I appreciate that.
That is the Phil Edwards effect. There's a lineage of style as we know it in surfing, and it started off with Duke and the Hawaiians, and it went to Phil Edwards, and of course across the women's side of surfing in the from the 60s through to the modern age is their own set of lineage of women's surfing. But Phil, that classic style where the hands were purposeful because they had defense, big old blocks on the tail where you couldn't do anything but do the drop knee turn, and their body language was epitomized in a functional aspect, and that's where the hands came from. De-weighting and hands by the side when required. We'll get more into the technical side shortly, but here goes Emily Curry up on the nose and goes down, just like Star in that previous heat, falling forward of the nose, and just a little mistimed mishap there.
Maybe a little bit of those jitters. She knows she's kind of behind right now. She's got plenty of time on the clock. I mean, you're looking at 20 minutes left in any ordinary amateur heat. We're just starting. So she's got plenty of time on the clock, but there's a little bit of that bump out there still. She probably not quite negotiated it correctly and wasn't able to keep it glued together. But she looks like she's going to swing in on this inside here and going to take another little peek. That's kind of the advantage of being under priority. And this might stand up for her. She gets that quick tip. Not really able to give us a nice closing on their flick, but I think she's going to help her situation, being that she's only at a 2.67 and a 1.
Yeah, it seems like, just looking at this from an outsider's perspective, it looks like it's a little bit frantic, like a lot of wave catching going on. Maybe, of course, it's a quick paddle back out there today, right? You know, probably a minute, maybe a little bit less, but I feel like she maybe can afford to be a little bit more selective. Even if you rewind 2 waves prior, that one sort of closed out in front of her. I feel like she just needs to find a little bit of that open face.
And someone who found the open face in that previous heat was Zoe Guopion, who's down on the glass with AJ McCord.
Here in the elimination round, waves can be a little tricky. So far this morning is what we've heard. How did you navigate them?
Yeah, I've been surfing the past few days in windy condition because I knew it was going to be windy. It's going to be windy for the next days. But yeah, I'm really happy. It's tricky, but you can see some of the good one coming up the pier. Yeah, but I'm really stoked.
You started surfing on the Longboard Tour in 2019. 2024, you already started out with the 5th place at Bell's. How have you seen your surfing grow in the last few years?
I've been working hard physically, mentally, and technically. I know I still have some place for improving. That's why I love surfing more, because I always can improve. And yeah, I'm really happy. I'm feeling way better, and yeah, I can't wait for more on this event.
What is the thing that you've been working on to improve most in the last, for this year?
Being more happy with myself and calm with myself and maybe gentle with myself too. And yeah, just train hard, but also having fun and be surrounded by my family, my friends that help me to be better as well.
Do you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home rooting you on?
Merci beaucoup à tous. Je vous fais des gros bisous à ma petite maman.
Back to you.
Thanks, Zoe and AJ. Catching up there with Maria, live action. She's got a little inside reform, just trimming forward, stepping forward to get that momentum, and she's out of there. Current heat leader, backing up that 5.5 with the 4.17. That one will have to catch up and see what she will score. You can see the leash tangled around her feet there, and it's interesting to see the leash making its way back into longboard surfing. Carla, off camera, we talked about the generation that grew up leashless, but these surfers are well accustomed to having that cord wrapped around their feet.
It's far different than how I was raised. My father strictly said, no daughter of mine will wear a leash. Verbatim. So I grew up with a very different kind of idea, style, no leash. That was all very, very important. As a coach, as I've evolved in my career in surfing, as we spoke, a lot of these people in different countries from different surf spots, they don't have that same kind of history. They don't have that same kind of push on the no leash scenario. So I don't fuss with it so much. I just let them know, surf like you don't have it on. That's kind of the key with the longboarding. You don't want to look like you're tethered.
Yeah, or jumping off the board because you don't know how to kick out. And here goes Emily on that replay, and nice footwork there, and that's it, gets a nice completion. So that'll be Emily's best wave yet, and a 4.77 comes in, Flick.
Yeah, back to that other conversation, I was just going to add, I think, you're competing, right? If you did, for some reason, lose that board and you had to come in, that's time, precious time, right? And if you're here to win and that's where your heart's at, I don't know, if that competitor in me says, oh, I'd just be wearing one just in case, but like you said, surf as if you're not.
It depends on the person and how you kind of feel about it. Sometimes back in the day when I would put a leash on, it would choke me up.
Yeah.
My brain would be all, I got a leash on. So it's up to the individual. It's a case-by-case kind of situation.
And from a logistic perspective, guys, we are in a controlled environment too. There's no other people hanging around. There's no kids in the shore break. There's no stray boards that are going to hit anybody. That's an important element and a reason why legislation has come in, of course. And it's not necessarily because it's cool to not wear one, because that's not the aspect. The aspect is that freedom, which is why a lot of us surf. And as I know Kevin Scavana in the males division says, he doesn't plan to fall, which is why he doesn't wear one. And that's probably the biggest aspect, because the kick out is a scoring part of surfing as well. The way we finish our wave, the completion is a massive part of style in surfing.
Thank you so much for saying that, because I think the kick out is important, or finishing like Maffer just did here with that rebound off the whitewater. It's a maneuver.
And
what's the last thing the judges see, right? So you want to leave a good impression.
It is. Well, we'll get into that. It's my favorite subject. And, Emily, look how far out they are. That is a wild takeoff spot. They are tucked inside the pier bowl right. We do not see that at Huntington very often. So as much as we say things don't really change here, it is changing. The sand is in a slightly different area here. You see the use of the leash there. Martha bailing on that wave there. She's not tucked up under the pier. These surfers, it is also interesting to note, they're not using that travel later current, which is just 20 meters on the other side of the pier.
You bring up another really good point, and it's not just about wave IQ, but ocean IQ, and really understanding your surroundings, where the currents are moving, how to utilize those currents appropriately. You'll see Maffer here on the replay. She's going to try to set up for just that hit there. That's all it's going to be on offer, but really controlled for what it had there. Not going to probably factor into her 6.1 or 5.5. But with 14 minutes remaining on the clock, there's still plenty of time for things to change. We're hoping Emily is going to kind of step in and really give Maffer a run for her money.
Yeah, well, I mean, just a 3.5 for that single turn. She'll take some confidence out of that, Martha, you'd have to say. But a 6.17 with that 5.5, that's a fairly commanding heat total at this point in time with half the heat remaining. But Emily, she's an experienced competitor. That Skin Dog surfboard is looking strong. If she's able to commit to one of those sections and ride out, you'd have to say that score is going to be there. But just really fascinated with the lineup we have here. Huntington, often known for its lefts going back into the pier, but we're yet to really see any considerable scoring waves on that left. There was that 5.5 for Martha earlier on in the heat, but that light north combo swell making for some pier bowl rights, as we talked about before, Felicity.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few different takeoff spots here at Huntington, right? As we have a look here, looks like Emily's having a paddle.
And gets into that, fading through that section. There's behind the section, doesn't go to the nose, doesn't push it, decides that she's missed the section. She's going to get back out and re-establish herself with 13 minutes remaining. Yeah, some frustration, some nerves perhaps, just looking for that nose ride, but the section's disappearing by the time she gets to the opportunity to step forward, Carla.
Yeah, some of these waves are just not quite lining up or standing up as the girls would hope for, any of us would hope for. So really being able to select is important, selecting the right wave, being in the right spot at the right time. Obviously some of these things kind of luck comes into play. Timing, strategy is definitely in the works here. We've got Maffer now currently in priority, so she's going to probably, with 12.5 minutes remaining, it'll be interesting to see how she uses that priority. We got to really see Khalees use that priority against Malia in that first heat and just keep her from getting a wave, and that was really a compliment of compliments because she knew Malia could get that 6 that she needed, and so yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Maffer decides to play this one out. Emily is not in the play with that last wave. She's still working on that 4.77 and the 2.67, looking at a 6.90, but Maffer up and running.
Yeah, so staying high on that. Little nose ride. You see how close the feet were together, showing some comfort on the nose. She gets the finishing maneuver there. Stable surfing there, but just looking to drop the 5.5. It's a little bonus on the inside here too. Using the footwork to get forward on the midsection of the board. And she had a nice pace to that wave, so stepping off on the sand and a little pirouette to jump off there. So reeling that board into the she'll make her way back out and put some more pressure on Emily.
Yeah, I think that was a good run for her. We'll see if it'll better that 5.5. May or may not. I haven't been quite right on the scores here, so I'll just, let the judges take care of it. That's why they're the professionals here. We'll see that replay. Right to the tip there. She's going to hold, gets that toes over. She's going to redirect here into that white water. And like you said, she was able to get a little bit more on offer into that little reform. She rebounds it off that white water. And then she's paddling back out there. Scores are still dropping for there with 10 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, lots of time. It's like she's going to come in pretty hot there. I might have gotten right on there, 5.67.
There was a multiple view on our wave. We had the drone angle, and we also had the side angle there, but a 5.87, so extends her lead. We're going to go to a break, but don't go anywhere. We'll have the remainder of heat number 4, the elimination round of the women's, coming up next. We are back. This is the Heat 4 of the elimination round of the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, and this is Ria Fernandez, current heat leader, up and riding. And she's looking to drop a low score of a 5.87, and early signs looking good on this one. Multiple nose rides on this, a third nose ride as well, using the full length of the board. And she's tucked up in that pier bowl right, so we haven't seen many lefts in this heat. But in that one, redirecting to the right, Carla Zamora, what did you make of that wave?
Yeah, I think she's got some good stuff happening there. She's looking to better that 6 and a 5, I believe. And looks like she comes in hot with a 7.33, one of the higher scores we've seen this morning. Super stoked for Mafer. I know her teammates back home, Piccolo, Lucas, Garrido, Leco. He's stoked to see her do that. Emily's trying to answer back there, not quite able to make it come out clean there, but she's giving it a good try.
Yeah, that healthy score there. Some elevation on the nose ride. The tail buried really far back, and you'd have to say that's where the majority of those points came from.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to see the judges being able to kind of give some scores into that range there. You can see 7.5 for a couple of those judges there. They dropped the high and the low, so that averaged out to that 7.33. So she'll be super happy to be, you know, in that position there. She set herself with a nice lead. 8.73 needed by Emily. Here we got that replay again. This is on a left here. She gets a little 10. Nice little 10 there for her. She's going to rebound to that white water. Looking for that little reform onto the inside. She gets that little final 5 there inside there. She's milking it. She's looking for some cookies maybe to go along with it.
Yeah, that was one of the longest waves, and it was a combination of maneuvers that garnered that score. And see how quick and delicate the footwork is, Felicity. No easy feat.
No, no way. I mean, this is so beautifully done and great style too. I just love that she milked this wave for all it was worth. Like, it wasn't over here. She gets that little turn, brings it all the way through to the inside, and gets a couple of bonus 5s on the inside as well. So really beautifully done. 7.33. She's building throughout this heat, applying more pressure and making that, you know, that single wave score a lot higher for Emily.
Yeah, she's enjoying herself now. This is a 9th wave right now, and finishing with a 17th at Bells. She'll be looking to really consolidate this, move into the round of 3. But Emily, unfortunately, lost in the second round. This round back in Bells as well. So these surfers are carrying nerves into this heat. This is a do or die heat for their season right now, you'd have to say. But looking good for the Peruvian.
Yeah, she's looking strong right now. She's definitely going to feel good about her performance in this elimination round, putting herself into that round of 16. We'll see where she matches up against. That'll be an exciting heat. It's always a dynamic heat with Maria. She is always, you never really quite know what she's going to offer you, and so keeps it exciting.
See that unique style where the surfers actually get back on their tail to go up and over the whitewash. For those of you joining us right now, it's very unique to big wave surfing, or when you're paddling out through a shore break. Obviously, when it gets over 5 feet, that's not necessarily applicable. We go for the turtle roll, or in some cases, the just bail the old board if it's big enough and you're wearing the leash, or just paddle out in a rip way down the beach so you can get back into the lineup. And talk about surf history. We talk about some of the stylists. We talk about Phil Edwards and the lineage of surf style. And for me, Joyce Hoffman and Australian Phyllis O'Donnell really set the bar and laid the precedent for what we know was good style in the women's side. Any highlights for you over the last, well, not that you and I were around in the 60s, but I feel like I was in spirit.
You definitely, I think, are a child of the 60s. You were in the wrong decade, Matt, for sure. You know, I have to put a shout out to Linda Benson, Joyce Hoffman. We have the Calhoun sisters, of course, Rel Sun. We have a lot of really beautiful women in surfing, and I think that's what's special about the female aesthetic in surfing. We offer a dance, as Sam loves to talk about, the dance quality that we kind of have on par. We're a little bit more delicate with our hands, a little bit more thoughtful and, you know, with our steps. So, yeah. What about you, Felicity?
Well, I'd like to say Rel Sun too. I think, yeah, definite icon, right, of the early years of surfing and female surfing. But I mean, even if I cross over to shortboard, I just can't go past the GOAT. I mean, Stephanie Gilmore, if you talk about style and grace, and for me, it's just two different types of sports. You've got female surfing and male surfing, and I feel that, you know, just the women, just exactly what you said, just bring a little bit more thoughtfulness to it, and it's just a lot of grace, and yeah, it's really beautiful for me to watch. But yes, Stephanie Gilmore, the rail work that she puts together, it honestly is like watching poetry in motion, to use that cliche. It's stunning to watch and just easy on the eye.
Yeah, and it's not to say that we're not powerful.
No,
right?
No. But I feel like you can do both, you know?
Exactly.
You don't have to just be sort of personified or like pigeonholed into one box, you know? I think you know, there's beauty in both, you know, style and power.
Yeah, and Emily's hoping to show a little bit of that beauty and power here. Looks like she's going to get stuck behind that section.
And important that a lot of those surfers mentioned crossed over. Longboards, shortboards, and big waves as well. And that's you don't have to be pigeonholed into one style of surfboard as well. There's those surfers that we mentioned, diverse, being able to surf Hawaii, California, and on the world tour as well. I think that's the mark of an accomplished surfer, is that they can surf a variety of waves and surfboard styles. As these two women out on the water, they're both accustomed to the short and longboard realms, and we see that increasingly so in professional surfing, and it keeps the spice alive, Flick.
Oh, for sure. I think, you know, it's never a bad surf, it's just bad equipment. I mean, that's the whole saying, right? I mean, if it's small, take out a board with a bit more volume. You're still going to have a great time. If it's big, you know, I think it's just really important choosing the right equipment that you know that you're going to have fun on, I think, at the end of the day.
We're going to recap this heat so far. We've had some amazing surfing in this heat 4 right now, and it's Maria Fernandez. This is the recap there of the 617.
Yeah, 617 here. She's got nice control. She gets that initial tip time. She rebounds that white water, and then we got Emily here trying to answer back. That was one of the stronger waves for Emily, that 477. But Moffer, she locks in that 733 right here on that left, gets that tip time right on the 10, rebounds the white water, keeps control here. See another angle there, gets that 10. That's what we want to see here in longboarding. Kind of the ultimate maneuver, getting right all those 10 toes over.
And here she goes now, considerable heat lead at the moment, and looking just to use that priority, a soul arch, hang 5. We haven't seen much of that in that heat. This is a beautiful wave there, carving her back around in the pocket, using the footwork, linking the sections together, and she'll work her way through to the inside. The Peruvian looking to extend her lead over our English surfer, and she gets a link up. You see the trim in the middle of the board, taps that one over the top. Unable to ride out of that, but really good signs in the final minute of this heat, Carla.
Really just keeping it going. She really has that energy. She's kept the fire going from beginning to end. And that's, you've seen it. You see it through the scores. You see it through her energy paddling out. Even 45 seconds. Here's that replay here. She gets right to that tip, like you said, a little bit of that soul arch, throws that hips out. She's gonna rebound it into that white water. Almost kind of gets stuck there, but she managed to hold control. And there we got Emily.
Carving that one through, little check turn and a 2-for-1 combination. No footwork yet on this, but she's looking for the inside reform, needing a 9.16. And
it's a hefty score for 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so, you know that. You kind of know you're defeated on a wave like that, but she'll come in with some dignity intact and make her way through to the inside. But unfortunately for Emily, it'll be another 17th place finish here at Huntington Beach. Stop 2 on the World Longboard Tour. Commiserations to Emily. She'll enjoy the rest of her time here in Surf City. Action-packed day ahead, but it is the Peruvian Maria Fernandez who takes the win with a convincing heat total there, 13.93, bettering on her last wave of 6.6. And a consummate performance there. Peruvian moving through into round 3, but stay tuned. We'll have more action coming up with Heat 5. Joining you shortly.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Polarized, anchored in style for under $50. By Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages.
All right, more action coming here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, the Huntington Longboard Classic, stop 2 of the Longboard Tour. And welcome again. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with Rosie Hodge and professional longboarder Declan Whiten. Declan, thank you for joining us. First of all, your take on the conditions today.
Yeah, it's super fun out there. Thanks for having us in here as well. Yeah, it's been really fun. You know, it's cleaned up heat since this morning now and a bit higher tide. So, yeah, there's some great waves out there for the girls at the moment.
How's the adjustment coming from the cold, chilly waters of Bells Beach, but long walls on that point break here to Huntington Beach, where you have a pretty quick beach break to deal with?
Yeah, we were saying the other day, it's kind of polar opposite. You
Yeah.
know, you go from the farmland cold of Bells Beach to Huntington, where it's lots of activity. You know, everywhere you look, there's something going on, especially out in the water. We got the Challenger Series here too. Everyone doing huge punts over your heads when you're out there. It's not just Bells Beach. So it's yeah, it's definitely a big adjustment.
Here we got Avalon Gall, Declan. What can you tell us about Avalon?
Oh, she's so lovely. Such a good surfer. Got an amazing hang 10 on her backhand. The clip just came out on her Instagram lately of her at Noosa, just holding this 10 forever. And yeah, she's such an incredible surfer. I've been on tour for a long time, so definitely going to be hard to beat. But Liv looks like she started with a really good score out here.
Yeah, Liv Stokes, the Canadian, the surfer representing Canada, starts off, Rosie, with a 7-point ride. That's a big number in the context of today's scores.
That is a huge number, and so well done to her. I mean, Liv coming into this event as a wild card. Take us through this one, Declan.
Yeah, so straight up on the nose. They're all on these pier bowl rides. Nice big off the top there and finishing. So getting 3 maneuvers in there, which is quite tricky out there today.
And replay here, Rosie, of Avalon.
Yeah, so Avalon's probably hearing that number dropping in from her competitor, knows she needs something big. You know, she's trying to find that little bit of tip time and then get to that rail work. She's still working through this wave. You know, you got to remember that part of the longboard competition is also the way that you control the entire wave and your kick out. So the judges are taking into consideration this entire ride. Just finding some more tip time on the inside there. Beautiful wave from her.
And there we go. We set the heat. We talked about Avalon Gall. We talked about Liv Stokes, USA and Canada representing, and Liv opening up with that giant number, 7-point ride. So early advantage to the surfer representing Canada. Rosie, you ever surf in Canada?
I have. I've been to Tofino.
See, I knew
yeah,
that.
Surf Cox Bay. It's absolutely stunning. Probably in, I think we were there over November, just, and it was insane. Absolutely loved it. Just raw, beautiful open ocean waves and natural beauty.
How thick of a suit?
Pardon?
How thick was your wetsuit?
Do you know what? I was surprised. I took like
Spring suit?
Yeah, all the way. I took a 5'4" hood, boots, and I actually got a little bit too warm in that.
Ooh.
I think like a 3-4 for me would have been great. Steamer.
Rip curl.
Yeah, rip curl. Flash bomb fusion.
Why not? Drop a little commercial. Hey, Declan, I got a question for you. You know, the difference in equipment, are most of these surfers riding the same boards they were riding at Bells, or is there equipment change with having to adjust to these beach breaks?
I think some are surfing similar equipment. I think Maria in the last heat was on the same board she rode down at Bells. I know personally I've changed up for here. It is a completely different wave. Liv just goes down there. But yeah, definitely more of a beach break. A lot of wide tail, square tail logs.
So what did you change in your personal board, the difference between your Bells board and your Huntington board?
At Bells, I was riding a Bell pin, so kind of still wide, but yeah, definitely a little bit more drive. Avalon, nice nose ride there.
Yeah,
Turn.
quick up to the nose. And that's going to get it right back into the heat, Declan.
Yeah, that's another 3 maneuver wave. It's super tricky out there to get them, so she'll be stoked with that one. Still going on the inside. Yeah, definitely going to be a close one between her and Liv's first wave even.
And we notice Avalon leashless. The question to you, Declan, to leash or not to leash here in Huntington Beach?
The board I'm riding at the moment actually doesn't have a plug in the back.
Oh, I like your style.
Decision made.
I like your style there.
But I'll definitely chuck one on if it gets bigger, or if we're surfing those pier bowl lefts. Just you need it going into those pylons. You know, you're gonna get smoked if you don't, or your board is anyway. But yeah, it's just personal preference, whatever anyone wants to do.
And Avalon there, Rosie, with a lot of control, so this should get her back into heat.
A lot of control, gets that tip time in that critical part of the wave, and then straight into that transition of that top turn maneuver. So 3-turn combo out on the outside, showed a lot of variety, showed a lot of control. Her footwork was impeccable. I really like that wave and the answer back to the 7.
Yeah, so Avalon with a 4.33, 5.73 just dropped. She's in the lead. Liv Stokes has that valuable 7-point ride. Needs a 3-point ride to take the lead off of Avalon. Liv with priority. There she is, eyeing up this pier bowl, right? A little bit of flutter on the face. And here she goes. 4 steps up to the nose, touches for a 5, gets back on the tail. Beautiful carving turn there. Sets the trim line again. Goes for a roller coaster finish. Steady surfing, looking for a bit more of a reform. Not going to get it, but should get the 3-point ride and the lead, Rosie.
I really like that cross step in between before she goes for that maneuver, Declan. I'd love to hear your opinion on it, because it just seems like she's committed on that cross step, knowing and waiting for that section to arrive, but she's still got that finesse in between those maneuvers.
Yeah, it's all about just keeping that flow, and I think that cross step in between maneuvers is really just helping with that. Similar with Avalon there. It's just, yeah, keeping that flow is such an important element in the criteria at the moment. And yeah, it really ties the maneuvers all together. So yeah, definitely important.
So now back-to-back rides between Avalon Gall and Liv Stokes. We're waiting for 2 numbers to set the heat. Avalon improves upon her scoreline, anything over a 4.33, and still waiting for Liv, who needed a 3-point ride to take the lead. We're third way through here at the 20-minute mark. And gosh, this is the first time today, Rosie, that I've seen the judges take quite a while to get the scores in. They've been pretty quick on the numbers so far today.
There's also been a flurry of waves. It's pretty much been back to back to back. So they've really got to digest those numbers and taking their time to allocate the right numbers. And with that 7-point ride on the opening ride of the heat, that's really set the benchmark for the heat. So now it's about getting the criteria and the scale right for the rest of this 30-minute encounter.
So a 5.6 drops for Liv Stokes. She takes the lead. Avalon Gall needs a 6-point ride. We're saying, well, waiting for that score for Avalon. That paddle right there should cost Liv her priority, as it does. But she's going to make quick work to regain that priority, as we can see the paddle back out of Avalon Gall way down the beach, so it does not take that priority off of Liv Stokes. So good heat control right now to Liv. Still waiting, however, for a score for red, Avalon Gall. I was anticipating that sideline interview right there. So we're going to hear from the last heat winner. Maria is with AJ McCord. AJ.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Yeah, Maria, felicitaciones, congratulations. The 7.33, the high score of the day. Tell me what you love about surfing here at Huntington Beach.
I'm so happy for winning my heat and high score. I like Huntington. The wave is so fun. So happy.
As you should be. Atrás de Bells, ¿cómo te preparas para esta competición?
Estoy aquí desde el 22, después de Bell Beach. Esta es una ola difícil y quería adaptarme y estar feliz y disfrutar las olas.
So Maria just said that she got here straight from Bells on the 22nd of July. So you've been practicing on this wave because it's a very difficult wave to surf, but did so well this morning. Felicitaciones.
Muchas gracias, thank you.
Well, there you go. That's some commitment right there. Gosh, to the tour. Now, Declan, at the end of the year, we take the top 8 men, right? And the top 8 women, and then we go through that one-day event for a world title. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, same as what we did at Malibu last year for the first time.
Yeah. So we'll do that in El Salvador this year.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and the journey for most of you on this tour really is, first of all, just to make that top 8, right? And how difficult is that? I mean, just for yourself, because on the men's side of stuff, I see us just a stacked field of really, really talented surfers.
Yeah, it's so difficult. You know, the round of 16 heat. I mean, obviously the elimination round is where no one wants to be, but that round of 16 and the difference between a 9th and a 5th is so important, because 9th obviously being outside that top 8 and the 5th being inside. Yeah. So, a lot of pressure on that round and getting through, and yeah, it's super tricky.
Yeah, so you had a quarterfinal finish at Bell's. So with your math, that's kind of a keeper for you right now. Of course, you want to do better than that, but you already have a keeper this season.
Yeah, for sure. I was happy. I mean, then you start looking at the difference between 5th and 3rd. You know, you keep doing that until you're all the way through, right? But it's definitely a start for the year, and hopefully can do a bit better at Huntington here and have 2 keepers leading into the final.
I feel it's been quite a journey for you. The first time I saw you come in as a wild card, I think it was 2022 at your home break at Manly, and that's for me when you kind of busted onto the scene and became more of an international name. Talk about your journey, really, in professional longboarding.
Yeah, I mean, kind of got off to a good start at the start of COVID there in 2020. We were one of the last events before everything shut down. And then, so I ended up with a 3rd in Noosa back then. And then I wasn't able to finish off the year just because it got quite tricky trying to travel outside of Australia and stuff. And the rest of the year ended up running the back end of 2021.
Yeah.
But then I ended up getting a wild card back onto Manly in 2022.
Yeah.
And Tully White, who I travel with, also from Manly, and myself ended up getting 3rd, both making the semis there, and that was incredible. Having the support from home. The Northern Beach is such an incredible community, and having them get behind us and getting to see what we do on the world stage was super important event for us. And
yeah, there's a lot of North Stain pride, I find, at your local beachy, which is just a wonderful part of the world.
Yeah, very, very lucky to have that on that.
Many generations of surfers as well. Like the surfing in your area goes back probably to the 60s.
Yeah, it's incredible, and all the older boys. They were actually here with all the Challenger crew from the Northern Beaches as well, and we've got Kai Otten doing some coaching with us, as well as Cale Belwarren. Yeah,
wow, so, unreal.
Yeah. So it's been incredible, and just the support from the Northern Beaches in general back home is just absolutely out of this world. So, and then having the boys from the Challenger getting down there and cheering us on, it's good to have a loud crew, because while me and Tully can try and cheer each other on, we're definitely a whole lot louder with 10 boys in their 20s in there.
Yeah, I love that. The Australians sticking together. George is doing pretty well right now too. So can't wait to see George Patak come up in the Challenger Series. We're going to shift gears. Thursday is when we're going to get into the Challenger Series, but right now we got longboarding running all the way through Wednesday, Rosie, and this is just the beginning. This is actually day 2 of competition, because we had the opening round yesterday.
Yeah, we're straight into that elimination round, and as we watch Avalon taking off on this wave, Kaipo.
All right, so Avalon with that last score of a 6.9 did take the lead off of Liv Stokes. She's looking to better her 5.73. And getting some good glide through that flat section, even gets up to the nose before dumping in the shore break there. So we'll see how the math pans out to that for Avalon. It's a short run up the beach if you lose your board. And a replay here, Declan, of Avalon.
Yeah, I feel as though this is quite similar to a 6.9. Maybe just didn't get quite as dynamic a finish, but she's definitely eyeing off these lefts that have started kind of out the front of the competitors' area, and they're working for her. That 6.9 is right up there and got her right back in the heat. So, yeah, she's got a game plan and she's sticking to it.
Well, we're waiting for this score for Avalon Gall, and it seems like it's a perfect time to take a Bonsoy brew break We're going to take that bonsai brew break, froth it up on the side. We'll be back more amped than ever. Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, south side of the Huntington Beach Pier, and Avalon Gall, our heat leader, up and riding, tapping the nose there. And Avalon looking to add to her heat total in her challenge up against Liv Stokes in this elimination round. Kuiper Girl along with Rosie Hodge and our special guest, Declan Whiten, on the call here. And some smooth surfing by Avalon Gall, Rosie.
Yeah, man, she's just really found that rhythm as we see Liv up and riding on this one. Important wave for her.
Liv Stokes needs to clear this section, and it's just going to hang in the whitewater. Needs a 5.63. She started with a bang with a 7-point ride, but when we look at the two-wave total, she's trailing Avalon Gall. So we got two scores in for that we need, actually, for both blue and red in this heat. Under 10 minutes on the clock, and a paddle back out for priority is ensuing right now, and it looks like Liv's going to have the clear water next to the pier, so she should make a fast time out there. Declan, you like the channel right next to the pier there? Give you a little escalator back out to the lineup?
Yeah, it's as long as you're not caught when a set comes and getting pushed into the pylons. Those things are gnarly, but nah, it's good being able to paddle out next to the pier, and yeah, it's pretty mellow out there now. It looks super glassy.
It seems to me like historically, we've seen a lot of, like, in the history of longboarding here, we see a lot of people shooting the pier, but we don't see that so much anymore. Why is that?
Well, the pier bowl rides are going off at the moment.
That's why. You're going the other direction, huh? But if we have some south swell coming in, maybe going through the pier?
Yeah, for sure. I reckon, I mean, Justin Quinto was like
the man
renowned for it, right? He won almost all of them, you know.
Good call there. Good call, yeah. Quinny, we miss him.
We do. I hope he's doing well. I think he's just out charging pipe and getting barreled off his head at the moment.
He made that transition into like getting a couple of pipe bombs pretty quickly coming off of a longboard, right?
Yeah, he can do it all. He's incredible.
Well, the score comes in for Liv Stokes. It's not enough, Rosie, a 4.8. And even worse news for Liv is going to be the number that drops for Avalon, a 7.13. So Avalon pulls way ahead.
Yeah, it was interesting because her wave previous she just missed that little bit of a connection on the inside. She tidied things up, and now she's got the best score of the heat so far. So even Liv with that strong start with the 7 has really battled to back it up. And I feel like Avalon's been that woman that's found that rhythm with the ocean and really refined her surfing in the heat of the moment.
Well, Liv does have priority, so she will have an opportunity to fire back because she's got ample time on the clock. Line's coming through here, and it's going to swing towards Avalon Gall. Dial-a-bomb finds this one, gets on the nose, perched there. Beautiful surfing right from the takeoff. Getting up to that hang 5, some cross-stepping on the inside here, redirecting. And that wave came straight to Avalon, Declan, even under the priority. That was a gift from the Pacific for her.
Yeah, they're both sitting on 2 different peaks at the moment, and Avalon's wave just then, she got so much lift on the nose ride. You could almost see the whole underside of her board. So those lefts are really working for her. The board looks incredible, and she's surfing so well. So,
do you have any idea what board she's riding?
She'd be on a Takayama.
Yeah, Michael Takayama.
Yeah. Her partner Kai Takayama.
Yeah.
So they're both riding the Takayama surfboards, and she's been, ever since I've known her, she's been on them, and she surfs them incredibly. The lift they get out of the nose ride, I think Liv might even be on one as well. So battle of the Takayamas out there.
Popular shaper designer Michael Takayama, nephew of a Hall of Famer in the way of surfing, Donald Takayama. Takayama family, like now you look at it actually with 3 generations of great surfer shapers.
Yeah, it's incredible. There was so many of our competitors ride those boards, which must highlight how good they are. I haven't had a go on one yet, but yeah, I'd definitely like to try one. They look, just to nose ride, they look incredible, so much lift. Yeah. I think they're on 2 separate models here. I think Avalon might be on the square and Liv on the kind of more bell pin, just from memory, but I could be wrong.
Well, Declan, for more on boards, let's go down with a Hurley board breakdown. Strider Wazalewski's in the boardroom.
Yeah, we're down here. We got a lot of lumber down here in the rack. I mean, all these boards over 9 feet, all heavy. You know, I stopped at Kai Salas and the Salas shape, so kind of an old school vibe. You got a guy who has won a world title on his own boards, shaping and making his own surfboards, and just checking out the foil in these boards, checking out all the concave out of the nose, checking out the moontail that he puts into these boards. Actually, some wax on the fin. I'm going to take that off for him, so he's going to win his next heat because he's in the elimination round. But you know what? Hats off to Kai, world champion, and making his own equipment. That's a solid old school move right there, and we love to see it. So let's see how he goes in the elimination round today.
All right, well, thanks, Strider. And just tying that up, actually, Kai Salas in the elimination round, he's going to be facing up against Kai Takayama. And we're just talking about the Takayama boards, talking about Kai Salas, him making his own boards. So that's going to be one to watch as we kick off the men's later this afternoon, Declan.
Yeah, for sure. They're both incredibly stylish surfers and really, really good nose riders. So it'll be, if this pier bowl ride is still going for them, it'll be really good heat to watch.
Do you have a favorite surfer?
It changes, probably week to week, event to event. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Kai Ellis Flint was such a standout last year on the Longboard tour for sure. Just the flow element we talked about earlier. But I love how Tully surfs. You take bits and pieces from everyone, but Tully White is someone I surf with so much back home, and is so inspirational to me. The way she goes about competing and just her headspace and her surfing, obviously, is so graceful and stylish. So definitely one of my favorite surfers.
Can you pick a favorite shortboarder for me?
John.
Yeah, that was easy.
Yeah. It comes back to that style, right? He's got his own individual, and he's good in everything, and yeah, he's definitely up there.
Yeah, great pick there. Well, Rosie, we're down to 3 minutes, 35 seconds, and Liv is in a bit of a situation. She's under the priority of Avalon and needs a giant number, a 7.73.
Yeah, this is stressful moments for Liv, but so great to watch the way that this heat has played out. You look at the numbers, it's been one of the best heats of the morning so far, as we see Avalon now move to that pier bowl right to kind of stick on Liv. Avalon having that priority. And something I'll say about Avalon, looking at her career, I feel like her results really don't paint the picture of what a talented surfer she is as we watch her on this wave. So utilizing priority, wow, that was maybe a mistake from Avalon. But, you know, she got a 9th in this event last year. She's kind of, I think she got a 9th at Bells, at the event at Bells. But I just feel like she's come up against, you know, the event standouts that have had the momentum. But you look at her surfing, and she is someone that you'd put in the conversation for better results, for event wins, for maybe going for a world title.
Yeah, I think we're going through a really good space in longboarding at the moment. Competitively, like it's become much more professional, and a lot more people are taking professional approaches to it. So before it was kind of turn up, surf, sea wave, surf wave, and you know, you can have great heats and then next round you could be straight out. So I think everyone's kind of getting more heat smart. We've got more stops on tour than what we used to, so it's definitely just getting better, the longboard tour as a whole, and then the competitors are following suit. So yeah, we're just really, Avalon started to build those results from just heat knowledge and surfing more heats, and it's starting to show in this one here. You know, the move over to pier bowl put a bit of pressure on Liv. Yeah, she's surfed a really good heat.
Yeah, and even, you know, with that great start, she's found herself in a tough spot. Liv Stokes does have priority though, so it's kind of up to the Pacific right now. Do you have a mantra or anything to summon waves, Declan? What do you do? You got 90 seconds right now as a competitor. What can you possibly do?
I mean, sometimes it goes your way and sometimes it doesn't. You just got to run with that. Like, one heat sticks out to me was Carney and myself at Malibu a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
That was 90 seconds to go. It had been flat for like 10 minutes, and you just knew something. You kind of get that feeling something's going to come, and it came for him, and he smoked me.
Well, this came for Liv. Let's see if she can make it happen. It's on the nose, pretty planted, smaller wave. She needs a big number, however. It's back for a quick 5. Declan, I'm going to go for you first. Do you think that was enough?
I think just the wave size let her down. She got that really, really good opening nose ride, but yeah, as you touched on during the call, it was maybe just a touch too small and not a dynamic finish enough to get up into that 7 range.
Yeah, and it comes in under a 4.9, so not enough for Liv Stokes. Down to 25 seconds on the clock. Here goes Avalon, our heat leader. Graceful footwork, beautiful style, and just a nice ride in for Avalon Gall. She's going to ride straight into the round of 16 and avoids elimination in this elimination round. Highest wave and highest heat total of the day so far. Avalon Gall has set the bar. Thank you, Declan Whiten, for joining us, and we'll see you in the round of 16 when we get into the men's, but you get the whole day off, so thanks for coming in here.
Nah, thanks for having us. It's been fun.
We got more action coming your way from the Lexus US Open of Surfing, more longboarding. When we return, it's gonna be friendly fire for Hawaii. Kiani Kanula up against Natalia Wunderlich.
Nah, thank you.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. By Yeti. Built for the wild. And by Sambazon. Bringing you the delicious powers of acai.
Coming out of the water, Liv Stokes and Avalon Gall. Avalon with the victory there in the elimination round. She's going to move on into the round of 16. This is day 2 of longboard competition at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Liv anchors up. Pull that anchor up. Thank you for joining us. We got 2 surfers representing Hawaii up against each other in this elimination round. Keani Canulo up against Natalia Wunderlich. I'm Kaipo Girl, along with Rosie Hodge, talking you through today's action on this beautiful Sunday in Southern California.
No whining on the yacht, Cups. It's such a beautiful day. The sun's out. That fog has kind of disappeared. We got I think the tide is still outgoing until about 10:36. So water's going to keep moving. Conditions are improving all the time. It looks super fun out there.
Yeah, I'm hoping that some pelicans come by. We don't get pelicans in Hawaii, you know, so I've enjoyed my pelican time here in Huntington Beach. Here we go, Natalia Wunderlich. And Natalia with a nice start, little hung up there, however, with the redirect. Keani Canulo in the red jersey already opened up with a 2.5, so we'll see what Natalia scores for her opening ride. And it comes in at the 3.17. Take a look down the coast, and it appears the surfers have really switched up their positioning in this heat. They were surfing in the last heat. Avalon Liv surfing the pier bowl rights, but both Keani as well as Natalia moving further down the beach, Rosie.
Yeah, Avalon kind of found some of those lefts a little bit further south, but now these 2 women moving even further south down the line. But there's still a lot of space between the 2 competitors surfing completely different peaks.
Could we almost call that Machado's left? Is that Machado's left-ish?
Yeah, I mean, I'm having to almost.
I'm thinking, well, Natalia, she's definitely heading up to Machado's left. There we go. That's the left up there, made famous by a victory here at the US Open by Rob Machado. That would have been in the 90s. Nobody even looked at that left. Rob went down there, smoked. It was like the secret, his secret sauce. So everyone like, look right. No, I'm going to go left and beat all you guys.
It is right on the cusp of the competition area.
Yeah.
Like you're almost out of the zone for where the judges, on the judges' periphery of where they can see you and really zone in on what you're all about. Here goes Natalia.
Finds the left, gets the nose, gets the 5. Great footwork there. Cross steps back, gets a nice trim through the inside here. One more time for the 5 to the 10. Well put together wave for Wunderlich. That was some graceful, beautiful footwork.
Oh, here we go. Another wave.
Keani answering back, finds a left of her own and puts in a power turn there to finish off. Nice cross stepping. Showing some intricate footwork. Working the entire board, gets a nice trim line on the inside here. Just another tap of the nose and another powerful turn. A little caught up in the finish, but well put together wave by both surfers.
This elimination round is no joke. I mean, that previous heat was fire. Now these 2 women, just some beautiful footwork from them. I love the rail work that we saw there from the surfer in red. And Natalia getting that little lift and glide on those critical nose rides.
That lift and glide reminds me exactly of what has inspired me yesterday, back to pelicans. As pelicans oftentimes don't even have to flap their wings. They just take the loft and the glide and that kind of reminds me of a good nose ride, the levitation of a good nose ride.
And also the longboarding community, because you often see the pelicans, they fly in a V and they kind of glide all together. I feel like there's definitely that feeling of community with the longboarders. Everyone's down here supporting. There's a mutual respect, not as cutthroat as the Challenger Series where the surfers are. Maybe a few more rivalries that brew.
Yeah, yeah. Longboarders, they're a happy bunch, but they're going to get angry right when we come through a little bit further in the draw. Speaking of pelicans, seagulls, dolphins, look at that, Rosie.
Yeah, I told you. It's
nature's best.
Gorgeous day.
Now, what's probably is, as we put our National Geographic hat on here, is there's probably a school of fish right there. The dolphins are feeding off of the fish. The pelicans are feeding off of the fish. Seagulls want to get in there if there's any scraps.
This time of year, the grunion run?
Could be grunion.
Yeah. So, not an angler, but speculating, purely speculating. But, yeah, just rad to see.
It is. It is.
What about the frigate birds?
There's frigates as well. And, you know, the frigates, they make quite a migration, right, from north to south. And a lot of times the frigates will come in, to south in the winter time because it gets really cold up north there. Maybe lay their eggs here and have a new generation of frigates.
Yeah.
Aviary 101.
Are they pelagic? Is that what?
They're non-pelagic? I don't think so. Oh, no.
I think I just wanted to say the word pelagic.
Yeah. You can look it up if you didn't know what we're talking about. Back to some replays, and this is 5.17 for Natalia.
I love that first nose ride. Just those toes straight over the nose of that surfboard, straight into that carve. Some footwork in between there, so keeping that flow alive. Almost gets that 10. But there, that lift and the glide on the nose ride. I mean, a smaller wave. She's kind of in that mid-range for the score, the 5.17 for her.
And this, Rosie, is a 6.83. I think the judges love the variety in this wave.
I agree. I mean, the footwork on this was just so gorgeous. She stays at the top third of that wave. Really got critical there. Lays it on the rail. You can see that little bit of steepness and a bit more power behind that move.
So like we said, both surfers representing Hawaii. So unfortunately, there's going to be some friendly fire for the Hawaii surfers. We're going to lose one in this elimination round. Of course, Hawaii, really one of the birthplaces of, not just the birthplace of surfing, but still to this day has had a long history of world-class longboarders. And a lot of it, you know, from the South Shore, where Keani Kanulo's, you know, that Queen's surf break has produced so many great surfers. Most notably is the 2012-2013 world champ sister, Kelia Moniz, who really motivated and inspired surfers like Keani Kanulo.
Yeah, Kelia.
And Natalia.
Definitely one of my favorite, all-time favorite surfers, just so inspired by her, two-time longboarding world champion. I'm sure, you know, she's really done such a great job of mentoring this young talent and inspiring this generation from Hawaii that we're seeing out in the water today.
Yeah, and we talk about Hawaiian surfers, you know, world champs in the longboards. We got Rusty Keolana, Bonga Perkins, Dino Miranda, Dwayne DeSoto, and our defending world champ, Kai Salas.
But also Keani, I think she actually is has a little bit of a sponsorship deal with Honolulu Pawn Shop that Kelia started over there on the South Shore.
You know, make your way to Kaka'ako and check out Honolulu Pawn Shop.
Yeah.
They're making some quite fashionable stuff over there. Love fashion. I love the surfing of Avalon Gall as well. She won her heat. She's into the round of 16. Let's hear from Avalon. She's with AJ McCord.
Yeah, Kaipo winning it with style too. How about that? The 14.73 highest heat total we've seen of the day. How were you able to pick your waves?
Well, I kind of had a strategy going out, just going to catch a couple of pier bowls because everyone had been surfing it all morning, but I knew I really wanted to go left because I've always gone left out here, and I just got really lucky and found a couple of good ones.
What is it about going left here at Huntington Beach that makes you feel like you can showcase your best surfing?
I
feel like in a beach break, most regulars go right, most goofies go left. So I just wanted to get some fun ones, and watching people like Justin Quintal growing up, getting all the lefts into the pier, and watching all the duct tapes. I just always love going left out here.
Well, it certainly looked like you had a lot of fun. We're loving your surfing today. How much confidence does it give you coming out of this round into the next one with such a solid heat score?
Yeah, really good. It was nice to have a fun heat with some clean conditions and surf with Liv. She did great. Been surfing with her since I was really young. I'm glad I got to have a heat with her.
Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah, Avalon going to the round of 16. Goofy foot, of course, right foot forward. Goofy foot, a term invented probably in the 1950s when there was a cartoon with Goofy. I think he's a dog. And he had a surfing scene, and Goofy stood right foot forward, hence the term Goofy foot.
Yeah. Nailed it.
Nailed it, yeah.
Yeah.
You can call it left stance too. Back in the day, we used to call it left stance. But yeah, and still to this time, we just call surfers with their right foot forward goofies. Sorry about that.
You're
Actually,
a goofy.
I'm a goofy, yeah. Ah, obviously.
I'm ambidextrous.
Ooh.
But I choose left foot forward when I surf,
Yeah.
right foot forward when I skate.
Oh, you're one of those. You're one of those.
So, I'm neutral.
Yeah, you push with your back foot, however, on a skateboard.
No, yeah,
right?
I don't push Mongo.
Okay.
Yeah, come on.
I'm sorry.
You were testing me.
And I apologize to all my Mongo pushing friends out there.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Nothing wrong with it. If, hey, gets you from point A to B, I'm not to tell you what foot to push with. There's no judgment here, although the back foot works better. 16 minutes and 45 seconds.
I do remember Sierra Kerr is an incredible skateboarder, always gives her dad a bit of lip because I think he pushes Mongo, Josh Kerr, which is pretty funny.
We've had professional skateboarders push Mongo. Bill Danforth, great skater, just like to push with his front foot. So, again.
Honestly, I know nothing. I'm a terrible skateboarder.
Oh, speaking of skateboarding, we have skateboarding happening here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. It's the X Games has joined us here for a vert skate competition. Today we're going to have skate demos this Sunday. Next weekend we'll have the finals for that vert skate competition, and pretty impressive to see giant vert ramp right on the sand here in Huntington Beach. Just one of the many activations we have going on. Of course, surf competition daily. We're going to have our Challengers Series final on Sunday, August 11th. Live music every day from 1 to 4 p.m. here on the beach at the Hurley stage. Talked about the Lexus X Game Vert Pro Skate. That's this weekend and next weekend. And just come on down, check out the Lexus US Open Festival Village, play some games, maybe buy some merch, meet some friends, old ones, new ones. It's all happening here in Huntington Beach. And it's nice and cool here because inland Southern California is very, very hot right now.
Yep. Triple digits?
Triple digits in Temecula as we speak.
That's uncomfortable.
All right, 14 minutes and 50 seconds, and Keani Canulo up with a 2.5 and a 6.83. Keani right there really searching for a backup because you don't want to hold that 2.5 in your score line. Let's see if she's on the move here. Surfers, as the tide has changed, have changed their position, but Avalon Gall, our last heat winner, gave it up a little bit. Beach break conditions, these goofy foots, they want to go left. That's exactly what Keani's doing right now. Another sweeping turn there, beautiful turn for Canulo. Gets to the 5, just touches the nose for a bit. Beautiful cross step cutback and the redirect, and she ditched that 2.5 with that performance.
Yeah, as we watch Natalia up and riding way south down the beach.
Oh, planted on the nose there. Gets a nice slash of her own. 2. Hangs on. to the heels right there, and that was a great exchange between the two surfers.
Yeah, that was a really good exchange. Super impressed with the way these ladies are able to turn that board and put it on the rail and get really critical. These boards are long, these boards are heavy, they single fin, so it's not easy. That's really generated out of your core strength and your lower body strength. Just going for that little bit of flow right there, steps back to the middle of that surfboard. Just such a beautiful maneuver, and I love the flow in between, like with those cross steps, getting to the middle of the board. Doesn't quite get to the nose on this wave, but that first maneuver was so great. As we watch Natalia now, she does find that connection on the nose. She's perched right there, goes for the 10, cross steps back, beautiful flow straight into that maneuver. This is a great answer back from her, looking for that 617 to take the lead. Really great wave from her, showing a lot of control too as she kicks out of that one.
Well, while we wait for that score for Natalia Wunderlich, she needs a 6.17. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with that score and more from the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. The longboarders are in the water right now surfing the Pier Bowl, and we're over here at the Sambazon. Acai Bowls going down right here. One of our partners here at the US Open, and come get yourself a nice refreshing snack as this day goes on. Let me tell you, every athlete has been grabbing one of these before their heats and winning. Let's go.
Wow, that looks good, Strider. Sambazon, acai. Well, we went to break. We were teasing the score for Natalia Wunderlich. You can see her right there on the paddle out. The score came in as 6.87, and she flipped the heat, taking the lead off of Kiani Canulo, Rosie.
Yeah, that was impressive stuff from Natalia. A wild card in this event, so making the most of this opportunity in this very pressurized elimination round. We've seen some great heats today. The women have really brought their A game. Looking at the positioning, both surfers have kind of stuck to their game plan of staying south down the beach, giving each other a lot of space. We'll see if that changes as Natalia makes her way out to the back line.
Here's a replay of her last ride. Whoa.
Love that arch. Really impressive from her. So is this going to improve the situation as we wait on that scoreline?
Sure does. And the judges were impressed as well. We're watching a 7.5 for Natalia Wunderlich right here on this replay. And Natalia starts to pull away from Kiani Canulo, who now needs a 7.54. Here goes Kiani. That powerful turn that she's got going. That wave just runs out of some steam.
The only thing Kiani is missing is that critical nose ride. I mean, she's got that carving maneuver on lock. I wonder, she's looking back at the beach. I wonder if her coach is going to tell her to reposition to more where Natalia is surfing, because it has had that opportunity for a nose ride on the takeoff.
Yeah, true. You can see the contrast between the two surfers' waves, where Natalia really has a long wall to get to that trim, get that big hull speed on her surfboard to get to that nose ride. Here's the last effort from Kiani Canulo.
Oh, that was great. Just perched up there in that critical section. Beautiful carve. So she's looking for that answer back, the 7.54. So it would be the highest number of the heat that she's requiring at the moment. This is a great wave from her, but I think the thing that's going to come into question for the judges is just that, wow, look at this beautiful perch up on the nose, a little bit of an arch.
Oh, levitation.
So that's what you're kind of comparing right now for our surfer in red. This is the 7.5. That's the high mark of the heat so far.
Yeah, impressive surfing from Natalia Wunderlich, and a big number, like you said, Rosie. The highest. That's the bar has been set at that 7.5 for that perched nose ride by Natalia. Let's go down to the Bonsoi athlete area with the waxhead, Matt Shanoski. What do you got for us, Matt?
Well, as you can see in the surf right now, the surfers have moved from the pier bowl over to Machado's Peak, that left. With two goofy footers, evenly matched, critical nose rides, strong power carves. It's going to come down to who can get that levitation way back in the pocket. The moment, it's Natalia and Kiani. She's not far behind. Cormac O'Brien, a goofy footer from the South Bay. He's in Natalia's corner, and this is classic Southern California beach breaks. So it's no wonder she's kind of got the edge on Kiani right now, but it looks like an exchange about to happen in the water now.
Wax, I got one more question for you while we got you. Can you tell us a little bit more about Natalia Wunderlich? Because I'm really impressed with her surfing.
She wiped the floor on the LQS at Morro Bay. From the first heat to the final, she was incredible, jaw-dropping. Problem is, she took the win and it wasn't her region, which is why she actually got a wild card, because she thought she was going to be getting points in the North America region. Little did she know, Hawaii is its own region.
Oh, you got to read the fine print, I guess, sometimes. Thank you, Matt Shanoski, the waxhead, dropping some knowledge for us right there. Got to read the fine print in the rule books about what region that you're going to get the points for, but nonetheless, impressive surfing from Natalia Wunderlich. I love that ride that she got that 7.5 on. There she is. Smile on her face. Why not? You're in the lead. And she's now cozying up to Kiani Canulo, because Natalia, with heat control, the lead as well as priority.
Yeah, and they've both kind of repositioned down further south on that Machado bank.
Rob Machado, you got a trademark on this one as far as surf spots going.
Yeah, his ears must be burning.
Ah, yeah, he's just promoting some Machado.
He's like, it's the US Open.
It's the US Open. We're going to talk about you, Rob. And we'll plug your new model, the Machado Cotto.
Oh, such a great board.
You got one, don't you?
I love it. I love it. These kinds of waves.
It's Machado Cotto written all over it.
Yep. A little lime on the avo.
Some Machado Cotto on toast maybe today. Oh, and the paddle. Natalia finds the right this time and finds the nose once again. A little catchy right there, but a nice finish off the top. Looking to improve upon a 6.87 for Wunderlich. Graceful footwork with the cross steps, back up to the nose again, and just wonderful surfing.
Just effortless,
yeah.
Capo. And that's the thing about longboarding. I think that the easier you can make it look is just like that degree of difficulty. You need to appreciate that these women are doing something that's just so, it's a dance. It's just incredible to watch them in the way that they're able to link their maneuvers together with the flow in between and the grace.
Yeah, graceful surfing by both of ours in this heat. Been enjoying the show. We're waiting for numbers for Natalia Wunderlich as well as Keani Canulo, and see if that changes the situation. We're under the 4-minute mark here, and a battle out for priority between these two, kicking and scratching. Wow. Look at the wake behind these longboards right now. They're building some speed. And it will be Natalia getting that priority, which is very valuable because she has the lead and she can control these final 3 minutes, Ro.
Yeah, and you could tell there was a lot of worth in that priority. As you see both of these women just trying to catch their breath. Would have been so important for Keani to get that priority, to control these last few minutes of the heat and find that wave that was going to give her the potential.
Yeah, we're still waiting for scores for both surfers. So we'll see how that affects the situation. So last of blue for Natalia does not change her situation, and last of red, Keani, does not help her situation either. So heat control with Natalia, 2.5 minutes on the clock. Looks like she's in the driver's seat, Rosie.
Yeah, tense moments for Keani as we just see this heat wind down. I mean, she's given it her all, Kappa. She's done some amazing surfing. I feel like the wave has kind of let her down, where it hasn't given her that kind of standout moment on the nose. She's just, it's sad because I think the elimination round, like I said, it's completely stacked, but I'd love to see more surfing from both of these women.
Yeah, I agree. Because it's been a great display by both surfers in this heat. Unfortunately, it's a competition. Someone's going to be eliminated. And right now, it looks like it's going to be Keani Canulo. Looking towards the beach and looking out towards the horizon for any type of hope. Needs a multiple wave set to come through here to really force the hand.
Yeah. And I wonder if it's maybe that opportunity to break away, to get back to that peak that she had been surfing on, just because Natalia has that priority. So create a bit of space in this lineup if she's going to find that wave as the clock winds down.
Yeah, Keani paddling back to the PR bowl, right? Trying to skate Natalia, but Natalia's not going to be fooled right now with the priority and the heat control. She's hot on her track. And this should, at this point, now that we're under a minute, this should be a elementary finish for this heat, strategy-wise.
Yep, you got to utilize that priority. You got to apply that pressure and just make sure she doesn't get away. But Keani is really trying everything to get a little bit of space.
Yeah, the chase is on.
And I definitely think that's where we've kind of seen this longboard tour evolve a little bit, is just the women knowing how to play the game. They've really learned that heat strategy and bringing it into play.
Yeah, I mean, we used to have the duct tape out here as part of the U.S. Open of surfing. That was more of a feel-good kind of display of surfing, not really like this kind of competition that we're seeing here. So this is true competition where strategy's coming into play and on display right now. And Natalia, just like that, closes out the heat, utilizes priority.
Well, she had to be careful there because the hooter had sounded, but if she had got to her feet and Keani had taken off on that wave, it could have been an interference. So that, even knowing that little intricacy of the rule book, was pretty impressive from her, for her not to get to her feet once she heard that hooter sound.
Impressive surfing, Natalia Wunderlich, Keani Canulo here, eliminated from competition. And we're going to move on, speaking of competition, to more of the elimination round here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
Welcome back, and the camaraderie reigns supreme. And that was Team Hawaii. Natalia Wonderlich taking out Kiani Canulo, who put on a great performance. 2 goofy footers, and that was a great display. In the booth, I'm Matt Chinosky, also known as the Waxhead, with another tremendous goofy footer herself, Carla Zamora, joining us for the call. Welcome, Carla.
Thank you for having me. It's awesome to be here.
And we're back in Surf City, one of the most iconic destinations in surfing. Amazing restaurants, cafes, and of course, surf culture reigning supreme.
Yeah, it's been an awesome day so far. This is day 2, the Lexus US Open of Surfing. It's awesome. Right now we're going to be in Heat 7 of the elimination round. We've got Tully White. She'll be wearing the red jersey. She'll be facing up against Caitlin McGuire, but up and riding right now, that's Tully.
So from Manly Beach, 24-year-old, getting that one off on the pier bowl right. Good, quick footwork, intricate footwork is a part of Tully's repertoire there, and she gets the hips pointed forward, and she's kicking out of that, looking confident on her first wave.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about style and flow, and Tully is definitely high on my list as one of those competitors with really excellent style and flow. I love her purposeful hands, her tight footwork, like you mentioned. So she'll be opening up, looks like with a 3.67, so, you know, not super hot, not super exciting, but she's got some scores on the board. She's got the jitters out of her, and she'll be looking to improve on that.
We saw the surfers in that previous heat move up the beach to that left-hander, and now 2 regular footers back on the pier bowl right. And our attention was taken away for half an hour or so, but these surfers proving that there is some good waves. So Tully locking a 6.67 on that last wave. Caitlin Mickelson, who came off a 3rd place finish in 2022 here. She knows this spot better than most. Stepping back into that power carve from Oceanside, 36-year-old mother. She's here in between mother's duties. She's got her husband Niles here, who's acting as the parent right now. She's out in the water, putting on a great display. And you've had a lot to do with Caitlin over the years as well, Carla.
Caitlin and I have competed together over a number of years. I have about 10 plus years on her, but yeah, we've been competitors for long. She's a competitor. This woman is in it to win it every heat. She's a force, but up and riding, Tully.
Quick footwork, low body language, and carving that one round with a little bit more vicious attack on that, and 2-for-1 combo. That footwork really accelerating her through the section. Element of difference there. That's why she's able to get through to that inside section, Carla.
We talked earlier about those weighted hands, and you could see those hands really working as she was trying to negotiate into the, you know, the faster spots and really milk that wave into the inside. So I think that'll, you know, hopefully be noted by the judges. It looks like Caitlin opened up with a 4.5 rather.
Yeah, that was a nice wave to get her account started. A 6.67 and a 3.67 for Tully, but still scored a drop. So applying the pressure early, and Tully will be really looking to get out of this elimination round. She finished with a 9th at Bells, and here at Huntington hasn't been, you know, too good to her in the past with the 9th last year. So she can get out of this round and get into that round of 16. That's going to make life a little bit easier for her campaign this year. But this is a replay of Caitlin's last wave.
Yeah, Caitlin getting those toes right over there. She is no stranger to this wave or competition. I think she really excels in these beach break kind of conditions coming from Oceanside, surfing, you know, with a pier also. She really milks the wave. She gets that second 5 there. And then a replay of Tully there, that nice 5. Driving, I really like that spice into the white water and really keeping it lively. Again, those hands right there, you can see kind of using those weighted hands to kind of generate that speed into the next section. And then she decides to kind of pull out, but again, still a purposeful kick out.
Yeah, I mean, purposeful surfing is what we're here to see, and the judges are not just scoring tricks, they're scoring the placement of the maneuvers. And someone who put together an excellent array of positioning on her last exchange was Natalia Wonderlich, who's down on the glass with AJ McCall. Felicity Palmer-Tim.
Thanks, Waxhead. Yeah, beautifully put together heat out there. First of all, I want you to talk me through that strategy at the beginning. You obviously moved further south and grabbing a few of those lefts.
Yeah, about like 2 heats before my heat, I kind of went down there because I wanted to just get moving and try to get a couple, and I felt like the lefts were pretty fun, and I was looking at the pier bowl, and it looked a little funky and kind of difficult, so I just wanted to see what I could do over there.
So it was a goofy thing.
Yeah, definitely.
I also wanted to ask you, that heat was a bit of like a seesaw battle between you two. You both had good rides. How do you maintain composure when the situation's playing out like that?
Honestly, I just try to stay calm and centered, smile, and just try to do my best. Yeah, she's a really tough competitor and a really great surfer, so yeah, it was a battle.
You got a 9th place at Bells, moving here to the US Open. What are your goals moving forward in this event?
Just to keep moving up and hopefully, do better and better.
Awesome. Thanks for having a chat with us. Back to you, Waxhead.
Great chat. 2 amazing goofy footers, and I'm surrounded by some dominant goofy footers actually with Carla Rowland here in the booth, and great surfing that last heat, really evenly matched, and as is this heat. 2 powerful, stylish, competitive regular footers, and we love to see these matchups. And looking at this closely, this is Caitlin under priority. Nice, intricate footwork, gets the 10 through the section, gets back to the tail, washes off a bit of that speed, unable to capitalize on that section. Should be looking to link this through the inside, but needing an 8.67. It's going to have to be something of substance, and you have to say that's not going to be the answer.
Yeah, I don't think that 8's going to draw in there, but she's keeping things lively, keeping things moving, and as you said, this is a great matchup. Tully and Caitlin are both phenomenal surfers as well as competitors, and here we've got that replay. You can see Caitlin, she gets that tip time pretty quick and early. Tries to get that 10. I'd argue maybe could be a tight 5. And then, like you said, not really able to get much more after that. But, she's only got that 4-5, so she's just trying to chip away here, get some scores on the board.
Interestingly enough, we saw Zoe Guapion in Heat 3 this morning on a similar nose ride, fell back to the middle of the board, accelerated and maintained that trim, then stepped back onto the tail for that re-entry. But Caitlin went all the way back to the tail and washed off a lot of that speed. That trim point in the middle, so important to maintain speed.
Yeah, and it seems like, speaking to Natalia earlier, spotting those lefts, I can't help but notice that maybe that left has a little bit more scream section, a little bit of speed that you can kind of carry through into that next moment, where the right is kind of a little funky. You're kind of having to play with it more. You kind of have to find that power zone, bringing it back and forth. But Caitlin is no stranger again to this place, and so she knows how to work it. She knows how to maximize her ride. So she's just going to work on trying to improve. She dropped a 5.60 on that last wave, so really not a bad score for not the most amazing wave. It was really nicely ridden. So looks like she is under priority, and she's gonna take advantage of it.
5.8 on her last wave. And this one, stepping into that carve there. So displacing a lot of water, and she's able to keep that momentum moving. Looks like she has an inside track here, sets it up nicely. Quick footwork, gets to the nose again. This might be her best wave yet. The Oceanside surfer is onto a nice one here. Looking for a 7.57, but at the very least, it may be her best wave yet. And as we said, Caitlin knows this spot well. 3rd place here in 2022. Last year, lost out to the rookie Liv Stokes, but some good signs there from the recent mother, Caitlin Mickelson. Her baby's here tuning in, watching her live. That's pretty cool to watch your mum surfing in a professional event.
Yeah, here's the replay of Mama Caitlin here. I think her son's name's Maddox. She gets that 5 and bringing on back into the curler. I love that power turn that Caitlin shows off. She's really known for that kind of speed, power, and flow into her cutbacks. So showing the judges that. Whether or not it's going to hit that 7 mark, I think that's not quite going to be in there, but it does look like the score has dropped, and it looks like it's dropped at a 5.93. So she's sitting now with a 5.60 and a 5.93, looking for a 7.24 in order to take the lead.
And this is that replay of the 5.6. So she gets to the nose, holds that 5 and 10, all the points coming from this, but here steps all the way back to the tail and kind of loses and washes off that speed. The judges noting that, and that's that flow element where the footwork links the nose to the tail effortlessly. The aim of the game is to carry that speed from start to finish. Getting a 5.6 just for that single nose ride, can't help but feel there was a 7 in that score if she was able to connect that flow, connect the dots, as they say.
Definitely, there was a disconnect in there from that nose ride into the next maneuver. So judges, pointing that out, and that's why the score wasn't quite as high as maybe it could have been. But with 17 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, there's more than enough time to change the situation.
And often we talk, both of us do some coaching as well, but cross step is the link. It's like changing gears in a car. It's our acceleration forward and back. We don't have side fins necessarily. We don't have lightweight shortboards where we can generate speed on the tail and the rail. We're using the wave speed, and the board is inbuilt with this speed. It's up to us to harness that, which is where the footwork comes in.
Yeah, you saw in Maria Fernandez's heat earlier, she had one that she was milking on the inside, and she just kept cross-stepping back to stall the board to kind of get back into that speed position. So that's kind of what you're referring to, is using the cross steps to kind of, you see Caitlin there using her cross steps to get right up to the tip. She gets that power cut back again. She's going to milk it into that inside. Hopefully it'll give her some more.
Well, staying really busy under priority, which is what you've got to do here at Huntington. That'll be her fourth wave so far, and she'll be feeling good, just increasing 4.5 to the 5.6 and the 5.93. So Tully, might start taking some notice of these waves and look, well, Caitlin's coming from behind, because this is such an evenly matched heat. But Tully, she's looking hungry. She's not looking nervous or hesitant. You can see maybe a bit of that pressure that Caitlin's maybe applying to Tully, paddling for that wave.
100%. Caitlin's staying busy. And even though you might be in the lead, having somebody that's staying busy and is capable of getting that high score to put you under, you're going to feel it a bit. You're going to feel that anxiety a little. You're going to be keeping kind of your eye out. But as you said, as coaches and stuff, I try to focus on reminding our competitors that it's about them. They're in their own competition with themselves. You need to do you. You need to do, better yourself. And try not to focus too hard on the outside stuff.
Which is what Natalia said in that last heat. Flick posted a question to Natalia and asked her during that exchange where Kiani was winning at the beginning. They were way down the beach. It was almost like just playing your own game. And of course, you can't win a heat unless you catch 2 waves of your own. And that's always the most important part. But we look at different sports. Momentum is such a big thing in football. It's such a big thing in so many other aspects of sport. Basketball, for example, the points just keep coming. Surfing's much the same. When you build that confidence in the athlete, you often see they're in rhythm with the ocean. It's one of the few sports, though, where the variable of the ocean, our main area where we can score points, changes so much. So that momentum is so important.
So true, Matt. So true. It is so dynamic in surfing, and it does create all these different elements because we are working with nature, with the ocean, and sometimes it works in our favor, and sometimes we don't read that quite as appropriately or correctly. And so, yeah, we're just working with what we can get and hoping that, as I said, I think earlier, being in the right spot at the right time, and then obviously bringing your skill set then to the table. You got a couple different parts here that you're playing with. You've got the strategy and being in the right place and making sure you're listening to the ocean or watching the ocean. And you've got your technical. Once you get the wave, you got to do it. You got to do the stuff. So. And then, like you said, Natalia was talking about, it's keeping calm, keeping your head on, staying present, I think, is really key, and not get too far ahead of yourself. We are in one of those really different sports where there's a lot of elements at play.
For sure, and we don't have a team with us. It's a solo affair, and here at Huntington, it's so easy to be caught up in the Surf City vibe. It's an amalgamation of surf culture. There's so much energy. Look at the people on the boardwalk. There's hundreds of them just on their Sunday morning walk, tuning in, watching this longboard surfing, and you can just see them all, their eyes on them. That's something a lot of these surfers, these two are used to it, but many are not. These two are experienced surfers. Here goes Tully from Manly Beach, kicking out of that, using her priority, switches back to Mikkelsen, who's now in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and so you could argue, was that really the right play to make with 14 minutes on the clock? She is in the lead, but she kind of needs to hold on to that priority in order to keep Caitlin at bay. So it'll be interesting to see as the heat winds down and plays out if Tully will kind of look back at that moment and say, uh-oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Watching Caitlin up here, nice nose ride to get things started. Power gouge back into the pocket. And Caitlin looking for a 7.1. She's going to work her way back on this pier bowl right and look for the inside section. Stepping forward to the trim zone, stepping back, gets a little inside link up. Nice little touch of the nose there. And another turn. So very similar to her last wave. So she is building. We'll see where that one comes in at. But Caitlin, she's got the ocean side. Longboard club tuning in, watching her. Summer up here as well, and they lost their team captain, Gretchen Harris, recently, who was a stalwart of the longboard community and a big supporter of a lot of the surfers in Southern California and Oceanside in particular. So everyone tuning in now, that is somebody that's given a lot to surfing, and it's important that we acknowledge her on the broadcast as well.
Thank you so much for acknowledging Gretchen. I know Caitlin here in the replay here would be dedicating maybe even this wave to Gretchen. She has played a huge role in the community. Caitlin showing it off there, gets that tip time back to that power carve. Caitlin's one of the most consistent surfers and competitors on tour and really just in our industry. So I'm sure Gretchen is looking above right now, giving her lots of love and shout out to all of the Oceanside family, and you know, our condolences for the huge loss in the community.
That score there drops, and it's enough to put her in the lead. You can see the power. She's kicking. The experience of Caitlin paddling towards the pier, through the pier, and this is something we didn't see in earlier heats, Carla. We made reference to it with Flick. This is the current, the travelator that'll take you out, and that's the experience of Caitlin that she's bringing to the table here.
As a coach, you know, it warms your heart, right? When
Yeah.
you see these moments that aren't just about the technical, the nose rides and the cross steps, but really utilizing the ocean to your benefit. She's staying close to that pier right there. She's going to get herself back out there. She's got lots of time on the clock, 11 minutes, 30 seconds. And that's still plenty of time for Tully to get that 6.64 that she needs now to advance and get into the round of 16.
See, yeah, Tully White needing a 6.64. We know that she's going to be capable of it. Back at Sydney, it's nearly 4 a.m. right now, but I can tell you a lot of the Manly Malibu Club crew in their own right will be tuning in. It's early on a Monday morning, and they'll be ruining their week's sleep pattern just to watch their girl get through this elimination round. Or maybe not. Maybe they just assume the best and that she'll get through this heat. And her, yeah, I know her mum and dad, Donna and Alice, they'll be tuning in right now, and probably a brother as well. So she's got a big support network back home, and some of them are here as well in Manly. I know Declan will be there coaching her, or at least supporting her, getting her to line up in the correct spot. And her surfboard shaper, Sean Nettleton, he's a tremendous shaper who's been shaping for some of the best over the time, including Belinda Baggs,
yes,
one of the most stylish goofy footers of all time. You've had a lot to do with Belinda as well.
From my era, yeah.
Over there at Malibu, she spent a lot of time when you were surfing there as
Yeah.
well in the early 2000s, late
Yep.
90s.
Yep.
So shout out to Belinda Baggs, one of the best to do it.
Yeah, I competed with Belinda before she kind of came to Malibu, and her style was much different. She had a very more of that Aussie high pro approach before a lot of that old school deal came in, and then, you know, she had her time at Malibu, and I think that kind of helped shift things to a different aesthetic. And yeah, she's definitely one of the most well-known beautiful goofy foots that we have here, and up and riding, that's red, Tully White.
Yeah, so fading into this one, nice, delicate hang five. Little redirect here. Midsection of the wave. This wave not giving anything of substance yet, but keeping busy. That one choppy. Tide coming in. We're approaching the high tide right now, and she gets the link up. This could be the score if she can finish strong. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to go to a Bonsoi brew break, but stay tuned. We'll be coming back for the remainder of Tully White and Caitlin Mickelson. The elimination round of the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic is part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and that's Tully White, who's down into second place. We have Oceanside veteran Caitlin Mickelson, who's got a wild card into this event, winning at the moment in what you'd have to describe as a shock, because straight out of the gates, Tully White looks so strong. A 6.6, 6.87 and a 6.5, but the tables have turned.
Yeah, I mean, I said it earlier. Caitlin, you cannot put away at any moment in time. She's fierce. She knows what she's doing. She knows strategy. She's a veteran, if you will, of these contests. So, yeah, Tully looked really strong. She's still looking strong. This game isn't over yet. Here we got her up and riding.
Fading into this one. Beautiful footwork there. That little touch there. Gets back on the tail. Washes off a little bit of speed, contrasting to her first couple of waves. So she carried that momentum, but this one looks like she's going to be able to link that inside section, pushing the hips forward. That momentum on the trim spot, nothing eventuates.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if she can pull that 6.64 out of that. I liked what I saw in the beginning there. I loved the hands. She had that really classic nose ride. She brought the turn back into it. Will it be enough? We'll see.
Yeah, I think back to that 20-minute mark where Caitlin logged in 3 waves in a row and that confidence started to build. This is that replay. Beautiful footwork there from Tully.
Yeah, gets that, tries to go for another quick one there. Not able to quite lock it in onto the nose, but she's going to milk it all the way to that inside there. Just trying to get a little bit more scoring potential. I don't think she's able to get too much out of it after this, but see where it gets locked in at.
And this was a replay in the break of Caitlin Mickelson. We haven't had this score lock in just yet, but looking to drop a 6.07, staying really busy. And you see her linking the tail, looking for the footwork here to accelerate through to perhaps the inside section. That Dane Peterson surfboard, that unhinged, looking great under her feet. She gets another nose ride. So interesting, looking to drop a 6.07 and apply more pressure. I feel like it's going to be right there.
I feel like it's right there too, Matt. I think she's definitely, got her eye on the prize. She's not going to let Tully just take this away from her. This is basically hometown turf for Caitlin, just a few strides up the 405 or the 5, rather. So she wants to hold her ground. She wants to get into that round of 16. We've got 5 minutes remaining, so things are definitely going to start winding down. Caitlin's sitting in priority at the moment. We're waiting for, I think, some scores to drop.
Both surfers scores still to drop, so tense times, and putting our competitor hat on, these surfers are waiting for that exchange as well. Priority with Caitlin. She's sitting close to Tully. What would be going through Tully's mind right now?
Well, I think first and foremost, she's hoping another set's going to come through probably, and so she can get another opportunity, because like you said, they're waiting for those scores to drop. It's hard to say how it's going to pan out. Looks like Caitlin's going to be dropping some decent scores from that last wave. Very possibly may better that 6.07 as you mentioned earlier. But this is kind of that moment where you're really, it's nerving. It's unnerving.
All right, so 6.33. One good judge going as high as a 7.1, another as low as a 5.8. We'll chuck those out. We'll end up with a 6, 6.8, and a 6.2 together. So extending the lead. Caitlin Mickelson locks in a 6.33. Tully White now netting close to a 7. It'll be the second best wave of the heat. We know what she's capable of, but under priority with under 4 minutes.
Yeah, again, I want to see how this is going to play out. I want to see how Tully chooses to use not being under priority, and if she's able to kind of strategize in a way that kind of puts her out on top. Of course, when it comes down to it, if the waves come, the waves come. It does look like we've got something in a possible little paddle battle.
So these are south swell lines rolling into the left of the screen. They're coming in towards the pier. So this could be a left, the first left of the heat so far. Eyeing this one off, fading right, going left.
I definitely like the look of it so far.
Ooh, critical nose ride. A lot of speed here. Taps that one off the top, and she's able to ride through it. Tully with a bit of flair here. That one's going to feel great, and the first left of this heat so far. So changing it up. The surfer from Manly Beach kicking out. That one feels good.
That feels pretty good, Matt. I think that 6.9 might be attainable. You can feel it. You can see it in her energy as she's paddling out.
She's smiling too.
She's feeling fired up. I think at the very least she feels good about that score and, making a good showing here today.
That's good to see. A good answer back there from Tully White. And Caitlin looking for perhaps the right here, knowing she may need a score. So pressure back on Caitlin. They don't know where that one fell yet, but Caitlin's going to assume that's the score. She did this to Tully at the halfway mark, and I love to see, we talk about that momentum in competitive surfing, and it's the same in longboard as well.
100%, yeah. I mean, just because we're taking our time perhaps a little more on our longboards don't mean that there's not a bunch of excitement and a lot of spicy moments that can be happening. Here's the replay here of Tully. She's on that left. She gets that tip time, almost comes unglued, but manages to hold control and then whaps it off the top there in that white water. Like those little styly hands that she kind of throws into it. Again, none of those stuff's all scoring potential, but it's just that added flair to that longboarding.
The judges love it. An 8-point ride. Tully White back into the lead, the Australian. Caitlin now looking for a 7-4-5. The screws in this heat have just been changing around right now. And Tully now sitting back on Caitlin. I love this, like a game of chess.
That was awesome. I believe that's our highest score so far this morning, the 8.
Yes, it is, indeed. It hits the excellent range out of a possible 10-point ride.
Yeah, so really awesome to see Tully pull that one out. I'm sure Caitlin's definitely feeling the pressure now, but here she is up and riding.
Using her priority. She would have been feeling really confident. First, oh no, and she loses the board, so you're going to have to say that's the heat over for Mikkelsen. As we see a bit more of a south swell swing in this heat.
Yeah, she's going to be taking a little swim right now. There's only a minute on the clock. Chances are she's not going to be able to get back out in time to change the situation. But a great showing nonetheless. Really some great scores for Caitlin. But Tully coming in with that 8.
Wow, I mean, this is tremendous. Just when Caitlin was starting to apply the pressure, Tully answered back. So this is great signs for the Manly Beach surfer. And stepping into this turn, hang 10 to get things started. 30 seconds remaining. So this is going to be a victory lap, you'd have to say, from Tully. That's some resilience right there. If you want to look back, depending on how far she goes in this heat all this year, that could be a year-defining moment as she gets her competitors board with a show of camaraderie. And well done to Tully White, just saving that ball before it hits the pylon as well.
Nice camaraderie there with the ladies. I know Caitlin's going to be disappointed. She's tough on herself. She's a fierce competitor, so she was in it to win it for sure. But Tully taking it away.
There's Tully making away with a nice smile. 14.67, taking on Caitlin Mikkelsen, who gets knocked out here. Round 2, 13.56. We'll have to pose that question. Will Tully White's 8-point ride be the Cup Noodles wave of the day? We'll have to wait and see. Great surfing like this. Tully is going to be one to watch as we get to the pointy end of the round. Stay tuned. We're going to be coming back with heat number 7 up next.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Visit Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. by Hoag Health, the official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite.
Welcome back. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We're watching the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. And Emma Perry are out there from Australia in the blue, taking on Sive Gerard, representing American Samoa, living in Hawaii. And I have Liv Stokes in here, where she's joining Matt Chinoski, also known as the Waxhead, in the booth. Liv, how you going?
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be back in the commentary booth and surfed a fun heat this morning. Excited to watch another fun heat with these two girls.
So Liv, you were a wild card here at Huntington, and you were a rookie last year on the World Tour. What's it like being back at Huntington for the second time?
Oh, it's so great. I mean, I've grown up in Orange County my whole life, and so I've been surfing contests at Huntington Beach Pier since I was 10 years old. So it's great to be on the tour back and seeing everyone that I hung out with last year and surfing with them, but at the same time, it's fun to kind of be in a local, familiar situation.
Last year, you took out Caitlin Mickelson in this same round right now. So Caitlin feeling the pinch 2 times in a row from some of the younger gen. What was that like, beating someone you grew up looking up to?
Oh, yeah. Caitlin's like, I think about 10 to 12 years older than me. So growing up, I was just looking up to her. We surfed in the same competitions, just in the older division. So taking her out was so great. It was so much fun. But this year I surfed against Avalon, who, again, we were just talking. We've been surfing against each other since we were 10 years old, too. So it's just fun seeing all the people that I've grown up surfing with all come to the highest level of surfing. And I'm really excited with how we're all doing.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see that new generation coming through. Emma Perrier, the rookie on this year's World Tour, representing the Australia region, and Sive, who qualified through the Hawaii region. She got second in their local motion surf in the summer event. Khalees took that one out, but she was already qualified for the World Tour. So Sive making her way as a rookie, so 2 rookies in the water, and you can relate. What was it like? I mean, you were familiar with Huntington in particular, but what was it like being at Bells, for example, somewhere you'd never surfed as a rookie?
Bells was crazy. I mean, I had never been to Australia before I'd gone to Bells, and it was pretty cold and rugged, and it was just like a whole new wave that I had to figure out. And I feel like Bells also has a lot of power that maybe you can't really tell from looking in. When you stood up, it's just going so quickly. So that was something else to navigate. So being in a new place, surfing an unfamiliar wave, all of it was kind of a lot to take in, but those are the experiences that I'll look back on for the rest of my life, and I can't wait to make more.
And how cool is it to see longboarding put on a pedestal somewhere like this? Huntington Beach, Surf City with all the eyes. Bells Beach, a world-class wave. El Salvador.
I think it's incredible. I mean, there's some incredible surfing in places like Taiwan before on the WSL Longboard Tour, but the US Open of Surfing, I really feel like is like a cultural touchstone in the world of surfing. Everybody knows the US Open. So the fact that this was brought here a couple years ago, first as a duct tape and now as like a non-duct tape, but still a very highly regarded longboard competition, I think is fantastic. The surfing that we were seeing finals day at Bells, I think was incredible on the men's and the women's side. It just offered such a great canvas. And I'm really grateful for the WSL for giving longboarding this platform, because hopefully as we make a push for the 2028 Olympics, it'd be nice to get some more attention on it.
Absolutely. In LA, what better place to have it? And we are down here at Huntington Beach Surf City. Matt Chinoski, joined by Liv Stokes. We are happy to bring you, this is the round of 2 of the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Thank you for joining us for this morning's show, or wherever you're tuning in. I mean, it's super early in the morning over in Australia right now and Hawaii. So this is Sive up and riding right now. Our surfer in red, so she's looking to get her account started. And behind her, this is Emma, Evans Head surfer from the north coast of New South Wales, splitting her time between the Gold Coast. She's actually the president of her longboard club there at Evans Head. She had a tremendous support network over there in Bells Beach that would rival J.R. Escobar, our Filipino surfer here, or say the Hawaiians, for example. She had a massive crew come down from northern New South Wales supporting her. She has a lot to do with a charity that she runs an event called the Breast Comp Ever, and it's for breast cancer awareness.
That's
and
awesome.
raising money. It is awesome, and it's phenomenal to see these surfers and a lot of longboarders doing stuff outside of their competitive career. It's a short season. It's 4 months long. Kicks off there in July and will end up in October. So it gives these surfers a lot of time to study, like you are as well, and it gives us a lot of time to work on our careers outside of surfing.
Yeah, I feel super fortunate. I feel like the shortboarding, although it's fantastic and it's so fun to watch and I love it, it doesn't give a lot of time to do other stuff. And I feel like longboarders, they have so much going on outside. Like I know Tony Silvani and Kai Salas both have surf schools. So many people are pursuing their career, their degrees and their careers, and it's so cool to talk to everybody because they just have so much going on, and how they balance all of it is kind of crazy, but makes for great conversation.
And you know, surfers growing up typically might have copped a bad rap in the 1970s for being dropouts or whatnot, but it's incredible in the modern era that all of us, although we drop everything, the surf's pumping, we end up at a location, at a contest, at the right time, navigate airlines, and that's the ability of being a surfer. We adapt.
Yes, we're especially longboarding. I've kind of gotten used to it at this point, but I've been in airports where they say, no, sorry, we can't take your 9-foot longboard, and I convince them. You have to develop argumentative skills. It's a very multifaceted career.
That's a tremendous point. We're all skilled at that. And here goes Sive, a skilled surfer herself. And nice little redirect there. Carving back into the pocket, series of little turns, looking for a nose ride. The aim of the game is to link the nose and the tail together. No nose ride there, but good signs early on. And this is Emma Peria. Nice nose ride. Gets the hang 5, goes down on the pier bowl right. Liv, an experienced competitor in your young years, you've surfed here a lot. If you're out there now, the peak of high tide, whereabouts would you be sitting? On the pier bowl or up on the left where the goofy footers were earlier?
I feel like it's kind of shifted to the left for sure. Like in the middle of my heat, I feel like it shifted from the pier bowl to the left. So based on that, I haven't been watching it super closely in person since then. But it looks like maybe the pier bowl isn't working super well. It's kind of high tide, so there's a lot of water. It might be hard to kind of lock into those super tight hang 5, hang 10 sections. So if I were them, maybe I'd be paddling around. It's a 30-minute heat and it's a beach break, so you can really move around to a bunch of places and you have a ton of time.
And that's the difference. Obviously, Huntington Beach coming from Bells Beach, where it's a right-hander.
Yeah.
It's world class. It's a right-hand reef. Same with El Salvador, but Huntington offers that shift. You don't know if you're going to be surfing lefts or rights, but you have to be prepared for both. As we see that peak coming in now, a combo swell. We have 3 to 4 feet faces, but a mixture of that north and south swell. And that's that pier bowl right, left we talk about right now. You can see to the right of the screen, Emma Peria. To the left is Sive Gerard there in red, paddling for it right now. Under priority, nothing to lose though. And that's the south swell ones where they're breaking into the pier. What do you prefer? The ones with the chip shot right or the ones that bowl in on themselves?
I'm regular. I love a right. Hate to say it, but yeah, I always try to go towards rights, but I understand that like backhanded surfing is very important, and that's definitely something I'm trying to work on. But in this competition, I was definitely focusing on the rights.
And Carla, Roland, you're well, you actually go switch foot when you decide to go right as well. It's something that you're known for. If you're out there at Huntington right now, are you going to choose those lefts or the rights?
You know, most people would think that I would love that left, but growing up at First Point Malibu and basically in California where we're in the land of right-hand point breaks, I love me a right like Liv, so I'd probably be trying to focus on the right just simply because of my technical skill set. But blue up and riding here, that's Emma, am I right?
Yeah, Emma, and she goes down on that drop knee. Early signs looking good. She's riding a Billy Tolhurst, a iconic surfboard label from Australia, much the same as, say, a Bill Stewart in America. And this is Sive carving that one around and washing off a lot of speed. So just trying to get the completion there. She doesn't look like she's using the leash, so just surfing safe. Looking for the inside section, gets the footwork up on the nose. So this is the first combo we've seen. Turns and nose rides. Linking it around. That was a nice whip. And smooth knock-kneed style. She gets to the nose and she gets back. So that'll be her best wave yet. You can see the confidence. A little bit of a pep in her step as she kicks out on that Liv.
Yeah, combination surfing is super important. You can nose ride really well and you can turn really well, but being able to link the two together is how you're going to get those excellent scores. So I really like how Sive was able to connect all that on that wave.
Have you had much to do with Sive before? Have you surfed with her?
Yeah, we surfed in the high school surf contest together back in the day at Scholastic Surf Series. Shout out to Carolyn Kramer and all those people out there. But yeah, Sive is super talented. She made it to the semifinals at the ISA World Longboard Championships last year, and she was just on a tear that whole contest, and she's just such a talented surfer.
And here goes Emma there using a priority, but she should regain that. As we see some scores locking in. A 3.17 to go with the 3 for Sive. She's out to an early lead. Emma Peria looking for just the 4.5. So scores slow to trickle in, but we'll see this heat starting to gain some momentum. Sive, 21 years of age. Her dad Lionel, her mum Sue were joining her over in Bells Beach. They had a ball, and never in their wildest dreams they think they'd be at a professional longboard event somewhere like Bells, and it's such an amazing location, as you all saw tuning into that first event. And from your couch, Carla, what were your impressions of our first stop on the Longboard World Tour?
Oh, I think it's fabulous having the Bells I mean, just simply because of its history and the iconicness of it, it's great to have somewhere like that on the tour. And again, with all these regional wild cards that we're getting, it's creating this dynamics,
Yeah.
right? That we haven't really had for many years. So I really appreciate what they've done by including these, regional wild cards and these regional rankings and the event wild cards. I think it really opens things up. It makes it far more exciting to see, and we can really get more flavor. It's not all the same thing over and over again. So I love, and the fact that we have all these international contingencies where it's Sive, I know, grew up around here, but she's representing American Samoa. We've got the Peruvians, the Nacho from Uruguay. It's really great because surfing is truly and wholly international.
And Emma Peria, one of those regional wildcards as well. Tully White took the win at Burleigh Heads during the LQS event, but she got second. So Emma was able to qualify, much like Sive did with Khalees taking the win in her region over in Hawaii. So it is nice to see, and a multi-stop Longboard World Tour. For many years, we had the single stop over in Taiwan or Hainan as well. Emma, beautiful drop knee carve, comes back into the power source.
We haven't seen many drop knees, in the whole event. And a shout out to Chloe Calmon, the queen of the drop knee. And she's definitely missed here, but I think she's on a well-needed hiatus from the inner workings of competitive surfing. But I definitely think she's missed out here. Her flow and her dynamics is really special. But Emma throwing it out there, giving us a little Chloe Calmon reminiscent drop knee.
15 years on the tour, Chloe much drop kneeing her way to a break, you could say. She's drop kneed the living daylights out of this place. And there's Emma, and this is it, stepping back, redirecting, sets the rail. So that way, that board is allowing her to do that. It's a performance single fin. It's quite narrow. It's I think around 22 inches wide. So it's almost a full inch or even more, maybe an inch and a half narrower than Sive's board. The judges love it. A 5.17. It's enough to put Emma Peria into the lead, and Sive requiring now just the 3.58. So this game's on. Emma feeling the vibe of the wave. She's got that performance style surfboard. You can tell which route she's going to go and which route Sive's going to go.
Yeah, I love how she really engaged her rail, and when she did her turn, she brought it all the way back to the whitewater, and obviously the judges rewarded that because controlling that longboard with such precision into the whitewater section is very difficult. So she did a really good job navigating that, and I can't wait to see how she links it maybe with a couple nose rides and some extra turns throughout the heat.
Liv, in that last heat between Tully and Caitlin, we saw the momentum shift 3 separate times. Tully started with a bang, then came back at the halfway mark. We'll catch up with that in a moment. Here goes Sive, and her answer back, misses the section, mistimed wave, misses the end section as well. So needing a 3.58, very similar timing to the last heat. We just talked about that momentum and how that can shift. And Sive looking to link something on the inside, only looking to better a 3, but she does need the 3.58. No hits of the nose there. So yeah, Tully started off strong out of the gates. Caitlin came back for the middle 10 minutes, and in the end, it was Tully who got the win. And how does momentum affect you during a heat?
Definitely, if you have the lead, I think that there's nothing more dangerous than confidence. Obviously, everyone on the World Longboard Tour has a certain skill set, but if you have confidence to enable that in your heat, you're going to be unstoppable. So if you have the confidence out of the gate and you have the momentum with you, it could either go two ways, though. You could be really confident and then surf really well the rest of your heat, or maybe you could get complacent and think, oh, I'm going to win. Maybe I'm going to let this wave go by, and that's when your competitor can kind of go under you.
Great analysis there, Liv. And Carla, talk us through this one.
Yeah, Sive trying to make the most of that. She's not able to really come with any one particular complete maneuver on that. So it's not going to likely factor into her 3.58 that she's needing to advance. But I love the points that Liv makes, to that confidence or lack thereof, or maybe too much. And I think it's really a key component in competitive surfing.
And this was a replay of Emma's wave, Liv. There's that drop knee.
That drop
there. So yeah, as you said, the rail is engaged. The judges appreciating the clean rail work. Not much footwork going on. So you'd have to say the judges, if they can see more of that in sync with the cross step, with the drop knee, you're going to get that reward of maybe an excellent range score.
I Oh, I love when people turn out of a turn and then as they're turning, they're walking to the nose with it. And I think that combination of those two facets of longboarding is really important and leads to those excellent scores. But looks like we got Emma back up on another wave. Maybe she'll enable that.
Yeah, snapping that fade turn. That one a little more vertical. Goes for a 2 for 1, and that one a little mixed up with the flow, but she stays stable on her feet. Looking to drop just a 157. You'd have to say she's done that already. Feeling the confidence in the midway part of this heat. Working way through the inside. And she'll get a completion, so she'll extend her lead and put a little bit more pressure on the American Samoan surfer. You can see Emma just running her way back out. She'll paddle out by the pier and look to get back into that rotation. See that pier paddling out. Do you go through the pier on the other side, Liv?
I go on the other side of the pier. I find that when you go right next to the pier, it kind of just sucks you out and then you cross over. But I used to be scared of piers when I was a kid, but now as I've grown up, I've realized how helpful they are, piers and jetties, and getting you back out to the lineup. They're like a natural way to kind of speed up that process.
Yeah. Oh, we talked about Chloe Calmon earlier. She had a tremendous effort here. 2 years ago, it was really big, and out with that midsection butts out, there was a huge set. She was behind it. And she came through the pylon. She had to turtle roll in between the pylons.
Really?
The wave broke through it. Incredible. If she let go of the board, big imminent problems, right? Leg rope tied up, board snapped, the whole lot, heat lost. She held onto the board. Miraculously, it just drifted her through. She trusted the process, won the heat.
Have to trust the piers is the lesson.
I was waiting for those scores to be locked in. We're going to go to a Bonsoi brew break, but don't go anywhere. The remainder of Heat 8 coming up shortly with Emma Perrier and Sive Gerard. We are back into Heat 8, the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic as part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We're going to go down to Felicity Palmatier, who's got previous heat winner Tully White on the glass.
Thanks so much, guys. Winner of that last heat. Highest wave, single wave of the day. Talk me through the 8-point ride first.
Yeah, well, Caitlin had me on the ropes for a second. I was definitely needing a score and didn't have priority, so just kind of hunting the horizon and saw that there might be a little left coming through and paddled over, and I guess I got a bit lucky that it held up for me to do a couple of things on it, and yeah, frothing. Caitlin's a really amazing surfer, so I knew I had to put it all on the line, and I'm stoked.
And talk to me a little bit about your support crew. I know you've got about 10 shortboarders up there, all come down to support you. Talk me through your coach, your caddy. Who's down here?
Yeah, we've got a really amazing group from the Northern Beaches, but also the extended challenger from Oz. It's really amazing to have their support behind us. They're here a bit early, so it's nice that they come down, and really appreciate that they're making the effort to come down and cheer me and Declan on. We've got the great support crew behind us. We've got Kayla in our corner and Kai, so really grateful for that, and just stoked.
And you had a 9th place at Bells at the event before. Talk me through your goals coming into this event.
Yeah, I just want to keep getting better results, putting waves together. That one was a really good one for me. I was happy to put some scores on the board and show my surfing, so I just hope to keep getting opportunities like that to show what I can do in a heat. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next round, and yeah, keen.
Awesome, thanks so much for taking the time to have a chat. Back to you guys.
Cheers.
Thanks, Tully and Flick. Liv Stokes in the booth here with Carla Rowland and the Waxhead, and reactions to that interview.
Tully's the sweetest. She's such a talented surfer, and she's just so humble. I can't say enough good things about her, so I'm stoked she was able to get that result. I can't wait to see how she carries on with the rest of the contest and season.
And Carla, we talked about momentum and confidence, and we're seeing that in this heat right now. So nice to see that the process, when you trust it, it can get you the win.
Yeah, I think Emma's feeling pretty stoked right now. She's a new name on the tour here. We've had Sive around this year, but also another new name. But it's nice to, we spoke earlier, just seeing some of these new people, some new dynamics, and Emma's definitely feeling it with that 517 and 347. There's 7.5 minutes on the clock. Sive sitting in priority, so she's definitely in the position to try to snag that 498 that she needs to advance.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure there perhaps in Sive, moving around, and Emma tightening the screws there. You could see a paddle for that little wave of priority. It wasn't actually a wave, so priority did shift. And Liv, in your experience, how tricky is it to show you're interested in a wave but not commit to it, so you lose that priority?
It is the ultimate battle, because you want to fool. It's basically you're putting on a show and you're acting, and you're trying to think, oh, maybe if I look interested. I don't know, it's a very tough thing, but basically you just don't want to show commitment. So if you really paddle hard, then you're going to lose that priority. But if you just kind of take a couple strokes and then look back, then you're not going to lose that priority.
And do you do any type of priority or chess game type of tactics when you're free surfing in crowded lineups?
Kinda, yeah. I feel like a lot of times, a lot of shortboarders won't love longboarders being out there. Carla's shaking her head. She knows the feeling. We all know the feeling. So you just kind of have to, you don't want to be too aggressive so they hate you, but you want to make sure you're putting yourself in the position to get the wave. So there's a couple of chess moves you kind of got to do, but it helps, it translates into heat surfing, I think.
Why is it you think some of them may not like longboarding?
Because we sit out the back and take all their waves.
I can catch it in 2 strokes when you're working on 10.
Yeah, they're sweating and we're just lazily paddling into it.
Well, I'll paddle past if I'm on a longboard and shortboarders are out there. I say, man, I hate longboarders. It's so frustrating. And they just look at me and I said, no, I'm one of you too. But I just know what it feels like. I'd like to think as I get older, I'm a little bit more thoughtful, perhaps, in which waves we take off on.
I feel like it's kind of been on steroids this past week practicing here, because all the best shortboarders in the world are out here and all the best longboarders in the world are out here. So it's really been a power struggle against the two disciplines, but hopefully we're finding peace.
And to those of us joining us that are not aware, shortboarding was basically came from longboarding. And the same surfers who dictated the style that we have, the same surfers that laid the foundation in the 1960s they spearheaded the shortboard revolution. And those same surfers actually competed at this event way back in the 60s as well. It was named, it was the West Coast Surf Championships, but Sive up and riding right now. This could be the answer back, needing a 4.98. Nice carve after it. Oh no, and the wide width of that board catching the rail. I was about to say how stable it looked, but that's unfortunately the counterbalance. You ride a big old wide board, you can bog a rail as well, Carla.
Yeah, I was feeling it too. I was getting really excited and I was like, this is going to be it. This is the 498 that she needs to advance. And then she just comes unglued. You can see this flow right to the tip there. She gets those toes over and then she brings it back into a nice turn. And then she just comes unglued. Right here, I think it's on that rebound. And you see that she's turning a little too much weight in the center of the board, which then catches that rail. And so it's really, you have to be really mindful when you're on your longboard. You got to get just enough lift to get that rail out of the water.
And that chop getting in the way there, but an answer back a left. stepping this one back into the pocket, a couple of little carves. She's going to step forward. She may have a little inside track here. This could be the wave as well. Falling on her last, but under priority now, staying really busy. Looking to drop a 3.53 and 3.67. She may have just done that on that exchange, though.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice that she got a little rebate there. Just kind of shake the fall off. Hopefully build some more confidence back up. Looks like she's built on her score line a little bit, but she still does need a 4.98 to get into that advancing position. I'm just taking a look. She's not going to go there. I would like to see, I feel like we're talking about the wide point in the board, maybe it's causing her not to have enough speed when she goes in and out of her turns. And you need speed to come out of the turns with momentum so you don't catch a rail. So I don't know what she could do to maybe try to build more speed. Maybe take a couple more paddles down the line could be an option.
Yeah, and a big old chop there, perhaps speaking from experience, just waiting for a second for that chop to subside, getting lower, center of gravity, and then driving through your turn as well. And I've noticed the trend, as you've noticed as well, Carla, with those wider tail boards. A lot of people doing, like, basically putting in features like really thin flip tails and a little bit of edge to try and loosen up those big, wide nose riders. And you see there just carving it around. It's obviously sensitive. See, she's on the tail. She's able to. You can't do that on a big, thick, soft rail traditional single fin longboard. So there's obviously sensitivity there, but perhaps feeling it a little more than what the wave dictated where the board should go.
Yeah, definitely. And then we've got Emma up here and riding. We've got 2 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. She's got that drop knee down.
And Sive's score before wasn't enough, so Emma maybe not have heard that requirement, but looking to drop a 3.47, using her priority on this, and well timed. She may get this inside bonus, and she doesn't. She goes down, but Sive answering back. So rapid fire here. The Hawaiian reconnecting through the inside, getting a little section here, and she finishes on her feet. So interesting times here in the dying moments. We could have a bit of a paddle battle as it comes down to the pointy end, but a 3.27 on Sive's last wave, with that score still to drop, needing a 4.98. See Emma making her way up onto the top of the screen. She looks like she'll regain that priority in that final 2 minutes. Just wait to see for this replay and talk us through. You can see the surface on the north side of the pier right now, pretty flat water, and that's why we're talking about this throughout the event. These surfers, some of them are not even using the current, which is, for surfers that have come to Huntington, that seems crazy.
Yeah, that does seem crazy. You got to use everything you have, especially in heats. We got this replay. Let's see what she's able to do at the back. Takes a couple steps to the nose, gets a nice top 5 there, takes some steps back, and then, looks like she's going to get another nose ride. Holds it, gets steezy, and then she's going to straighten out with some style.
Wow. Carla.
I liked it. I think it's good. I think it could, looks like she's looking for a little bit of a higher score now, because we did get some scores dropping for Emma. Her last was a 3.77, so now Sive looking for a 5.27. Whether that last wave hit the 5.27 mark is yet to be seen, but here's that replay of Emma. Really solid on those drop knees. Not the biggest of the waves we've seen today, but she definitely is getting that flow and trying to connect those maneuvers.
And sensing she may need a score, 45 seconds remaining, goes to the nose, but doesn't look like Sive is out the back. She may get that priority back as I cast my eyes, and interesting enough, Sive paddled out to the left-hand side of the peak, not using the rip, so it took her a minute and a half to get back out. So just deciding to shoot straight through. Made her way back out, 30 seconds remaining. It's a 5.43. She goes to the lead. So 25 seconds, she's going to go. She's got the priority, and it looks like that Sive Gerard is going to hold on to this lead in the dying moments, and it's that confidence we keep saying, and it's coming in waves. Excuse the pun. The surfers are getting 2 or 3 waves under priority, and it's happened 3-4 heats in a row now. It happened back then in the Goofy Footer heat, where we had happened in yours too, Liv, as well. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. Congrats to Sive. She took that out. Good job. Great surfing from both of them.
And this is what Huntington Beach brings us as a venue. Wave rich. We know what we're going to get, but we don't know how the heat's going to pan out. Sive Gerard in the dying moments takes the win against the rookie Emma Perrier. So these two surfers will be moving, well, onto the third stop. But Sive, she'll be getting at least a round 3. Goodbye, Liv. Thank you for having us in the booth.
Thanks for having me too.
And there we go. Say goodbye to Liv Stokes. We look forward to seeing you hopefully as a rookie, well, back on the tour next year, or an event wildcard.
I'm working on it. You'll get there. Thanks.
We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back for the men's up next.
It all comes down to this, the entirety of the season on the line.
So they taking the first wave of the set, and she is just planted on the nose. And Soleil Erico brought to tears as she's won her 3rd world title. Kai Salas, the veteran, and he is showing why he's one of the guys to beat.
This is exactly what we wanted to see. Doing it at an elite level. Let's hear it for this Hawaiian, a master craftsman, and now a world champion.
To add my name to that list of Hawaiian world champions is a dream come true.
Let's give it up. Your 2023 world champions, Kai Salas, Soleil Erico. And defending world champ Kai Salas out in the water in the elimination round. Unusual to see Kai here, but here's his start. Salas in the red jersey. A quick little touch to the nose there. Kai Salas coming up against Kaimana Takayama as we roll into our men's elimination round. Thank you for joining us here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Kuiper Girl, along with an encyclopedia of surfing, if you would. Strider Wazalewski. This is an exciting heat, Strider. Kai versus Kai.
It's on. Salas not happy to be in the elimination round, but you know what? He looked really confident when he came down to the beach, feeling good, and you know, world champion. Of course, he's got what it takes.
Here we go with Kaimana Takayama. From a great surfing lineage, Kaimana riding a board shaped by his dad, Michael Takayama, one of the prized shapers in the world of longboarding. A lot of competitors on these Takayama boards. And Kai puts it to work right there. Well put together wave, Strider.
I like it. That was beautiful work. Little grab of the nose at the end there just to have a little semi-claim, no claim. And the footwork on the way on the inside really made it look nice. I think it's definitely, he's going to get the better of the exchange out of that.
Well, this is one of my rad power bike heats to watch as we reviewed our heats that you don't want to miss. Kai Salas up against Kaimana Takayama in this elimination round. Both extra talented surfers, and it's unusual for either of them to be in the elimination round. Unfortunately, Strider, only one's going to exit. Salas up to the nose there. Smooth nose ride and a powerful turn from the surfer from Honolulu, Hawaii, and our defending world champion, Kai Salas.
Well, the boys are definitely throwing those logs around and looking super comfortable. Conditions a little bumpy out there, but they seem to be pushing through really well. Look at the pier, beautiful shot right there with all of our sponsors and the viewing. I think you called it a poor man's drone.
I think that was you. Poor man's helicopter?
Poor man's helicopter.
It's the pier. It's the iconic Huntington Beach Pier, where we've seen surfing competitions happen way back since the 50s here in Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. I think the Beach Boys said that. A lot of competitions harking all the way back to even before competition here. 1914, George Freeth rode the first wave out here at Huntington Beach.
Wow.
On a wooden surfboard. Of course it was wooden.
That's amazing.
1959, they had the first West Coast Surfing Championships right here.
The West Coast champs. Man, this just brings back all the amateur memories from growing up here and surfing right here at the pier for the NSSA national titles.
Yeah, that's right. We started the NSSA, the National Scholastic Surfing Association here. I think that was back in 1978. They had their first NSSA national championships here. Of course, Huntington Beach also home to not just one, but 2 surfing museums. A lot of stuff here, a lot of surf culture. And of course, Strider, you talked about it. I mean, everyone as a professional surfer, at some point, you're going to deal with either the north side or the south side of Huntington Beach Pier in competition.
Yeah, 100%. I just love the history and the love of surfing down here in Huntington Beach. I mean, you really get the vibe and the feeling of it. And all the surfers that come down here, you know, it's everybody's got to play in the same sandbox.
Yeah.
And no matter what, you got to come down here and perform, and it's so fun to see where the surfers can take it. In surf that you wouldn't think, oh, you know, it looks okay out there, but then the next thing you know, the surfers get in the water, and you're just completely blown away by the talent and the level of surfing that they can do out here.
Yeah, iconic location in the history of surfing. And that's the playing field for today as we see Kaimana Takayama just with a quick one there. Opened up with a 6-point ride, so he has the highest single wave score right now, but he's still trailing Kai Salas. He just needs a 1.34 though, and with a 1.5, he takes the lead. Knee paddling out there, Strider. What's the advantage to knee paddling?
You know, I'm not sure if there is one. But there is some style in it. You're going to get some style points for sure.
I'm going to go with your leverage is a bit different when you're on the knees, so it's a kind of a different set of muscles that you're using right there, but there is definitely stylish for sure. There was a day that surfers had what would be called surf bumps, because there was a lot of knee paddling happening in the 60s.
Well, that was mostly, I think, because they were surfing in the middle of the winter without wetsuits.
So they wanted to stay above the water.
They want their body out of the water because it was so cold.
It's cold right now, too. So maybe Kaimana's trying to stay out of that cold water.
But those knots that were created on the front of their knees from knee paddling were next level.
Yeah, knots on the knees, knots on top of the foot.
It was like seeing a jiu-jitsu fighter with their ears all cauliflowered.
Yeah.
When you saw a guy and you looked down at his knees back in the 60s and you saw those knots, you knew that they were a hardcore surfer.
That's right. If you see a guy with a cauliflower ear, just don't start any trouble. Kaimana under the priority of Kai Salas, and Kaimana Takayama looking to fade that one, but that wave faded right from underneath him. So Salas, Strider, playing the patient game right now. He didn't even flinch at that wave.
Well, he's a bigger guy. He's going to want a wave with a little more substance to get him moving, and also lay down some of his power hacks. You know, the rail work he can do as a a big stout guy like that on a 9-foot board. Plus, he can really turn the heads of the judges. You know, he can run for the 5 or the 10 real quick, jump back and throw down a nice down carve, or come up into the lip and ride out of it with confidence, and that would be a massive score for Kai. And that's what he needs right now, because, you know, his opponent has got a 6-point ride on the board, and that's pretty solid for today.
Yeah, that is. Kai Salas, not just a surfer, but a shaper as well. Shapes his own longboards, and he's got quite a stable of surfers riding his boards. Kaniela Stewart, as well as Kelise Kaleopa, all on those Kai Salas Longboard Company designs, all shaped by that man. And here, Kaimana Takayama, we talked about Kaimana and his dad, Michael Takayama, another great board designer and shaper. Kaimana's out there on a pintail, saw him before, with a gloss coat on it. And I think Kai is out there on a moontail.
Yeah, it looked like a moontail with a lot of tail rocker, and then up front there was a mean concave for nose riding, pretty flat through the middle of the board. So, you know, definitely specifically shaped for nose riding.
Yeah, and you know, and rather large single fins as well.
Yeah, I think about a 10.5
Yeah.
is the average for these guys on fins. The width and the rake of the fin change a lot, but 10.5 inches.
And here we go. Salas putting the board to work here, poised on the nose for a beautiful hang 10.
Whoa.
Carvey turn there, and this should be a great score for the Hawaiian surfer, Kai Salas.
Well, he waited for it, and he is going to be highly rewarded, because he did exactly what we were talking about. Quick up to the nose, camped out, beautiful rail work back into the bowl, then finished even before he made the trip to the inside with beautiful turn again. So Kai Salas showing his comfort and waiting for a wave and coming up with the goods. That was some beautiful, well-tempoed surfing. Watch how clean this is, right? Up there, hanging out, beautiful. I mean, the style, walks it back. This cutback right here, gorgeous. And not rushed. The tempo of the wave, he surfed perfectly to the tempo of that wave. Everything lined up for him. And then just took it to the inside to finish off. So a beautiful, well-executed ride. A lot of patience in his surfing. Great footwork. Knows he had all the elements in there. I'm going excellent.
I agree with you. I agree with you. It should be excellent. We're waiting for it. And you're talking about a big, strong guy. Watch Kai just duck dives his longboard. No problem. Ugh.
You know, that's a different type of duck dive, though. You got to put one rail under first and then follow with the other. So
yeah, 7-point ride for last of Kai Salas, Strider.
I like the 7. I was going higher,
I was gonna go 8.
I really love the way he rode that wave. I don't think he could have done much else with what's on offer today. So, but beautiful surfing right there from Kai. So putting himself in a comfortable zone there.
Well, Strider, we're hard at work calling surfing in here all day long, but I wonder what AJ McCord's up to.
You guys, I'm not gonna lie, I might stay here at the Yeti activation all day long. And can you blame me? They've got these great chairs set up, perfect view of the competition, and some really cool new swag to check out. This is the brand new colorway Key Lime, and you can come down, get a custom engraving on your Yeti here today. And if you don't have a Yeti yet, they've got some new options for you. This is the Big Wave Blue Roadie 15, and then this colorway is also a new one of my favorites, the Wild Vine Red. So come down here, get some new Yeti swag, and make sure you stay hydrated all day long. If you're coming down to Huntington Beach, they have some hydration stations set up all around the venue, so you can make sure to stay cool here in HB while you're watching the rest of the competition. As for me, you can find me here. This is the spot.
I think people are just inventing color names now. They get more and more complex. Key Lime.
Big Wave Blue. Key Lime made sense. I love a key lime pie.
Yeah. And you know what? I love myself a Yeti because it keeps your drink cold for a long time, or it keeps your drink hot if you want it for a long time. Well insulated Yeti, and something that we always have by our sides are Yetis. Remember, on the championship tour, you get a 10, you get a Yeti Tundra 110 cooler. That keeps ice in there for 5 days probably.
Probably longer, depending on your climate. But that last wave, during that little piece, I mean, look at this nose ride. It's a little off on the body language, but he was just hanging out up there. I don't even know how the board stayed above water. That was beautiful work right there. So comes to the inside, gets a little funky right here, but then he finishes it off. So, you know, he's going to put another great score on the board, and he's going to put himself in a commanding, back into like another commanding position. I mean, he started a little slower, but now he's looking solid.
Yeah, looking solid with a 6.83 backup for the 7-point ride. Kaimana Takayama now needing a near excellent score of a 7.83. We'll see if Kaimana can perform. He needs an excellent wave. We're gonna find out when we get back to the action here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Hurley, born from water. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open.
Yeah, we got a lot of people to thank for their support of the US Open, the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. 5 decades of competition here, professional competition at Huntington Beach Pier Southside. We're in the longboard comp right now, elimination round. And Kaimana Takayama in the blue jersey needs to mount a comeback right now. He needs a 7.83, gets to the nose, and loses it there, so he's gonna have to try one more time to take the lead off of our defending world champ, Kai Salas. You can see Salas in the back there in the red jersey, Kaipogoro, along with Strider Wazalewski. Here goes Kai Strider. Let's see what he's got this time. Ah, false start, never mind.
The last wave for Takayama, you could just kind of feel and see his moments where he's trying to force something, and when you're trying to force longboarding, it just doesn't look right. You have to really have it flow, and there's a style element there, and you know, trying to fit in the right amount of tip time, you know, in a section like that, and it's hard. You got to get back to just letting things be. You don't stop hunting for waves, but once you catch them, you got to make sure that you fit it in nice and smooth.
Well, here he goes on another try. Gets to like you said, to the tip this time. 5 to 10 combo. Has to cruise to that whitewater section. Takes the low road here. Cross steps back up to the nose. Heels over for a sec. Little switch stance riding. Got to get in front of the whitewater for that to be complete, but did some great surfing previous to that unfinished business at the end.
That's unfortunate because that could have been a great ride for him if he would have finished that out. I mean, beautiful work out the back, nice and clean, and not being able to really re-engage there on the inside.
Heat leader Salas trying to scratch into this one. Extra paddle there for the fade to the bottom turn to a nice nose ride through the whitewater section there. Banks it up high for Salas, looking to improve upon a 6.83. Not much more in this wave, however, to better that score. Could prove me wrong if there's a reform on the inside. And a little bit of a struggle, but just finishes dragging that 10.5-inch fin on the sand. Watch the fin box.
A lot of work right there. I'm not sure if he's going to eclipse his low ride of a 6.83, but you can see he's dominating the heat.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't know if he's going to better it. But he certainly has, in contrast, it seems like a little bit more power than what we're seeing from Takayama.
Yeah, I mean, definitely he's more comfortable too. I feel like he just has a better feel on his surfboard, understanding what the board's going to do. Maybe that's because of his size and stature. Here's a replay for Takayama. Slides right up there, puts 5 over, gets 10. And really, he kept in a nice rhythm on this wave where his flow was great. And then right here, he goes up and then gets the 5 and switches it around. And unfortunately, can't ride back into that. If he would have been able to put a little more weight forward to keep that going, he would have been rewarded and possibly come up with a score. Kai's replay, confident nose ride, nice bank out the back, but on the inside, a little off with the balance, and you'll see him kind of roll back on his heels for a second.
Back to live action. Kaimana gets 10 there. Better effort from Kaimana Takayama. Oh. And again, just the finish is something that's getting away from Kaimana. Oh, we got Waxhead in the athlete zone, in the Bonsoy athlete zone. What do you got for us, Matt Chinaski?
The sun is coming out. Mid-70s and almost low 80s. You can see the wetsuits drying. I've got my IC Eyewear US Open merch. And we have Michael Van Hohenstein coming up soon, his girlfriend Asia. He's helping us out with some board knowledge. He's giving us written tips so we can talk about what is under his feet. He'll be coming up very soon. What number are you? 7. So we'll be coming up at the end of the round. Look forward to seeing everyone coming up. Back to live action.
Love it, yeah. Someone tell Michael he's in heat number 6, though. Don't want to miss the heat. We got Michael Van Hohenstein. He's coming up.
I think he probably looked back at his girlfriend where he got his information from.
He's coming up in heat number 6 up against Sam Christensen.
You guys are classic.
We love it.
We don't want him to miss his heat. Great, so the number comes through for Kaimana Takayama. A 5.23. He's still looking for a 7.83. Here goes Takayama. Again.
I just have to mention, it's so hard to get 5 and even harder to get 10 toes over the nose on waves that are small and have unpredictable little sections like that. I mean, I really recommend everybody, including professional surfers, to get on a longboard and go out and ride some lumber. It really helps your surfing, and get out on the nose and see what it's like to balance that. It's just incredibly hard.
It is true. One more replay here.
I mean, I know it's not for a long time, but he's there. Look at him. He's hanging 10 on, you know, a really unpredictable section right there. At Malibu, where you have like long line of a wave, it's relatively, I wouldn't say easy, but a lot easier than it is at a beach break like this.
So that last score, 3-point ride, and Caimana's still searching for a near excellent score.
And he needs the highest wave of the heat, which is going to be hard when this guy's out the back.
Kai Salas, big turn there. Did not really get that much nose time at the beginning, so actually going for turns on this wave. Would have loved to get a nose ride at the beginning of this wave from on top of the pier view. Now back down to the beach here, getting into his planing position, trying to catch up into the inside. Double up does not make the connection, however. I'm calling for the IC replay. Can I see it again? Here we go,
100% straight up there for a 10. He's hanging out and then realizes there's a lot of opportunity on the face. Hucks the board around, a lot of tail rocker in that board, so it's easy for him to get back there on the tail and really turn the board. But then to actually gain speed, you got to move up a little bit.
Yeah, I did miss that beginning nose ride. So he did kind of check all the boxes on that wave. Kai Salas, and you know what?
Big
the
set,
judges
too. Big set.
Ate that up like a California burrito. 8.83, way up in excellent range for Kai Salas.
Yeah, I mean, it had all the elements. It was basically like his 7-point ride, but the wave had more size to it. So right away jumping on the nose and displaying the control, then identifying a beautiful canvas to lay that board out on rail and throw it down, and then have a finishing move. So really strong surfing.
I'm going to use some striderisms, and I think there was like everything packed into that wave, just like a California burrito. Arsada, rice, beans, cheese, fries.
You're getting hungry, huh? It's
Put it all
lunchtime.
together.
It's lunchtime for Kaipo.
Oh, check the footwork, Strider.
Yeah, you know what? Well, look at the rail work right there. When he gets back, leans into it, and throws it down. I mean, only thing I could say maybe he could have done different there was to come right out of that turn back up into the lip line, but he waited for the wave to do its thing, and he perfectly hit the end section too, so great work.
And here we go with Takayama. He's got some big work ahead of him. He needs a 9.83. Great footwork by the Californian, but then again, feeling the pressure, not being able to finish.
Well, his board's not finished. There we go.
Yeah. The board kept riding, yeah. And this is actually probably the worst scenario because he's just gonna have to swim after his board. Now, Kai Salas, also who doesn't have a leash, used the great technique to save his board where he kicked it out the back just there.
He's so strong, his pinky toe chucked that board out of the back.
Well, we knew it was unusual for Kai Salas to be in this elimination round, but he's not going to be in the elimination round for long because he's on his way to the round of 16. Here he goes again. Let's check out more surfing.
You know what's interesting is Kai, you know, with this heat winding down, 1:20 on the clock, hasn't really, he's just, you know, leaving his opponent alone.
Yeah.
Right? So there's no defense being played. He's just letting it happen as it is, and he's pretty confident in the fact that his opponent needing a near excellent ride, he'd have to better all of his rides that, you know, he's already produced in this heat. So it's a pretty rough go for Takayama to climb back on the horse and try to take a win. It looks like actually he might try to paddle over and close this out.
Yeah, he's going to take a small inside wave and needing a 9.83. This is going to be just a ride to the beach. There's a little skate reverse. That was nifty to start off. Took off with the surfboard backward. Used the skate to spin the board around. But this is really just going to be a ride back to the beach for Kaimana Takayama.
How fun is longboarding, though? All the different things you can do. There's the cockroach.
Heels over, toes over.
Heels over, toes over. I mean, good times out there.
Yeah. Great surfing by Kai Salas. Huge heat total of 15.83 for our 2023 World Longboard Champ. He's on to the round of 16. More longboarding coming your way. We're going to return with the second heat of the elimination round for the longboard here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Visit Huntington Beach. There's so much to do here. One thing you can do, take a walk on the Huntington Beach Pier and check out longboarding, which we're doing right now. We're in the elimination round, heat number 2 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Kai Pagura, along with Strider Wazalewski, talking you through all of the action. And we got another great heat out in the water right now. Strider, Japan's Taka Inoue up against Jack Van Wagner, just a teenager. Jack, 19 years old. Taka, 23 years old, so very young heat out here. And it's going to be Japan versus the USA in this heat number 2 of the elimination round.
Well, let's see if they can live up to that last heat, which was just a firecracker. A lot of great surfing, and Salas just looking so in control. You know, that power surfing and elegance. That's what we want to see.
Yeah. Taka has started off with a little flurry, but just like inconsequential scores right now for Inoue. You see that 227 heat total. That's a 1.77, and then a fractional score. There's Taka Inoue, 23-year-old Japanese surfer. One of the more excitable characters on the longboard tour, Taka. Always in the water, electric with his energy, bouncing around. His mom travels with him all over the place, films him every single session. Good stuff. Yeah.
That's great to have support. You know, no matter what.
Surf's a shortboard too.
Well, it's great to watch yourself surf. Something I don't do because I know I don't look good. I did it once. I stopped doing it.
You look good, Strider. We surf all the time. We just don't have filmers anymore. We're taking applications.
Yep. Kaipo and I need some filmers. Come on tour with us.
Yeah, but pay your own way. 26 minutes. Can't afford to film it. 26 minutes counting down. And, you know, with those 2 waves ridden by Taka, he did hand over priority to Jack Van Wagner. Jack had a win on the qualifying series for Longboard at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic this year. Jack also a college student, and unfortunately because of his studies, he was not able to compete in stop number 1 at Bells Beach. So he's trying to make up some ground over here in Huntington Beach, and it all starts with getting through this elimination round. There goes Jack. Nice 5 to 10, has to clear that area, does so. Gonna stick with it. Probably saw what Kai Salas was able to do, so Kai also added to his points by doing just that. Another hang 5 right near shore, and so that is going to be the first consequential score in this matchup. And Jack also another surfer choosing not to wear a leash, Strider.
Yeah, I think wearing leashes can get in the way of what you're trying to do.
Taka soul arching through that section on the nose. Big powerful turn for Taka as well. Bounces for the finish there. Little rebound on the inside. Looking smooth so far. The Japanese surfer looking to connect through this flat section, gets 1 more 5 on the inside. Let's say 2 times on the shore break before jumping off.
Wow, that was really fun to watch.
That was a lot.
And I feel like, you know, certain surfers have power to throw the board around. That wave, he used the weight of the surfboard as a pendulum in his favor and followed the board. So really fun to watch the different techniques from, like, say, Kai Salas over to, you know, Taka as he threw that board around and he followed it as a pendulum and let the board do all the work and then caught back up to it.
So we're waiting for those scores to come through and we can set up the situation in this heat between Taka and Jack.
Here's a replay. Taka. So watch the board and the weight of the board. So he runs up, he gets a beautiful nose ride right off the bat with a great looking soul arch, but throws the board back in. You see the nose whipping and throwing itself to the side. So I like it. He's following the board there again. As it came off the top, the board flew back in and he just basically ran after it. Comes to the inside, gets some more work done. Great ride right here. It's going to be fun to see what the scores come out because both Jack and Taka came through with a couple of great waves.
Yeah, we'll wait for those scores. And Taka Inoue getting some work done there.
All the way to the inside. Here's the replay for Jack.
Let's see what Jack brought.
Quick 10, just beautiful. It was a little bit behind it, and when he went up to hit the closeout section, he was a little out of rhythm, but brings it home on the inside, finishes nice and clean. So whereas Taka didn't have a really clean finish, the board kind of got away from him at the end. Don't know if that'll hinder the score.
Yeah. Well, 5.5 checks in for Jack on his effort, and here he goes again. Van Wagner on the nose, perched perfectly for that 5 to 10 to 5. Finishes off with a strong turn, Jack Van Wagner. All right, well, you know, brother Kai Salas, he's a hammer. He just win his last heat. I like hear from Kai.
Yeah, he did just win his last heat, and he also got the highest heat total of the day so far, 15.83. You look like you were just having fun out there.
Yeah, it's actually really fun. You know, it's warm, the sun's out, a bunch of people on the beach, and the pier bowl is like super fun.
Talk to me a little bit about equipment. I know you're from Hawaii. You living on the South Shore, but there must be adjustments in equipment from, surfing, reef breaks to coming here at the US Open on beach break. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Yeah, you would try to do that, like get different boards for different spots. But I'm the worst at like always switching boards. So this year I kind of just made a board that would work for kind of everything. So I'm riding the exact same board I rode at Bell's, and it seemed to be working really good out there today.
Well, you scored an 8.83 on that board. Can you talk me through that single wave?
Yeah, that one, was kind of the wave I had in my mind when I was going out there, just that pier bowl, like teepee that would stand up right on the pilings. And, I kind of peeked over the first one and seen that thing just standing up. So it was just a matter of getting myself in position and just surfing the wave according to what it's telling me to do. And it felt good. And, yeah, I got a good score, so I was stoked.
Awesome. Thanks so much for your time, and good luck in the next round. Back to you, Kipes.
There you go. All right. Well, while we were talking to Kai Salas, the number came through for Taka Inoue. Strider's a strong number, a 7.67.
Yeah, well, it was, for me, it was kind of an obvious score. He was so comfortable. He looked so fluid. Everything came together with ease, and I think that's why he got such a strong score, because everything he did really looked fluid and clean, and it didn't look like he was fighting the board at all, and that's going to give you a better chance at a higher score.
Yeah, and so he's still in second place because he really doesn't have a backup to that 7.67. Needs a 4.33. Red P by his name indicates that he does have first priority. He's going to have to be really smart with the use of that priority, though, to take the lead off of Jack. Here's Jack under priority and finds the wall here and finds his way to the nose. Nice trim line there to nose ride. Again, a strong turn. Wave splits a bit on the inside. Is able to bank off of oncoming whitewater. Jack Van Wagoneer redirecting to the left. Has to scoot through a little gutter section here. Connects to the inside, looking for another wall. Gets on trim, touches a 5, and finishes on the sand. Taka straight to the nose. Beautiful opening nose ride. Big turn, but he gets disconnected, reconnected, fighting to get back up, and finally has to bail out on that wave. That was a break dance.
That was a wild dance move right there. I mean, full blown. We'll see that thing on a replay, but I think both the surfers, want to get back out to that peak and retain priority. So we'll see who can get out there first.
There's Taka's mom. We're talking about mom, supporter, driver, filmer, everything right there. And there's Taka on the paddle back out. That was actually, we got a couple of Olympic sports this year. We have surfing in the Olympics. We also have breakdancing in the Olympics. A little combination of both for Taka Inoue on that last wave. A little breakdancing as well as surfing. But we're going to start with this replay for Jack Van Wagoneer, Strider.
Gets a quick 10. The wave doesn't have a lot of consequence in it, so a little cutback to keep him in the power pocket, keep it going down the line, and stay fluid with the wave. Does well, runs up for some speed, really keeps it going to the inside, and then finishes off really with some elegance, just nice and clean. The way that he steps off the board right here, maybe not part of the judging criteria, but for me, gives me a good comfort in how much control he has out there. In contrast to the control, Taka comes off the 10 and then tries to throw a big turn. You see the fin come completely disconnected. He does the dance move off on one foot and then regains composure. So a wild ride for him.
And a wild ride for Taka is not enough. He needed a 4.33 to take the lead, 4.17. So if he kind of smoothed that performance out a little bit, he would have easily taken the lead, but that fall cost him.
And it looks like he caught another wave as he paddles back out, so I think he might have had priority. Still needing that score, though. 4.33. We know he can do it. He's gotten the highest score of the heat so far. Plenty of time left on the clock.
Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at, here's the last wave for Taka.
Gets up there for 5, throws a 10. Nice soul arch, but then there must not be much left in this for him to come up with the 4-point ride.
So halfway through the heat, 15 minutes remaining, and Taka Inoue still looking for a mid-range score. It's been nice that the wind has, it's onshore, but at least it's a light onshore strider. It's not, it's lighter than the previous few days that we've had here with much stronger westerly winds.
Yeah, one thing that all the athletes are saying is how cold the water got last night.
Ooh.
With that wind
we've
had, you know, coming through from the outer waters, all that cold water traveling in here, and it's chilly. So even though the wind's not up right now, the work was done by the wind before, and it's brought in that chilly water.
Yeah. There we go with the last score for Jack, 6.6, and you can see all the judges' numbers there. One judge really liked it with that 7.5. Of course, the high got thrown out.
That's the guy who liked the step-off kick out.
There you go. Hey, it's time for a Bon Soy brew break. We'll be back after the brew break with the conclusion of Heat 2 in the men's elimination round for the longboards. Back at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, all part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and let's see what AJ McCord is up to.
We're down here in the Bonsoy Athlete Zone. Dr. Armstrong of Hoag Health joining me here because Hoag Health, the official healthcare provider of the WSL in North America and California. So Dr. Armstrong, so excited to have you guys here, especially with all the athletes in the water. How does your team prepare for an event like this?
Well, this is our second year now at the US Open, and we're at the WSL final last year. Great team that comes down here and provides healthcare for the athletes. We have chiropractors, physical therapy, but at Hoag we do so much more.
I want to talk to you about what you guys do year in and year out, because we're so lucky to have you here for the WSL stops in California. But year round, what are some of the things that Hoag prides itself on?
Of course, we're here watching our women today, doing great out there, And at Hogue, we're very much into, you know, our women's health initiatives and our institutes. And it's not just, you know, kind of things like breast cancer screening, pelvic care, all of those sorts of things. But we have the highest birthing centers in Orange County and actually in California. So we had more than, or we're on track to have more than 8,000 births at our 2 hospitals this year. So it really is like, you know, just kind of, you know, we see all these people around here. And earlier, I was standing out here and somebody saw my Hogue logo, and they walked by and they said, "I was born at Hogue." And I just thought, like, you know, if we could like talk to the crowd and say, "Hey, raise your hand if you were born at Hogue," I'm sure we'd see a lot of hands go up. You know, so we're really proud of that.
We're so excited to have you guys with us on tour. Thank you so much for all the work you're doing.
Thank you, AJ.
A quick shot of Jack Van Wageneer bailing off of his board. He's in the lead right now over Taka Inoue. Taka, you can see in the red jersey there with priority, needs a 5.43 to take that lead off of Jack Van Wageneer. And Strider now, the Japanese server. He had plenty of time, it seems, not that long ago, but things are getting a little more anxious for Taka Inoue.
5 minutes to see the, you know, if the pressure builds. For him when he stands up on his next wave. He's got to have, you know, nerves of steel, so to speak, to relax. There's a little added pressure on the elimination round factor. You know, you don't want to be in this position ever, but it all comes down to your comfort on the wave when it comes, and hopefully he can find something that's got a nice clean face, a nice section so he can get some tip time and then get out there and roll that rail and follow the board down. Yeah,
that was a quick shot of mom and sister there on the beach, feeling just as nervous as Taka. And you're right, Strider, you lose in this elimination round, it's an equal 17th place and a paltry 800 points. That's not going to help you get to the top 8 by the end of the year and qualify for the one-day World Championships for longboarding that's going to happen over at El Salvador this year.
Wow, that's going to be a pretty amazing place to throw down El Salvador. Looks like Taka's on the move.
Taka, pier bowl right, straight to the nose. Great hang 5 to 10. On his way to the score. Tidy finish there for the Japanese surfer. Little tipsy. He gets into the planing stance to get through the flat section, pushing on the board, getting into a planing position, and nearly makes the connection, but did enough work, I think, to turn the heat.
That was a beautiful ride from Taka. Just simply to have the confidence and the patience to stay out there on the nose, to read the wave and let it do its thing in front of you, and have that comfort and kind of confidence in your board, too, to stay out there and know that your tip's not going to dive under and you're going to continue to plane across the face. I mean, watch this nose ride. You know, he's got 5, and then he steps out and goes for 10 after he realizes that he's looking like he needed more. Actually, didn't look like he got the 10 out there, but definitely 5 all the way. And really waited for that last section, which was really a clean turn. So he's going to get a solid score for sure. The rest of the wave not really coming into a factor there, but beautiful work out the back nonetheless on a set wave.
Yeah, and got it. 7.5. And Taka on the paddle back out hears that he has taken the lead. Now Jack Van Wageneer needs a big number. Jack Van Wageneer needs an 8.57. Look at the scores for Taka Inoue. One judge goes excellent with an 8.
Some great surfing, solid, really comfortable out there. A lot of time spent on the nose. And then the nice clean closeout turn where he let the board just flow pendulum off the top back in. I liked it.
Here he goes again and again to the nose, perched up there. Oh, and a big turn. After that nose ride, smaller wave, but great performance by Taka Inoue.
I think that's been the difference in this heat. I feel like the tip time has been great for both of these guys, but for Jack and the way that his turns have been executed have not been as clean as Taka.
Yeah, I agree. So we'll see if Taka builds on his score line with that last wave. We'll wait for that. And then now Jack with priority needs something special. Well, let's see what our fans thought of this matchup. We're gonna go to our Pacifico fan picks. You can go there too. Go to worldsurfleague.com, click on the Heat, and pick your surfer. And it looks like 2/3 picking Taka Inoue over Jack Van Wagner.
Taka's got some fans out there. I'm a fan. I like the way he's surfing. He's super clean, having fun. A lot of technique in his surfing. Power, you know, can be pushed aside for technique, and when it comes to the technical side of longboarding, which we're seeing from Taka.
Yeah, you made a great point, Strider, in the contrasting kind of the power in the previous heat with Kai Salas, who's really able to muscle around his board. Taka, on the other hand, much lighter, maybe more limber, but has to really he can't muscle his board, so he has to use finesse to perform.
Yeah. 5 minutes left, you know, there's still time for Jack to battle back. He'd have to get, I think that would be the second highest score in the men's round so far today. There's only been a couple of heats here, but it's a big score. It's a big ask.
Yeah, it sure is. And it's going to take really a nice wave to form up there at the pier bowl right that he's on right now. He's right next to the pier, and so he's in the spot.
In the slot, ready for it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not the most consistent wave right now. There we go. See, right by the first tee.
I think the tide coming up will definitely damper the consistency of the waves, right? So this morning when the tide was low, we saw a lot of waves pumping through just because there was less water, so every little bump was breaking. Now we're having more water on the sandbar, which, you know, makes the breaking power of the wave a lot less. You need a bigger swell for deeper water.
Yeah, there's our tides right there. So we passed the high tide mark, but it was a pretty good sized tide of 4.1. And we'll be losing water throughout the afternoon. But really the consistency that we saw this morning, Strider, to your point, has really diminished. And that's not good news for Jack, who's sitting right next to that first tee.
I think he's going to get a chance, though. You know, like you feel like there's every 5 minutes at least I feel like a little set that rolls through. Shorter period on that west wind swell too, which is a lot of what these guys are catching off that pier bowl going right. Little combination of swells in the water right now.
And then really, you know, a combination swell is what you want for a beach break, right?
Yes, 100%.
Because this place right here, Southside Huntington Beach, on a straight south hurricane swell, I mean, there's some firing lefts, but there's also a ton of current. Taka, now he's just comfortable. Comfortably perched on the nose there. It's a little sticky on the rails, but no problem for our Japanese surfer. And you can see just the confidence that has built throughout this heat, knowing that he's in the lead, and he's able to really extend that time on the nose. Taps it one more time, all the way to the beach. Let's check out our heat recap. And Taka Inoue, Strider, with some great nose riding.
Beautiful soul arch, letting the board throw around the inside there. Jack out there on the nose, looking beautiful too. And I think it all just comes down to these turns. He does do a nice turn right here though, nice and, but at the end there, you see the bounce of the board? That's a little tough.
Jack Van Wagner. Great effort, but it's been this game changer. Taka Inoue with a 7.5 here, Strider.
Yeah, beautiful, long time tip out there, just hanging out, and really nice flow, simple surfing, very Beautiful technique on the longboard there.
So last ride for Taka Inoue did not factor into his top 2, so his numbers are going to stay the same, as well as the need for Jack Van Wagner. Jack still needing an 8.57, and there he is with just a minute remaining.
Wow, well, I really thought he was going to get another chance, but this thing is winding down, huh?
Tough.
Oof.
Yeah, tough call.
We shall see. It's not over yet.
Yeah, strange things can happen in surfing. We see our
Got to do a Huey wave call.
Yeah. How's that go?
You know, my son Cruz kind of dips his head underwater and gets his board going. Kind of screams underwater when he's out there for his Huey wave call.
Nice. Well, look it. Maybe it's working. 20 seconds,
Woo-hoo-hoo.
and a line comes through here.
I don't know if he's going to have time, though.
Get to it, Jack.
It's probably it. It's going to be close. He's going to get it.
Look at this wave. Here we go. All the opportunity in the world on the nose. Big turn. Oh!
We talked about the turns, that his board doesn't look as clean in the water. There's something about Jack's board that was not coming with flow today. Nose rides were there, came down to the turns. Taka takes it.
Oh, and that's got to be gut-wrenching for Jack. Look at the opportunity that was here.
Oh, beautiful nose ride, standing out there, looking at it, caught the wave in the final dying moments of the heat, and all he had to do was nail this turn, but the board did not look comfortable. Interesting. Don't know what it was. Can't say because I don't have the board in my hands, but maybe Jack might want to switch something up. I don't know. Unfortunate for him.
Yeah, out of competition. Still in competition, on to the round of 16. Japan's Taka Inoue. All smiles as he comes up the beach to greet his mom and his sister there. Mom's still filming. Put the camera down, Mom.
No way.
He's won.
No way. We're
Get
getting photos on the beach. Look, it's got fans.
Hey, 66% picked him.
Let's go.
On the Pacifico fan picks.
It's going up on the Insta later right there.
Yeah.
Mom, don't stop filming.
Good call. Good call. There he is, all smiles.
Well, feels good to win. Congratulations, young man. Great surfing.
Mom's still on the land.
Made me happy to watch, that's for sure. Nice and clean.
Hey, that last wave, an 8.4 for Taka Inoue. So he improved on his score line. So Inoue officially has had an excellent heat.
Pure domination.
One more time for the 8.4 Strider.
Climbs the nose, goes from 5 to 10, pulls it back, a lot of speed, set wave, comes in for the closeout hanger, lets the board do the work, brings it back in. Wow, there he is signing autographs on the beach. Mom's probably still filming.
Gaining fans in front of us. Taka Inoue on to the round of 16. We're on to a short commercial break, but we're going to be back with much, much more surfing at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic.
I wanna believe I'm no washed up shell.
It's brought to you by Sambazon, bringing you the delicious powers of acai. By Rad Power Bikes, the official e-bike partner of the US Open. By Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by FlexFit, celebrating 50 years committed to comfort perfection.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. This is the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, and people down here on this beautiful Sunday in Surf City watching the action unfold. We're in a men's Heat 3 elimination round. Matt Chinoski joined by Carla Rowland in the booth to call the longboard action today. Carla, how good is it to have surfing, longboarding back at Huntington?
Yeah, it's great to be here. This is one of the most popular places for surfing, Surf City, as you said. So it's awesome to be here. The weather's great. Surf is perfect for the longboard. So yeah, I think everyone's having a good time.
We're in the low 80s right now. The sunglasses are on, the hats are on, the beach shades are up, and the surfing is heating up in the water as well. We have a stacked lineup ahead of us. We have Nacho Pinataro and Ben Skinner out in the water right now. So the regional wild card, Nacho, very experienced goofy footer, up against a veteran in Ben Skinner. This is going to be a really hot heat. Already opening up the 7-point ride. From Great Britain is Ben Skinner on a self-shaped surfboard.
Yeah, he's a shaper. He's been making boards for quite some time now. And no stranger to competition, right away to the 10.
This is his second wave, snapping that one back, and quick footwork through the whitewash there. And classic longboard style of surfing there from Ben Skinner. He lost out last year with an early round exit, but he's looking to go much better, and a good result here at Huntington has eluded him, surprisingly. The powerhouse is so accustomed to waves like this that are difficult to manage for most, and there he is linking that one all the way through to the inside.
Yeah, some fancy footwork there from the big guy, Ben Skinner. He's not a little man. He's a good-sized man, but he got the work done on there. Like you said, he opened up with a 7-0. So he's just looking to back that up with a second score.
Some of his best results have come from smaller conditions. Third at Malibu last year in particular, which was one of his best results in recent years, finishing the year there at our final event. He had a third at Bells recently, so a semi-final finish, and last year a 9th place. But I gotta say, this is a type of venue that I think really falls into Ben's wheelhouse. Nacho, on the other hand, he'll be looking to capitalize on any lefts that are out there. We'll look forward to seeing him bring it to Ben, but it's going to be difficult if he tries to match being on his backside on a right, to try and match those right-handers with Ben Skinner.
Yeah, that's true. That said, I've really liked a lot of these lefts that we've seen throughout the day. I feel like there's a little bit more speed behind them. The way they link up into that next, section seems to kind of given some of our early surfers, at least, some decent scoring potential. As the tides changed a bit, that's obviously shifted around. It looks like we've kind of reached that high tide, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, high tide about 11 o'clock, and Nacho, he's not picky. Coming from Uruguay, he'll have most of the Uruguay surf community and his sponsors and supporters from all around the world tuning in right now to watch the rookie on the tour. He's had a go back in 2019 when it was open qualification, but here he is, he's full-time on tour. 4 steps up to the nose, driving through that section. Gets back on the tail, displaces some water. And he'll be looking to continue this momentum, gets forward trim and steps out of that. Now the judges in that criteria, style, flow and grace, the 3 pillars of that criteria. What other elements are they looking for in terms of specific scoring?
Yeah, I think they're looking for critical nose rides. They want to see those nose rides that are kind of tight into the pocket with that white water really pushing the tail down as opposed to out on the shoulder. They're looking for tight footwork. We're not looking for any shuffling here. Again, you and I have discussed a lot about the kick out and just kind of that finish. I don't know if that ranks maybe as high on the judges' scale, but I know for you and I personally, that's really high for us. And just like you said, just connecting all of those maneuvers. I think variety is really important. It's great when we have some of these drop knees and different dynamics that we see. So it'll be great to see these guys kind of incorporate some of those maneuvers. They're both artists in their own right, and so it'll be nice to see their own flair.
Sure, Nacho, we talked about coming from Uruguay. The waves there, predominantly wind swell. They do get some not typhoons, but they get some sort of storms that come through and create some cyclonic activity. But they did have the Uruguay Longboard Festival. He came second, Nacho. That was an event that he was predominantly organising himself as well in the lead up to that. So good to have a qualifier, an international longboard event in Uruguay. And I was over in Indonesia, of all places, one Uruguayan surfer. I said, oh, look, I don't mean to be rude, but I do know a couple of them. And he said, I know them, of course. Mention them. That was, of course, Julian and Nacho as well. Ignacio, that's his nickname, Nacho. But such a small, tight-knit community, and they're all supportive of each other.
Yeah, they are. A shout out to Julian. We like to call him Chuchi. He's our little Chuchi. I've done some work with him. He stayed with us a bit, and he was on the tour for a while. So it's nice that, you know, maybe Chuchi can't be here, but Nacho has taken his place. So it's great to keep that Uruguayan flavor and contingent in the tour.
We know a lot about Ben Skinner, but Nacho, he's a fan favorite. He's friends with nearly everybody on this tour, and he's the people's champion. So a lot of people there just really like the nature that Nacho has, but he wants to prove it with his surfing. Stretch 5 there, and you know, he's got a lot of determination, and he taps that one off the top, and that's going to be one of his best waves yet.
Yeah, I like the connection of those maneuvers there. He definitely was putting everything together. You can tell when the surfer's really looking down the line and prepping instead of being reactionary. You're kind of, I don't say preventatively, but you're looking ahead, and you're planning out those maneuvers ahead of time so they're not being caught off guard. And that way you're also always being able to stay in control.
Absolutely, yeah, forecasting what's ahead and surfing that one all out of the beach as we pan back to Ben Skinner. A dynamic end section there. Look forward to seeing what he got done on the outside. You see that de-weighting there, trying to maintain momentum. Interestingly enough, that board has concave underneath the board, all the way underneath the chest, and then it meets this belly all the way through the tail. So the bottom of the board, usually on most longboards, is a predominant flat section. But for Ben, he's got a lot of stuff going on the deck and the bottom. We'll dissect that later on in this competition, or perhaps after this heat, or grab that board. One of the most technical aspects to Ben surfing is that he designs his own equipment to carry that big frame. It allows him to nose ride, but of course those little features allowing him to turn and create that performance as well. Your partner, Ian, he's a phenomenal shaper as well, and you work with him a lot on boards?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not one of those surfers that surfs a whole lot of stuff. I'm a longboarder. I've been riding a pintail for a really long time. I like what I like. But we work on a different R&D. And yeah, he's a really phenomenal shaper. He handcrafts everything. Ian Zamora, similar to Ben. And there's all sorts of things that work different for different people. I'm a small stature gal, but I'm rather strong. So I like big, heavy boards. I want to crank my board. I don't want something light that's popping around on the waves. I really want to feel that glide. Here we got a replay here of Ben.
So this was an 8.33. Wow, and you can see why with that hang 10.
Yeah, and then a nice blast off the top there. Really great job from Ben. He's a strong surfer, strong competitor. He's been in this game for quite some time, and really hoping, like you said, to clinch a title here.
And you see him kick out as well, using the full length of the board. That hang 10 was where the majority of those points came from. The judges really looking for that package.
Yeah, we aren't seeing a lot of those tight critical 10s, so they're definitely standing out when the competitors are putting them in there.
And I think the judges appreciating the diversity as well, being able to link the tail to the nose, the footwork in between. That's where we're getting that excellent range score from, the 8.33. The scoring, it really isn't a nose ride contest, nor is it a tail surfing contest as well. The rail needs to be engaged to be considered a proper carve. And the nose ride, if you can be on the nose, but it's not necessarily a scoring feature unless you're back in the pocket with a little bit of critical nature to it, which is exactly what Ben displayed there. That was exceptional, excellent surfing as deemed by the judging panel. We haven't seen a lot of combos like that, so that'd be exciting for those surfers coming up.
Yeah, it's nice to see that variety. I think we forget, with the shortboarding, there tends to be they're getting airs and whatnot, but for me it's a bit one-dimensional. And with longboarding, there's just so many dimensions to it with working from nose to tail that I just really appreciate that.
And fading into this is Nacho. Quick footwork, driving through that section. Ooh, nearly a little bit off tilt there. He feels that lack of flow and he kicks out. And that's what we talked about. I think the key for longboarding, for those of you that are joining us that aren't familiar with the longboard style of surfing, if you make it look easy and the technical surfers out there, or the ones that are well respected, go, wow, and your jaw can drop, that's a key that you're on the way. And a lot of most of the judges here are excellent surfers in their own right and longboarders. They've seen what the best can do here at Huntington, so that's the status quo, making it look easy in a critical section. Ben Skinner fading it around. Nice, long, extended nose right there in the middle of the board there. This one closing out. He's trying to drop a 7 here. Be interesting to see if he perseveres. Some nice work on the outside. This is the same board he rode at Malibu last year to a 3rd place finish. So obviously some good juju in that board. The type of guy who can get whatever he wants, wherever he wants. He makes his boards through Thunderbolt technology as well. So his boards are widely distributed. And going through the pier, we've talked about that throughout the day, Carla. What's the advantages of that?
Oh, well, he's got the current that he's taking advantage of. And what I really appreciate is that throughout the girls, we saw some of them lean towards the pier, but they never crossed and went on the other side. And it's really not that difficult to do, to just get through there, get on the other side, and you're going to see him beeline out there really quite quickly. And I like the way he's taking advantage of that ocean knowledge.
Oddly enough, it's harder to hit the pylons than it is to not.
I was telling one of the girls earlier, like, don't be pier shy.
Yeah.
That in actuality, when a wave is coming through there, it pushes you away. So anytime you're surfing with a rock, a pier, a lot of times, those waves will actually push you away from it rather than suck you into it.
One of the features here at Huntington, someone who's really not afraid to hit the pier or push the limits, is Taka Unui, who's down on the glass with Rosie Hodge.
Our Japanese competitor Taka, such a great heat against Jack. How good is it to be back at the US Open?
Yeah, I'm very happy to be back here. So today is a very good wave for longboard. Yeah, so I'm happy.
Very happy to make it through. I'm sure there's a lot of people online excited about your performance. Do you want to give a shout out to everyone in Japanese?
Yes, 本当すごいいい波で、今日はボードも赤で、帽子もゼッケンも赤、フィンも赤っていうオールレッドで、気分盛り上げて、すごいいいライディングできてよかったです。
Arigato, Taka. Saying hello to everyone back home and thanking them for the support. We're into the halfway mark of this heat, and Nacho, 5.05 to go with the 4.5, but he's in combination situation as Ben Skinner's dropped that opening 7 and that excellent rage 8.33. Really put the hammer down in this heat. But Nacho, we've seen the confidence in previous heats really starting to, at about this exact point of the heat, under priority. Most of the surfers starting to gain momentum. We'll see if it's Nacho's turn.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how he kind of puts things together here. It's difficult to be kind of in that combo situation when that's looming over your head. Here we got the replay of Nacho's last wave. He does those nice fluid steps all the way to the nose. No hesitation, no interruption. Rechecking it there. Kind of trying to make it into that inside reform. I appreciate his hands as well.
Yeah, relaxed body language there from a Uruguayan competitor, Ben Skinner. Beautiful footwork. Delicate for the big guy. Stepping back into that carve there, displacing a lot of water. And straight away up into the intricate footwork. This wave, a combo of maneuvers here. This is going to be scored very well, using the length of the board, getting to the nose in the critical section, and a big rail carve too, Carla.
Yeah, and he really makes a statement with those 10s. He kind of has that hood ornament kind of feel to him where you take notice.
Absolutely.
That's going to work for him.
And we talked about the shortboard versus longboard. The shortboarding, you do have a lot of versatility because of the lightweight surfboard, but you see Ben fading this around, keeping really busy. A lot of variety on this wave.
Again, in that tight footwork, we're seeing from both the surfers in this heat, and then that power carve, how we saw earlier, reminiscent of Caitlin,
yeah,
and that cut back, but really putting all of those elements together, and kind of what I was saying earlier about multi-dimensional. You know, we've got an entire surfboard to work with. Let's use it.
And that he's making it look versatile and dynamic. And wow, Nacho behind the section and gets caught up a little bit, loses momentum. He's going to go for this reef, a little bit off balance there, but he gets the completion, which is what he's got to do at this point in time. Try and get out of combination situation.
I appreciated that wave, to be honest. The first part of it had some real critical aspects of it, and while it might not have been the most clean situation. He really powered through it. He held control. He was super critical on the nose ride. We'll see the replay in a minute here.
Yeah, it was great surfing. And here's a respectable heat total, or nearly at 10 points already warming up into this heat. But just in contrast, there's no downtime in Skinner's surfing. He's just quick footwork, big rail carves, stepping in and out with a lot of confidence. And if we watch, this is the replay.
And here's
for
that
Nacho.
weave right to the tip there. He gets that 5, I'd say tight 5, possible 10. Gets around the little section here. And this is kind of where he comes with that, almost that little warble. But then manages to keep control, hits that white water. I don't think we get really anything else after that. But I reckon to say it's going to be his strongest score.
Yeah, I would think so too. Great surfing as well under pressure. He's looking for those lefts. That was the classic pier angle of that camera looking down. That's something that remember back in Thomas Campbell's film, The Seedling, Joel Tudor surfing here in the US Open. Back there, it would have been 1998. Looking down on that angle on that green Takayama speed shape. Oh, Ben Skinner, soul arching 10.
Yeah, that hood ornament kind of stance before he hit the white water.
Which is practical too, because the eyes and the hips, the chest lean out and the board rises. In that case, he knew that it was going to close out.
Yeah, there wasn't much on offer there at that point. Good effort going in.
Have a look at this one, Carla. Oh.
Yeah, you can see how he's real technical there with the steps. I'm a bit picky sometimes on my 10s. And I want to see him kind of front of the board. He's a big boy. He's got those big feet, so. But I sometimes want to see my 10s a little bit more forward facing.
Why is that?
I just feel like it's even that much more critical. You're not especially if you're front side, you're not holding that rail down as much. It's really far more free floating.
Really good discussion here. We look forward to seeing more of it, because what Carla's referencing is the hang 10 with both feet over the front of the nose, which is typically a Hawaiian style hang 10 or something you'd see in the nose ride era of the 60s. Whereas the other end of the spectrum, the surfers, when you're really far back in the pocket, the rail 10 is much more functional because you can maintain a higher line and a trim line. So often on your forehand, you'll see surfers, some would call it, yeah, short, like a close 5 or a tight 5. I myself do not aim to do tricks or nose rides, but I'm not competing. I aim to surf the whole wave from start to finish. So I'd rather not disrupt my flow and do the trick and surf the whole wave rather than just do the trick. That's my perspective anyway.
No, I forget who it was, but there's Kevin's car. I don't fall. I'm planning not to fall.
Yeah.
So I want to do the trick, but if it's going to fall under those those circumstances where I ain't going to be falling either.
This is like the grab in the airs on the shortboards and not. It's all the debate about a no grab and a grab. And the grab, you can tweak it out and you can rotate the board as well. But on a hang 10, oh, there's a proper hang 10. Nacho pumping down the line. Let's see what he's got down here in that big 9.6. He's able to wrangle it. Some good nose riding to get things started.
What you got to appreciate about Nacho right now is that he does have quite the journey ahead of him in order to take the advancement, but you can feel his spirit, you can feel the fire. He's still in it.
And Nacho trimming this one through the inside, and he gets a completion as well. So this could be one of his best, a 4.73 in his last, still in combination situation. Ben Skinner, another hang 10. Excellent range score on the board already. Wow, hammering that one shut. Tweaking the tail a little bit, getting that fin to slide. And the big Englishman working this one through to the inside, standing staunch. He knows that he's in a commanding position. An 8.10 on his wave before last, and he's well on his way. Oh, and snapping that one through. We're going to go to a break and see where that one comes in after the break, and he steps off on the shore in classic Nat Young fashion. Don't go anywhere. The remainder of Heat 3 coming up soon. back into Heat 3 elimination round. This is the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic as part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Ben Skinner, the Englishman, out in the lead, just dropping away. A 7.77, doesn't even go into his scoreline. Carla Rowland joined by myself, Matt Chinosky, for the call, and that's the man in question. A commanding heat total, one of the highest heat totals of the day.
Yeah, just smashing it out there, kind of not really leaving anything on the table, unfortunately for Nacho.
Our Uruguayan competitor putting up a strong battle of 5.17, but he's in combination situation as he has been since the opening moments of this heat. And I mean, he's surfed 7 waves pretty well, a lot of mid-range scores, but he just can't break above those 6s.
Yeah, it's been a bit unfortunate, perhaps, those lefts. I had spoken earlier about really liking the way those lefts lined up earlier, but now with the tide change, perhaps that just really didn't give him quite as strong scoring potential as Ben's rights did. On the same token, Ben's just had those token 10s that really were just like right in front of the judges. I think they really appreciated that. And
the heat totals of the last 3 heats on the right-handers predominantly, 16.07 from Tucker Inui in that last one, 15.83 from Kai Salas. So the waves really providing a lot of opportunity, and that's something we've come to expect from Huntington Beach. It's a stop on the World Tour that some surfers roll their eyes on and others lick their lips. Surfers like Ben Skinner, they can stay really busy, and Kai Salas, and of course, Carniella Stewart, Taylor Jensen, Kailis Flint. These types of surfers relish the opportunity to have so much variety. They can showcase their full dynamic repertoire of surfing.
Yeah, that's really what, like you said, Huntington offers, whereas a wave like Malibu, as perfect as it is and wonderful it is, it can be a bit one-dimensional. People tend to be over-focused on nose rides and less focused on those turns and whatnot. And here you really get to see all of the tricks that are in the bag and see how they put it together. And I really like the creative aspect of it, and you can really see those surfers that kind of have a little bit more of that edge and putting those maneuvers together and linking them in a way that's smooth and still keeps that flow.
And Ben Skinner doing just that in this heat, linking all the way together. You see the nose rides, the tail work, but it's the combination and the way that he's flowing everything together that's getting him these excellent scores.
Yeah, the power that he also shows, Matt, that he comes out of those really authentic and old school looking 10s, but then with those power of the turns. So it does give a little bit of a nod to that high performance aspect of longboarding, which I believe can still exist.
Yeah, it's unashamed surfing from Ben. He's using his body to his advantage and putting his board in critical spots. It's undeniable. You have to judge it, and that's why he's getting those excellent scores. Time and time again, Ben Skinner, we always say it, he's adapted to the criteria really well, and he's enthusiastic. He's great to have around the contest area because he's full of beans. He loves surfing. He loves being around surf culture. And his son, Lucas, who's an up-and-coming shortboard surfer on the QS and Pro Juniors, he's doing wonderful things in England. And he'll be on that World Tour in no time in the Challenger Series as well. We'll probably see him here next year as part of the US Open of Surfing. That'd be pretty cool. Dad in the longboard and son in the shortboard.
Yeah, definitely. Well, if you look at all those scores up there, it's hard to believe that 7 and 8 waves are caught between these guys. And we've got a pair of 7s and some 6s that Ben was working in among those 8s.
Nacho wouldn't mind one of those right now.
I think so.
Just to help chip away at the requirement. But in combination situation, all heat. But Nacho, he's persevering. We know that he's a determined competitor. He's traveled all around the world, Nacho, well-experienced surfer. He's been to Australia. He's competed in Mexico, right through South and Central America, North America as well, Europe. He's no stranger. And as we said at the beginning of the heat, one of the fan favorites.
Yeah, he's riding that Neko Carbone board out of Brazil. And I actually we've been following each other on social for quite some time, and we have friends in common, but yesterday was the first day we actually met. And he's a really nice guy. I felt really warm energy from him, and he was very welcoming, and we gave hugs and stuff as if we'd known each other a long time. So cool. It's a shame that he will likely be, ending his tour, here today at Huntington, but I have a feeling we'll be seeing him more in the future for sure.
17th at Bells, lost out in this round as well, so unfortunately looking like he's destined for another second round exit here at Huntington, and he'll move on to the third stop with some enthusiasm at least, and just try and build and learn from it.
Yeah, and here he goes for one here. He's sticking to that left.
Yeah, stayed. Oh, gets the heels and he goes down. He's got a leash though, so that board won't hit the pier. And here goes Ben Skinner. Perhaps a victory lap for the Englishman. Nice drop knee slash there, showing that variety. And I mean, dynamic is a word that comes to mind watching Ben Skinner in this heat. Really utilizing the whole length of the board and just juicing the judging criteria.
Juicing it, it's a good way of putting it. He really juiced it, made the most out of every moment. And you just felt his fire and his desire for it kind of the whole time.
And that little touch of the hand there indicating he wants to know the requirement for the time. How long's left? He's going to paddle back out. Possibly not. Unnecessary.
If I were him at this point, I would save my energy. There's no need for him to rush back out there. There's no way Nacho's going to be able to get out of that combo situation with 45 seconds left on the clock. Yeah. It's an unfortunate situation, but as we said, we'll be seeing him, Nacho again soon.
Yeah, he's just had that, told his requirement is still in combo, and never feels good in the dying moments of this heat to know that you still need 2 scores after trying your heart out. 10 waves Nacho's caught, best one, a 5.17 and a 5.07, so unable to get into the 6s. And he'd be feeling pretty deflated right now.
What do you think he could have done perhaps better?
It's just the bobbles in between the nose riding was there.
Yeah.
The wave selection was there, but it's the lack of flow in between. That's the main area.
He didn't really have the big maneuvers that connected into the following maneuvers.
Segregated maneuvers. Ben had the flow, the link between the footwork, and I mean that's an unusual situation for Ben Skinner. He has been in elimination around a lot, but to really, that's a comprehensive victory. 16.43, the highest heat total of the day so far, and that's just got to feel so good. That's his signature double scoop by Skin Dog Surfboards in Thunderbolt technology. That's the story of these longboarders. We have Kyle Flynn coming up next on a self-shaped board as well. Kai Salas, who won in the heat 1 of this elimination round as well. Pretty cool story. We'll be seeing Ben coming up in that next round tomorrow, but he takes a comprehensive heat win, 16.43 over the Uruguayan Nacho Pinataro. But don't go anywhere. We have a banger of a heat, Martin Corrette and Kai Ellis Flint coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Sweet thing, she's always flashing her high beams.
Welcome back. That's Ben Skinner, the winner. Highest heat total of the day, and that heat free of the elimination round. This is the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. We are at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. The elated Brit making his way in, but out in the water we have Kai Ellis-Flint and Martin Cordet, the Frenchman. Goofy footer and regular footer battle, and two of the highlights, I think, of this round. This is going to be a Martin narrowly missed out to JR Esquivel in his heat one, and Kai Ellis-Flint, well, an underperforming, by his standards, underperforming in his round one. So some making up to do. Nice drop knee turn there from Martin, and kicking out of that. Yeah, Kai was a bit deflated after his round one performance, but he's here to make a vengeance and put on a show for all the Australians waking up to watch their boy.
I don't know if you remember last year, Kai ended up being taken out by JR Esquivel with a pretty controversial, I think JR had a priority situation and took it under Kai without Kai really knowing. It was kind of unfortunate. It was early on in the heat.
That one was Richie Cravey.
Oh, Richie Cravey, you're right.
Yes, both rookies.
Yes.
But yeah, Richie Cravey, you're right. JR.
My bad.
No, that's fine.
But, you know, fascinating what can go down, right, in those priority situations. Here's the replay here of Kai. Kai's got some really nice style. I like the way he sets that nose right up, gets that kind of foamy 10, comes out around it, brings it back into the white water. Nice style with the hands, that weighted situation. Then he pulls out because there's not going to be much on offer on the inside. And then we got the replay here for Martin. It's that tip time.
Eyeing off that left that Nacho was on in that previous heat, and a regular foot, goofy foot battle. This is going to be a really good matchup. Super excited. Quite similar to what we had in that last heat. So excited to see how it pans out. So Kai with just the 4-point ride with score still to drop. Looks like it's going to be coming in relatively similar. And he gets a 4.4, so out to an early lead, the Australian. Surfboard shaper by trade. High Estate Surfboards is his label. Started off predominantly laminating as well. He was working alongside some of the best in the Australian surfboard industry, and he's there at North Coast Surfboards, where he glasses stuff like the Bears, the Takiyamas, the Vouch boards, and his own label as well. Very rare to have a craftsman, a start to finish craftsman, and Kai is one of those. 2 steps up to the nose. Here he is in the bowl, and a snapping, carving, gouging turn there for Kai Ellis-Flint, and a combo with a drop knee, utilizing the full length of the board on that wave, the P bowl right. Kai Ellis-Flint, the Australian surfer shaper, designer, and professional longboarder, making his way through to the inside, seeing if he's got some bells and whistles on the end, which he does. And he finishes that one cleanly on the inside. Wow.
Super fantastic wave there. Yeah, you can hear the beach giving it up for Kai there. I like the way he put all those things together. I think this is going to go in that excellent range.
Did I get a bit too excited in that turn? I mean,
you really were excited. There was, like, I think 3 adjectives that you did give it. It was gouging plus a couple others.
It's not
but
very often
the way the wave bottomed out right as he went into the turn really made that whole sweeping motion like extra special. Yeah, it was sweet. And that whole the spray.
I'm all for performance longboarding if you make the board look short.
Do that.
Like that, yeah. It detaches from the image, the style, when a longboarder makes the board look really, really long. With their hands, you know, everything. But Martin, on the other hand, let's see what he got done. He's got a good score to lock in too. Nice, hang 5.
Yeah, same kind of situation going on here. He's going to hope for that kind of rebound off the white water. Strong wave here for Martin. He's only got that 3.5 and a 7.77, so he's going to come in with his highest score, I think, there.
The score's still to drop there, so Martin was on that left, just behind Kai as well. Which is why we didn't catch up with that. Kai went over to the right, Martin onto the left. 28-year-old from Reunion Island, qualified through the regional qualifying tour, which we talked about the success of that across the QS and the longboard QS as well, which is why at the World Tour level we're seeing a diverse range of these surfers, and it's cool. We're unlocking these new surf nations, and we're talking about the popularity of these emerging surf nations too. Of course, Reunion Island doesn't need any introduction. but it's so cool to see a lot of them represented, especially on the Challenger Series coming up. I believe there's 6 surfers from Reunion Island under the French flag represented at the Challenger, which is pretty cool. A 6.67 for Kai Ellis-Flint. Extends his lead, but a 5.23 from the Frenchman. Now only needing a 5.85, so it's game on here, Carla.
Game is on, and we got plenty of time on the clock, 22 minutes. I mean, that's a lifetime practically in a heat sense, so we're looking forward to seeing how all of this plays out.
As that wind picks up, we're seeing these surfers starting to battle with a variety of peaks. There's someone who mastered that in that last hit with Ben Skinner, who's on the glass with Rosie Hodge.
Highest heat total of the day so far. We're talking about how stacked this elimination round has been. How important was that heat win for you for your campaign on the tour this year?
Yeah, it's definitely not a nice feeling being in the elimination round. Yesterday was a tough loss for me. Just didn't really get a rhythm going at all, so it was really important to go out there today and just have the heat like that, you know, and the waves are so fun today. It's very different to yesterday, so I'm hoping we're going to see more of this through the event. And I'm pretty excited to keep surfing, yeah.
And you've arrived just off the back of the European champs, just got you a couple days ago. So how's that jet lag feeling, and how's Huntington treating you so far?
Yeah, jet lag's it's a funny thing. It like hits you around the head at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So hopefully I'm surfing before that time of day. But yeah, it was great. We went to the Junior European Champs in Portugal, and I coached the gyro English team. And kids did amazing. My son actually finished second in the under-16, so it's a pretty special week.
Great results for the family. What do you expect here at Huntington come the end of the week?
Well, I just want to keep enjoying myself. I had a good result in Bells, made a big mistake in the semi-finals, and it cost me the final. So just keep putting heats together, keep surfing like that, enjoying myself, having fun, and I think that's what brings out the best in me for sure.
Really loving that heat. Thank you for your time, Ben.
Love you, kids.
Ben Skinner, lovely insight there, and we talked about his multi-dimensional surfing, but in his career, coaching, father, husband, surfer, shaper.
That was a really great post-heat interview. I loved hearing what he had to say. It's great to see somebody that's so self-aware, and he put it together. He knew he needed to have this heat today, and I think that really sets athletes, really excellent athletes, apart, is being able to see what you need and then do it. That's the challenge.
Yeah, bouncing back as well. He had that first heat where he never got into rhythm. And I did watch that yesterday. We didn't have that televised, but of course, we're going to be having the whole day today for that round 2. And then we're going to have round 3, round of 16 tomorrow. And we'll be finishing off with the finals on Tuesday as well for those of you joining us. And I know in Australia it's Monday morning right now, but it's Sunday over here in Surf City, Huntington Beach. And Martin Cordet has gone to the lead. The Frenchman, a 6.07. The goofy footer looking good in the final 20 minutes. This is a replay in the break.
Here's the replay here. A lot happening during that interview. Martin getting right up to the 510. He's holding on to it. Nice, solid, controlled nose ride. Gets around that little white water, and he's going to reset again. Nails it again, and then he's going to rebound that white water, keeping in control. He's been sticking to the lefts. This was his 6.07.
Yeah, he did really well. Linked all that together. There was a lot of opportunity for scoring. There was no single moment that stood out more than the rest. He just had that, you know what, he had that flow that Pignataro was unable to capitalize on in that previous heat. He had the maneuvers, very similar, but disjointed, where, Kai Ellis-Flint hanging on to that one, a little disjointed himself. Wrangles that one around, searching for only a 4.63. Drop knee off the foam. Unique style of surfing there from Kai Ellis-Flint. You don't see that every day, a drop knee re-entry.
Yeah, the drop knee is a good one to be thrown in there. It's those dynamics that we're talking about, and just the variety. Keeping things fresh, keeping it, you can get boring up there when the judges, they're seeing the same, 10s, 5s, turns. Let's give him something to get excited about.
Powerful legs, the drop knee, top turn like that. I mean, I think of the likes of Dane Wilson, Ray Gleave, Bo Young used to do something similar.
Well, you can tell right here, he did his leg day.
Yep. I actually used to play a little bit of water polo as well, so some big trunks down there, holding him nice and strong.
Definitely some big
His dad,
trunks.
Peter, will be tuning in right now saying, yep, it came from me. He'll be stoked watching his son, Kai, out there right now, putting on a show. But this is primetime viewing for the Australians tuning in right now, waking up to go to work on a Monday, and there'll be a couple of hundred watching Kai right now.
Yeah, it looks like Kai came in at a 5.57 on that last wave, so now that's moved him into first place. And Martin now needing a 6.18 to take the lead position. 17 minutes on the clock. Again, I have a feeling we're going to switch back again. This is going to go, who knows how this is going to go by the time the heat ends.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's been a back and forth throughout this whole event today. We had the women's elimination round this morning. We are into the men's elimination round now. We've just seen up and down, a lot of gamesmanship played, and we've just seen so much momentum change with the confidence of these surfers. Kai's someone who goes into heats with a lot of confidence right throughout, but it has pipped him at the post quite a few times throughout his career, including here last year, El Salvador and Bells Beach, where he lost out in the round of 16, which I would have to say was a shock loss to Declan Wyden. Declan came back from behind and got the score, beat him by, I think, 0.04 in the dying moments. Heartbreaking, but well done to Declan, who worked so hard for that victory.
It's so hard when it's such a narrow miss like that. And you know that you could have just been there, maybe if you coulda, shoulda, woulda. But it's all part of the journey. That's what I try to tell anyone that I've been working with. You know, take each heat, each experience as a learning moment, and how you can better yourself for the next one. I really appreciate a lot of these post-heat interviews where you hear that from the surfers and they say, you know, just trying to learn from the moment, even if they've won and they're kind of sitting on top. You still got to take it all in, be humble. Yeah, work on bettering yourself.
And someone who Kai's been hanging with, Soleil Erico a lot, and CJ Nelson, who's been working with Soleil, so he's been in that camp, so working a lot between in the back end as well. Maybe not how to ice out heats, but just really working on tightening the screws a little bit, so letting your surfing do the talking and maximizing that scoring potential when you do take off. The gamesmanship, to some, comes naturally. To others, they do have to work on it. Kai's a natural competitor, though. He's not silly. He knows what he needs. He just needs to keep his mind on the situation. But Martin Corrette, he's been eagle-eyed in this event, posting up, I think, 16 points in his opening heat. Unlucky not to get through, and hammers that one shut. Looking for a 6.18. That's a unique score because he got a 6.07 before, and that's a pretty similar wave.
Yeah, it'll be interesting how they call this one. It looks like Kai right up and answering back. Oh. Nice tight 10.
Oh,
he's keeping himself just through. It almost comes stuck there. You know, he almost pearls it, but he's able to hold through. Again, I think he's done his leg day plenty to kind of hold through that. Paddle battle out. We'll see who gets the priority.
Here we have, look at Kai and see who that priority gets awarded to. So paddling out to the left is Martin in blue. Kai on the right. Looks like Kai gets priority. So that P next to Kylis Flint right now, he's got choice of that next wave. Although they are surfing different parts of the peak, if they were to take off on the same wave, Martin has to give way to Kai.
That's right. So with 14 minutes on the clock, sure, Kai is going to take advantage of his priority in order to try to put a little bit more space. That 6.18 is not that huge of a score for Martin to get. Looks like we got 2 peaks.
Yeah. So Martin way down the beach on that far right. Kai closer on the pier bowl. Looks like he got something done on the outside, looking to drop a low of a 5.57, which was his last wave. Stepping back to the tail. The key is to link the nose and the tail together with that footwork. If you can get on the nose, in the pocket, as we've seen Kai doing, it's going to garner good scores. And as we can hear in the background, Martin Corrette getting a 5.57 on that wave before last, and that matches Kai's, but it wasn't enough, needing a 6.18. So back to the drawing board for Corrette, and we'll wait to see where this one comes in from Kai, and perhaps get that replay. As you can see that pier, he's going to paddle through the pier and take the travelator through. So very smart wave IQ there from Kai and heat IQ, but that's just a mark of an experienced surfer who's grown up surfing around reefs, grown up surfing around points. You take the easiest route back out, Color.
Work smarter, not harder, I think they say, right? So
100%.
He's definitely paying attention. He's probably watched a few heats and watched some of the other surfers like Ben, who did the same thing and was able to kind of whip out there quickly. It's not just about getting out there quickly, but it's maximizing your stamina and not using your strength and your power and your energy where you really need to. And if you have the opportunity to use a current or use whatnot to help yourself get out, you should absolutely be taking that.
For sure, and that's you know, as far as surf schools go, and people who are in that position to teach the art of surfing, it's the logistics of a lineup is just as important as, in fact, riding waves is one small element of competitive surfing and the lifestyle and the art of surfing as well. All of this stuff is integral because we ride waves for a very short period of our surfing life. You know, if you talk about the 10,000 hour rule to be an expert at something, so even the best in the world will never get 10,000 hours on a wave. In a session, you know, the waves out here are maybe under 10 seconds long.
You've got probably 10,000 waiting.
Yeah.
Sitting out there. I tease sometimes and on those ho-hum kind of lackluster days. It's like, oh, we should be calling this waiting as opposed to surfing because you're kind of just waiting on the ocean to provide for you.
And waiting is Tony Silvani, who'll be coming up next against Antonio Dantes. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, but don't go any of the remainder of Heat 4 coming up next. Yes, hundreds of people, thousands of people down here at Huntington Beach. We are watching the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, and this heat's really taking off with Kai Ellis-Flint, the Australian, leading from the Frenchman, Martin Corrette. A 6.21 required, down into second spot. Goofy versus natural battle, and we are here at the iconic HB Southside. And you got Kai on the right-hand side of the screen, surfing the pier bowl rights, and Martin down on Machado's left.
It's been a tit-for-tat kind of heat. You know, they've got similar scores on the board. We got the 6.67 and a 5.60 for Kai, a 6.07 and a 5.57 for Martin. And one gets one, the other answers back. So with 9 minutes, I keep saying it, there's lots that, you know, could happen and could change here.
And where do you think an excellent range score, like how's either of these surfers going to blow this open?
I think we need to see some of those really like hood ornament like 10s like we saw from Ben earlier, a bit more critical, a bit longer, and then connecting it into those power turns. We've seen Kai put down some nice drop knees, but we haven't seen that like connection that we saw in some of the previous heats of our heat winners. So I think what it's really going to take for Kai and Martin obviously as well is to really link those heavy hitter maneuvers together.
Yeah, and Kai paddling for this one. Classic right-hander here, and a very tricky pier bowl right. Gets the 10 through the pocket, and splitting the peak will be Martin as well. And Kai hammers that one shut. Martin on the wave behind him. Getting some work done. The goofy foot, a series of drop knee turns there. Stepping forward, and see Kai surfing this one right through to the shore break. Gets low. Trying to generate some speed through the inside. He's not done yet. Another hang five. And he steps off on the sand. Classic fashion. You know what? No leash. That is about as elegant as it gets.
That's the best way to do it. Step off on the sand like that. You couldn't ask for, I mean, thank goodness for the the replays.
Yeah.
Because the judges up there would have been split eyeballs there trying to watch both those guys, you know, kill those waves. I think Kai is going to perhaps get a little bit of the slight nod there. He got it all the way into the beach, and it was pretty fabulous.
You can't beat stepping off on the sand, putting on a show for the thousands of people that are down here at Surf City. If you are around, it's Sunday afternoon. We still have 4 heats left today to check out the action. And look at everybody starting to really enjoy what is to come here at the US Open of Surfing. And this is a replay of Kai Ellis-Flynn on his last wave. Nice driving through the whitewash, nice hang 5-10 combo, very technical, and hammers that one shut. So judges, early signs, really liking the completion and really picking up where Ben Skinner left off. And talk us through this one, Carla.
Yeah, here we got Martin here. He gets that nice solid 5-10. I like the 10 here. Really shows commitment. He's going to bring it back around. Nice drop knee. So he's kind of hearing what's going on, right? He knows what he needs to put together. I like the combination of maneuvers here. Another turn. He's going to set it back up and try to get that inside nose ride, but the wave doesn't quite hold up, dies off there. So I think Kai's going to get the nod on that exchange, but we got Blue up again. Nice, tight 10.
Wow, it's almost like he had an earpiece listening to the commentary there to go hood ornament. Taking off deep, doing what he has to do on these left-handers. And tapping that one off. He's on a Luffy shape from Portugal. Very signature. Wide nose, wide throughout the whole board, very stable on the nose. Trimming that one through, and he'll do the best he can. He got a 307 on his wave before last. We'll look to see what that one comes in at. No, still got 2 scores, I think, owing for Martin, but 7, 6, 7, as I squint to see that 6 or an 8. And that's putting Kai in a commanding position. 14.34 heat total for the Aussies. We're nearly in that last 5 minutes at the moment. An 8.27 required from Martin. It was a 5.5 on the wave before last. Wasn't enough, but we'll still see what that one comes in at now. Now needing an excellent range, 8.27.
Yeah, now we're kind of at that point in the heat. We've got 5 minutes remaining. Kai has come in and locked in that 7.67. Now it's changing the situation for Martin. He needs an 8.27, and to come up with that in 5 minutes it's a bit harder, a bit more of a challenge for him to take on. Kai asking for a time check there. He is in priority, so it might be in his advantage to kind of hold Martin off from getting a wave, because he would know that it would be possible for Martin to be able to get that score.
Left-hand side of the screen, Martin. No priority. Kai, he's in the middle of the screen, and that's what we saw Kai paddling over to Martin to try and, so you see he's over on the right-hand side of the screen. So he's decided he's going to try and, Kai might try and beat that 6.67 instead of paddling over to sit on Corette. Interesting, because it's going to have to be the highest wave of the heat, but here he goes, under priority. The Frenchman sees a left, and it looks like a good one too. Gets to the nose, driving the low line. Incredibly difficult nose ride. Didn't like how that one felt kicked out. But that was the board doing a lot of that work too.
Yeah, right away, if you noticed, he kind of had this downward angle right when we got into the wave. And instead of the board kind of holding a higher line and staying more critical, you saw it go down right away, which then kind of hit that bottom part of the trough, slowed the board down, and he didn't have enough wall really in front of it to make anything more out of it. So decides to get out of there.
And Kai in red making his way over now with 3 minutes 45, deciding to play the chess game and just sit on top of his competitor right now. And Kai will have choice of the next best wave that comes in. But it's, you know, as often as we see in other forms of surfing and sport, they're going to try and bait each other. They're going to try and play the game.
Well, I mean, that's what's in the rules. That's what this is about. You know, as much as sometimes some of us would like, oh, just let your surfing talk for you and just surf. This is part of the nature of the deal, and you got to know how to play the game and strategize, and you know, sometimes you got to get a little dirty.
Good luck getting a set wave to yourself at places like Malibu or Sunset Beach. You got to play the game, Carla, as we know.
And Martin, he's playing it right now. He got a nice sick 10 off there. He knows that the story's not over yet. He hasn't finished this chapter. He's going to give it all he can right up into the last seconds.
Well, he kicked out of that. He's feeling it. We'll see what that emotion is. 2 minutes 45 remaining.
I think he knows that he's not going to get the one that he really wants because Kai is sitting in the priority.
Here's Kai. He's actually paddling for this. Unusually, doesn't need the score. He kicks out and regains priority. So Kai has been super cool, as he often is, but he has lost in a couple of really important heats at this point in time as well.
Well, and this is those moments, those learning moments, perhaps, you know, and you learn from the past, and perhaps he's sitting there going, I'm not going to make the same mistakes I did last time. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to hold my priority and make sure that Martin, you know, doesn't slip in underneath me.
Yeah, Kai's you know, a true surfer as well, so when he does see a good wave, he's got that rush. He wants to better his score. He wouldn't be that stoked with a 6.67 in his scoreline. Growing up surfing alongside Kai, I know that he keeps wanting more. But it's a professional event. We are here. But the other end of the spectrum, he isn't wearing a leash too. So it's like, how competitive are you necessarily?
Well, I think we talk, it's each case their own. Some things, like for me, I would not maybe put the leash on because it would jack me up. But I'm also somebody that was looking and watching heats well before I had to surf, where other people wait a couple heats before, but they're wearing the leash. So different strategies, different strokes for different folks.
Kai will wear a leash too. He was surfing 10 feet Lennox Head the other day, you know, getting tubed off his head. He'll wear a leash there, but just doesn't have a provision for it on the longboard. But doing really well on this heat. 7.67 and a 6.67. He looks pretty sure to clinch this, but Martin, experienced competitor. He's been competing for many years, and this is his first time on the Longboard World Tour. He's being supported by a lot of the French surfers, Edouard Delpero, Zoe Gorpion, working in close quarters with Corette. They'll be tuning in, watching this right now, or perhaps even in the competitors area, willing him to do well. But he's put up a great campaign, 16-point heat total in his first heat, and went down. And this one, 11.64. So that's a commendable heat total so far. And here we go, Kai paddling. Might be a position switch of the priority. Final 30 seconds. Not yet. No change in priority.
No change in the priority. Time's really winding down here. Things are looking slim for Martin. But a good fight nonetheless.
Reunion Island surfer, of course, he's well accustomed to the left-handers, but doing well here in Huntington, going left. He hasn't even gone right in this whole event so far. He actually went right for a little bit, but it was a...
He'll probably go right here at the end. They've switched sides now.
Yeah, so Kai Ellis-Flint, the Australian, he takes the win convincingly, and those two will embrace, shake hands, and we'll see Martin bow out of this competition early with another 17th place finish. But I feel like his surfing isn't done yet. You know, he's still got a lot to show us. Might see that in the third stop, but there it is. Ellis-Flint, one of the most exciting prospects on the World Longboard Tour, moves into round 3. And don't go anywhere, because up next, we have Kaipo Guerrero and Rosie Hodge coming in to call Heat 5.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By IC Polarized, anchored in style for under $50. By Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. And by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages.
Back at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Men's elimination round in the water, south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. An iconic symbol. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kuiper Girl, along with Supermom Rosie Hodge and the Waz, Strider Wazalewski. And we get to talk longboarding today. We've seen some tremendous surfing, Rosie, and both for the men and the women. I think it's been split right down the middle as far as exciting surfing and longboarding today.
It's been a super intense elimination round. In these heats, you can tell how much it means to the surfers when you catch up with them on the sand. I mean, Ben Skinner had the highest heat total of the round so far, and it was great to catch up with him. But you can tell, you know, they won it.
Yeah, well, it looks like, you know, with the tide and everything moving around out there, there's definitely a lot of surf on hand. I mean, looking really fun. Just glistening peaks out the back here at Huntington, so there's plenty of waves to get your performance on. I'm hoping to see some high performance nose riding. I just love when they get out on the nose and just hang time.
Yeah. Well, in this heat, we got a contrast right now. We have a young Antonio Dantes out of Estoril in Portugal, just 21 years old, up against a veteran. North Carolina's in the lineup. Carolina Beach, North Carolina's Tony Silvani, 36 years old. Here goes Silvani on his Stewart surfboard. And this is one of the veterans of the longboard tour. Oh, watch the fin, however. Wow.
That was dangerous. That was like a guillotine right there.
Yep. 10 inches of fiberglass underneath that board, and that was a highly raked fin, too. It looked like a sickle, Strider.
Well, there's been some wild stories about people being finned. You know, you got the pylons, you've got the mussels, you've got the sand sharks and the stingrays, and you've got the single fins coming at you right here. Gets a little hang time, but then the wave turns the board over on him, and he almost gets guillotined by the board.
I feel like that also illustrates, I mean, that degree of difficulty of wanting to have that footwork and wait as long as you can before meeting that lip line without interrupting the flow. So, you know, we can really see that degree of difficulty and what his intentions were as he went up for that last maneuver.
Yeah. So, Tony, he's on your screen. 9th place finish in stop number 1 over at Bells Beach. So that's outside the top 8 that you want to be at the end of the year. Antonio out there in the blue jersey, 17th place. So both of these surfers have some ground to make up for in stop 2 of the longboard tour here in Huntington Beach. Silvani with a 5-point ride and a 3.17 for early lead. The Portuguese surfer Antonio Dantes is sitting out there with priority. Strider, Antonio's from a beautiful place in Portugal. I think actually all of us have been there together, and right in the Carcavelos region over there in Estoril. Just a magical place for a surfer, just for a lifestyle.
Yeah, you know, if there's one other place I could live easily, it would be Portugal. There are so many beautiful beaches there. Here we go, live action.
Finds the left here, touches the nose. One more time for a hang 5, clearing a whitewater section for Antonio Dantes. Roller coaster finish. We'll see if he sticks with it and takes it to the beach, and looks like his intentions are just that. You can see a little bit of reverb coming off of the pilings on the pier. And now we're going to be watching for some footwork from the Portuguese surfer. Planing through the inside, gets another hang 5 right before he hits the sand.
That's a pretty fun way to exit your board. Just step off.
Yeah. I mean, just thinking about where he's from in Portugal, Estoril and Carcavelos, like very similar kinds of conditions that you can find over there. I'm sure he's, as we watch this one.
Well, let's see. We're gonna have a couple hay yalls here for North Carolina. for Tony Silvani. And Silvani has a surf school, a rental business there at Carolina Beach. Like I said, one of the veterans of the Longboard Tour, and also with a legendary boards underneath his feet. Stewart Designs, Bill Stewart, who's been making longboards for I'm gonna say 4 decades now. 5 decades, actually, because I'm gonna take it. I can't even date myself right there, Rosie, because I'm going back to Bill Stewart in the 80s, as an influential longboard shaper as well as a airbrusher. Here's Tony on the Stewart, Rosie.
Yeah, looking good, just perched up on that nose right there, just showing us what he's capable of, just straight into that kind of drop knee, and then goes for that third maneuver there. So going to be very interesting to see what the judges thought of this one. This is a great look at Antonio was.
Yeah, but you know what? Beautiful start. Swings it back around for the 5, then finishes on the inside there. I feel like you were talking about there, Kaipo, the very, very kind of familiar conditions out there. And he's real comfortable in these bumpy waves.
Yeah. Well done, mate. Kai Ellis Flint onto the round of 16. He's with AJ.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Kai, you were telling me before we started this interview that you just felt like you were able to build on that heat, find a rhythm later on. What do you think how do you think you were able to do that?
Yeah, I guess I've been trying to work on just going for a roll in the park rather than like trying to hit the coping the whole time, I guess. And so those first couple of waves just felt like I was trying to find my rhythm. And then it kind of moves on from that, like trying to build on your score, and you kind of know what you have to do, locking in those nose rides like Ben Skinner in that last heat. And then, yeah, just trying to get those critical turns towards the end of the wave.
And we know when you have those critical moments in a heat out in the water, being confident in the equipment that you're riding, it makes all the difference. You have a very special relationship with your board and the fins. Tell us how you created the board, the fins for this event.
Yeah, so not necessarily for this event, I guess it's for the whole tour in general. I stumbled upon a design with the luck of me having a board under my feet for a period of time a couple of years back. It was a Joel Tudor Santa Ana model, and I kind of like felt that, and then it kind of has evolved from there, and I brought it back more to something that I would ride in Australia, a traditional sort of involvement style model, and try to keep that same feeling and add the, I guess you want to call it new school sort of aspects with a little bit of edge and concave running through the middle, and then working with that, I kind of stumbled upon this design with my fin, and I'd been working on that for a little while, and always really appreciated Nat Young surfing and where he was taking it in the 80s and 90s, and sort of tried to take from that and move forward with it, creating that little release point at the tip of the fin, which kind of really helps me get that snap towards the end of my turns.
So working on creating a board that fits your style so perfectly, how much does that give you confidence in the water?
I mean, the confidence is kind of taken away from you when you're in amongst the crowd, and I guess the commentator is it's kind of like right in your ear when you're out in the water, so you're just trying to like zone out from that a little bit. But I feel confident on my board once I get that rhythm, you know, and then I feel I can kind of surf how I would normally surf.
Well, you did a great job today. Congratulations, Kai.
Thank you very much.
There you go. Kyle Flint trying not to let Todd Klein get in his head as the beach commentator as we look at live action here with Tony Silvani. And that's more like it for the veteran there. A nice trip to the nose, lengthy nose ride, little drop knee turn, roller coaster re-entry off the top, another drop knee for Silvani, looking smooth, and his ride's gonna end right there. Wow, look at this left for Dantas, streaking down the line. And the goofy first versus regular contrast is really clear on both the waves they're surfing and their overall approach. So Dantas, a lot more upright, calmer in the body, planing through this section here, and his ride's gonna end right there. So we'll be waiting for those scores, Rosie. I like the exchange.
Yeah, and it was such a good point on the contrasting styles. I mean, Tony's got a little bit of a more can look a little frantic as he's going, but still reserved when he gets that critical point. I love the smoothness that I'm seeing from Dantes as he perches right on the nose there. Look at the way that those toes are hanging over the edge of the nose. And then beautiful transition into that one. And then fully commits to that coping right there.
And here's Tony Strider.
Yeah, you know what? Beautiful nose ride right here. Very confident. And then he waits for it, perfectly times his re-entry, which was a really weightless and clean maneuver. So I really like the way that he executed there. Does a little dance on the way in. So, you know, trying to add a few, you know, 0.5 or something on the inside. But I feel like the work that he did out the back was really clean.
Yeah, he got a 5.87. And now the score for Dantas rolls in at a 7-point ride. So the Portuguese surfer, Rosie, gets the best of the exchange.
I like both of those waves. I mean, when you watch it back there, maybe that point of difference is just how the critical sections that were out on the outside for Antonio and what he was able to do with them. You got to say, even with Tony being knocked into that second position, he's got priority, he's got familiarity with this wave and with this competition. He finished, I think, 3rd last year.
Yeah, he had a good run here.
Yeah, he had a great run here, so he'd be feeling that momentum. You mentioned he's surfing Stewart boards, which are shaped in San Clemente, so strong connection to this part of the world.
I just hope these guys have a good wax sponsor.
Yeah.
Because you're going to go through a whole bar.
Oh, because, yeah, they're
waxing up one board
I get you.
for
Yeah.
one session. I mean, you think about that. There's a lot of wax getting unloaded on those boards. 9 foot plus.
I always recommend Foo Wax.
It'd be really tough to, yeah, the food's always great, but that's sticky
So
when you got to be moving around on the board.
so sticky you might trip on the way up to the nose.
I will say the Beach Marshal, they have like racks and racks of wax. You'd be picking it like a backpack and just going yoink.
Yeah.
A couple bars, maybe a box. Right?
It's been done before.
That's why it's there.
It's been done.
For the competitors.
It has
Sticky fingers over there. He's probably already got some in his backpack.
It has been done. Hey, nothing worse than pulling up to the beach
with no wax.
And realizing you don't have the wax, and the board was sitting in the car, and it has that melted to re-hardened again, slick sheen over it, and you go out there, you try to rip, and you slip in front of everyone.
The worst is when the wax is melting off the rail.
Oh.
It's just dripped off.
Just left that oily residue.
Well, Antonio Dantas sitting confidently with a great scoreline of a 6.17 and a 7-point ride. Second in priority, but I feel the surfers have a bit of separation. So priority's not going to come into play right now. We see Tony over there by the pier. We see Antonio all the way down there by the Machado left, Strider.
Yeah, there's two completely separate peaks that they're riding. So they're just going to let their surfing do the talking, and I think we might see some tactics play in towards the end of the heat. You know, if one guy's got priority and the other, you know, with the countdown and trying to keep your opponent off a wave that they may need towards the end. But there's a couple of different trains of thought when it comes to strategy like that, and you know, why not sit right next to your opponent when you have priority to make sure that you catch the better wave.
There is so much time on the clock, and one thing I have noticed through these rounds that we've watched, the longboarders seem to prefer their forehand. So we're watching Antonio, he's on that Machado left, he's a goofy footer, and we've got Tony out here on that right peak. So, you know, that can almost play an advantage if you have, you know, two opposing stances in a heat, because it can have that separation where you can sit on your elected peak.
Yeah, it's definitely easier to hang over the nose on the forehand.
Yeah.
On the backhand, it does become a lot more, it's more difficult, but I would think that the judges would take notice of that.
So yeah, but great point, because most of the high scores have come on the forehand today. And Strider, to your point, is that the only high score that we saw on the backhand was Taka Inoue, but he got well rewarded for hanging on the nose backside. So yeah, point well taken, and that's something that we were seeing playing out today. Gosh, we're learning as we're going.
We are students.
Students. Every day is a classroom here at the U.S. Open of Surfing. You know why? Because you can't make a concrete plan to anything to do with surf competition because the tides change, The waves come in different sets, come at different angles. It's not something you can depend on wholeheartedly, Stroud. You have to be adaptable. You have to be fluid like water, like Bruce Lee. Hey, let's check in with Flick, Felicity Palmentier. I think she's in the Bonsoy athlete zone. Flick?
Hi guys, I am down here in the athlete zone. One of the best things about this athlete zone is that they have access to so many good opportunities down here, from the catering to the doctors to the physios, all very professional. One thing you do have access to is great snacks, and I have sampled this. This is Coco Joy, and it is coconut peanut butter, and it is absolutely delicious. I'm actually just going to get back to the surfboard riding and sample some more Kokomo. Back to you guys.
Yeah, comes in 2-go packets right there. The Kokomo.
That's good.
Those are good for when you're sitting out in the water.
Yeah.
Surfing all day. You don't need to get out.
Or when you're on a WSL, like out in the water.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go with Tony. This is Antonio Dantes. The Battle of the Tonys out here in heat number 5. Tony Silvani up against Antonio Dantes. Dantes looking to better a 6.17. Don't think he's going to do it there. And I don't think the priority is going to matter because these surfers are still surfing separate peaks. There's Tony Silvani. He recognizes some waves out on the horizon, Rosie.
Yeah, this is looking like a good set coming through. Tony's kind of scratching out to the outside. I think he wants that early entry. It's interesting at Huntington though, because you can either have that chip shot double up or it can close out. So let's see how this one works out for him.
On the nose, and a little bit too much time. Sinks the nose, goes down. Gonna have to have another swing at it. Needs that 6.78. Dantes looks like he recognizes something. And good signs here with more swell. It's gonna be Tony Silvani, however, on that pure bull right. Here he goes, straight to the nose, shuffles his way back, and just gives up.
No, I'm sad for him because that was a very critical nose ride, and then you're expecting to come around that section. Am I right? And then that wave kind of just crumbles in front of him when you need a score.
You're a sympathetic young lady.
Sad.
You know, these things happen.
Yeah. But you're right there with him perched on the nose.
Yeah, but I think his execution was a little too quick.
Okay.
And we kind of talked about it earlier with the calmness of Antonio. And so when he ran up there so quickly, he was trying to force it in there instead of kind of kind of trying to get the board set and then into position. I feel like it got away from him. He didn't have the speed that he needed to get to the section. And if he would have just set his line a little bit and then ran up there, I think he would have actually come away with a...
It's interesting. I feel like at Huntington, because it's moving so quickly and crumbling, you're like, do I run up? Do I wait, bide my time?
I think it's a roll of the dice either way.
Good point.
Well, I feel like, you guys, I kind of need a pickup right now. So why don't we check out a Bonsoy brew break? Take a break from the action, froth it up, but we'll be back with the conclusion. Who's it going to be? Tony or Tony coming out of this heat? Tune in to find out. Back at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic and looking at our Pacifico fan picks, and the majority are going for North Carolinian Tony Silvani. 79% of you on WorldSurfLeague.com picked Tony to win this heat. You can choose yourself. Go to WorldSurfLeague.com, hit the heat button, hit the results button, and make your picks. We'll compile all of that data and present to you with the fan picks. 79% of you picked Tony Silvani. Well, you're wrong, because it's Antonio Dantes is currently
There's still
in the
time
lead.
left on the clock.
I'm just trying to encourage people to come on and pick, you know? That's how you
You're
get
poking the bear.
God, you really poked the bear right there. Like, you told everybody that voted that they were wrong before we even had a result.
Make your picks on WorldSurfLeague.com. It's fun. I make my pick before every heat.
Sounds like a presidential debate.
Oh, jeez.
Don't.
6 minutes and 25 seconds. And actually, I picked Tony Silvani with my fan pick for this heat because I know more about Tony.
Yeah.
And, you know, and Antonio Dantes is actually a new name for me, Rosie, but the Portuguese surfer really is impressing me with his stylish surfing.
Definitely. I mean, when you get a first glimpse of this new talent coming in, it's been so refreshing to watch this longboard to evolve, even from last year's competition, to see the way the guys are approaching their heats, the competitive strategies that are really coming into play. I do find the longboard community, it feels like a community. Like the vibes in the contest area, they high. Everyone's like slapping fives, having fun as we watch Tony important wave.
Yeah, sure is. Wow, clears that section and looked like he had all the work done, Strider, clearing that whitewater section, but then just goes down.
Went for the sand dollar dive.
That was tough. And, you know, and I guess, honestly, Strider, what Tony doesn't want is for frustration to come in. And you see a little bit of that body English on the paddle back out.
Yeah, you know, we've seen he's got a lot more movement like in his body and his surfing. So I think maybe that's just his style, and he's pushing pretty hard. He just needs to find a wave that's going to let him. Most of the waves that we've been watching him that have been incomplete have just kind of been fast and ran away from him. So hopefully he can find something with a little more open face, find the tip time, and come out and do a nice little down carve, which we've seen. That one beautiful light floater.
Here's our heat recap, Rosie. Antonio Dantes.
Yeah, he's been a pleasure to watch as we see those kind of three maneuver combo, and Tony's had some moments of brilliance. Been loving watching this guy engage that rail and his brand of surfing, Strider.
Yeah, I love this one where he gets up there for the tip time, perfectly execute the timing right here where he did the little roller into a weightless floater, and it was just really clean. But this was the wave that really, the soul arch right there, Rosie, beautiful work.
And it's the hang time that he had on that 10 too. In that critical section, you can see him getting weightless as that board lifts up. It's really beautiful to watch a well-executed nose ride.
Back to live action here. Tony Silvani perched on the nose, shuffled across that back. Beautiful drop knee cut back. Super Joey Cabellish or Phil Edwardish there with the drop knee cut back for Tony Silvani. 6.78 is the number that he needs to reach, Rosie.
I liked it. I mean, at first glance, obviously we're going to see the replay. A smaller wave. There was elements of that was really nice, but you got to think about a 6.78 compared to Antonio's 7. So let's have a look at this. That's where he gets the 10. He's perched. He goes for a long time, so super critical. Nice footwork there, straight into the drop knee cutty. It's kind of got to be comparable, like I said, to Antonio's 7, which is, it's kind of a big ask at the moment.
Yeah. And
I wouldn't say that's it just because of the size of the wave let him down a little bit. The timing coming into that first nose ride, he had to push water a little bit and then finally found a flow coming through it. And then the wave was so small at the end there that it did kind of let him down a little.
Yeah, you're right. Came in under a 5.57, so he's still searching for a 6.78 with under 3 minutes remaining. Now let's see if there he goes, right on cue. So Antonio Dantes, who's been surfing the left down the beach, south of the beach, this entire heat now, knows that he has heat control, he has the lead, he has priority, and he's closing in on Tony Silvani for these final 2.5 minutes, Rosie.
Textbook. Textbook, have control of the heat, move on over, apply that pressure.
We've sure come a long way, Strider, from the duct tape classic that used to be over here where guys would share waves, there was a lot of high-fiving, and now it's turning into, it's like Challenger Series QS or CT competition here.
Well, the duct tape challenge
was
was a much looser format, which was fun.
Yeah.
And I feel like, you know, these guys are pushing for a world title.
Yeah.
And with that, you have a different format. And when you go from, you know, maybe a paycheck and a good time to a big trophy and the feather in your cap of a world title, format's definitely going to change.
Yeah, format and your approach, right?
Yeah.
And it's been gentlemen's rules. I mean, the entire heat, they've had that separation. It's come down to the final 2.5 minutes, and that's where, you know, you start to apply the pressure. So it's been fun to watch them both have waves, have opportunities, but to see how this little cat and mouse game plays out is important.
Yep, and there you go. Tony Dantes says mine on the backhand. Gets up to the nose again, touches it. Really effortless in his entire approach.
Which I feel like lends itself to, you know, the longboard and the surfing they're doing on these boards. It's just, I really enjoy that calm, smooth surfing from it, the style.
Yeah.
I think if it looks effortless, just recognize that it's extremely difficult.
Well, 45 seconds, and Tony Silvani left out at sea. Checks his watch.
Dantes running the Portuguese flag on the board, too.
Sweet.
Which I noticed. I really dig that. I think we're going to see more of that in the future. The athletes are going to be flying their flag a little harder.
I feel like maybe that's a board that he rode in the ISAs, where you have to put the sticker of your nation,
Oh, there you
potentially.
go. Yeah.
Speculating.
And of course, in surfing, Hawaii has its own country. So we have, which is interesting.
Antonio bettered his score there, huh?
Sure did.
Well, what you touched on with the backhand and the degree of difficulty.
Right. Definitely harder.
Well, we are going to see the elimination of Tony Silvani and the advancement of Antonio Dantes, the Portuguese surfer. He's on to the round of 16. And everyone back home in Cascais, Estoril, I can take pride in this Portuguese surfer moving on with some brilliant, smooth surfing.
And now you can say that the percentages were wrong.
Hey, good stuff. I hope you're enjoying it. We're going to come back with more longboarding. The elimination round continues here at the Huntington Longboard Classic.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by the all-new Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. And by 805 Beer, properly chill.
Sam Christensen up and riding the South African here in the elimination round of the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, all part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Kuiper Girl along with Rosie Hodge and Strider Wazalewski on the call here. It's Sam Christensen all the way out of South Africa up against Michael Van Hohenstein. From Honolulu, Hawaii. So Hawaii up against South Africa in this matchup. I got a South African right next to me. I happen to be a Hawaiian. What's your thoughts about this heat there, Rosie?
Oh, well, let's watch Sam right now as he's doing his thing, getting to the tip there, Kuiper.
Good surfing, great footwork. And finishes off his ride.
We do have a world champion, Stevie Sawyer, South African world champ. I'm sure Sam's super inspired by what he was able to achieve. So good to see some South African representation on the longboard tour.
You're right, Steezy. Steven Sawyer taking out a world title in 2018. This is Michael Van Hohenstein, Honolulu, Hawaii, with a great nose ride to begin with on his Pinder surfboard. Skips that section, goes up, and a little too high there, but a nice nose ride to start off for Michael Van Hohenstein, Strider.
Unfortunate.
Sam Christensen here. It's another goofy versus regular battle in this heat once again. And the surfers still choosing the right peak and the left peak individually. So we're waiting for a bunch of scores right now to get caught up, Rosie.
Yeah, that's right. These first couple of rides are so crucial as the judges kind of weigh in on the scores and lock their numbers in, because that's the kind of scale that we're going to see throughout the matchup.
Yeah, so the judges is certainly getting caught up right now with a number of scores to bring us up to track. I do want to mention that Michael out there in the red jersey is the older brother of Johnny Van Hohenstein, who's also in this competition. We'll see Johnny in the round of 16. There he is. Michael, the older brother of Johnny the Ripper. Michael up and out.
That was unfortunate for Michael on his wave. I mean, he had a beautiful nose ride. That wave had it disconnected, and he found the high road. He could have went low road, went high road, had the opportunity for that closeout section, and it could have turned his, what he's probably going to get around a 3 or 4 point ride into like a 6 or a 7 if he would have executed that wave perfectly. So that was a little bit of a miss for him. See if he can regather himself.
Yeah. Michael Van Hohenstein, kind of the architectural, like what we know of the Waikiki beach boy, and just another younger generation adopting that lifestyle. He's supported by some important people in Waikiki. Brian over at Moku Surf, which runs a surf shop and lessons. Michael himself gives surf lessons, and so he's kind of an ambassador of Aloha. Also, Michael has a great support squad. Kelia Moniz and the Honolulu Pawn Shop support Michael Van Hohenstein. Here is the South African, Sam Christensen, with a stretch 5 there. Haven't seen too many of those cheater 5s, and unfortunately just couldn't get that board off the rail to straighten it out. But I like the fact that he got up there and did a Paul Strauss cheater 5.
That was really fun to watch, and if he could have pulled that out and come down with it, that would have been amazing. So both surfers having a little struggle on the end section there, but really fun to watch this wave, Rosie.
Yeah, this is super fun as he gets up to the nose, tries to stretch it out there. That's a lot of white water and turbulence to contend with and to hold your composure. Then he gets almost knocked off kilter over there. So that disruption of flow is going to penalize him. But you see the wheels are turning. He's trying to bring out something fresh and different in this heat.
Michael.
And again, up, and this time brings it down. So Van Hohenstein is trailing Sam Christensen at the moment, but we need some scores through to set the situation between these two. Another tight heat, Ro.
Yeah, it is. It's been like that flurry of action, but no one's quite clicked into gear, I feel.
Here comes Sam, and has to chuck the board out the back after purling on that nose ride. And no leash, so time to chase the board, Strider.
Yeah, Sam, you know, like most South Africans, he's a wild card, huh? Just always throwing things out there. What's in the water down there, bro?
Let's watch this wave, and I'll tell you, Stradal.
Here we go,
I'll lift
Mike.
the hood.
And he just has to cruise to this one. Now, missed the nose right on the outside, so it's interesting that he's sticking with this wave. No layback. We haven't seen too many layback turns there, but I think it's going to cost him in the scoring, missing that outside nose ride. So what is in the water?
I think it's the hunger. Like, you've made the trip here, you've spent that money, like, you've got to make this count. And, like, everyone's watching you. Back home, there's a lot of pride in the surfers, a lot of support, so, and he's probably not really well sponsored, so he's probably making it on his own dime, so.
I like it.
Yeah. The hunger.
Yeah. Well, para bangs to Antonio Dantas, the Portuguese surfer. He's on to the round of 16. And I'm sure we're going to catch up with Antonio because he's with AJ McCord.
Yeah, that's right. Coming out of this heat, the elimination round, Antonio, I know it's not the place that you want to have to surf, but for you, finding some rhythm out there in the ocean, what was your approach to this heat?
I just went in there to have fun, and it went well. It's an honor to be here, and I'm loving it. Let's go to the next one.
Well, it's always a bit stressful surfing the elimination round, but especially when it's your first time surfing at a venue like it is for you here at Huntington Beach. But your older brother, Joao, competing here a few years ago, what advice did he give you before you got in the water?
Yeah, Tony Silvani is a legend, and it's an honor to compete against him. My brother has been here 2 years ago, and he just told me to have fun, and that's it. It's always good to have my brother in the background.
Always like getting that friendly advice in your ear. Para o Portugal, como você encontrou seu ritmo durante sua bateria?
Alô, Portugal. O ritmo foi, não sei, foi aparecendo. Eu sabia que tinha que apanhar as esquerdas e vieram duas boas, deu para faturar. Quero agradecer, Quero agradecer à minha família que está a ver em casa, aos meus amigos, à minha namorada, ao meu irmão, a todos. Muito obrigado. Bora para cima deles.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Ah, bora. I like it. Antonio on to the round of 16. And during that interview, we did see Sam Christensen get a wave, as well as Michael Van Hohenstein's had a wave also. So we'll get you caught up on those scores and those waves. Christensen currently in the lead. So the South African flag out in front, Rosie.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, he's building on his scores as we see. Well, his first two were really the ones that count, but I feel like his performance is building. As we watch a little bit of a replay, a bigger wave. Wow, he gets a nice little perch up there. Transitions through this section, gets on the nose again. And hits it off the top there.
Nice clean surfing. I really enjoy the post-heat interviews.
Yeah.
You know, like Antonio, he just seems like an adorable character. Do you know what I mean? After you hear him speak and you see his gesture, I really like it. You know, I feel like you get to know the athletes a little bit, and it's nice.
What did you call me? An empathetic character or something?
Sympathetic.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a good dude. Let's watch Sam.
Here goes with Sam on the nose. Previous wave for Christensen did build on his scoreline, a 4.93. He wants to do better here, and is just kind of picking up steam as this heat goes on. He tries to extend his lead ahead of Michael Van Hohenstein. And I don't think he's going to make the connection there, so all the points will come from the outside, and he'll paddle longshore to come back in. Maybe hear some words from our on-site commentators, Jeff Baldwin and Todd Klein. If you listen carefully, you may be able to hear them.
There's a lot of noise at Huntington competing here. You got the commentators, you got the crowd on the pier, there's bands going on. So it's kind of like you almost have to find that inner peace when you're out in the lineup competing.
We had a pretty righteous band, like as we walk in here down the Hurley stage right now. I don't know the name of the band playing right now, but they're playing every single day. We have different bands on the Hurley stage, 1 to 4 p.m. So you can come down here and enjoy the music as well. Number 4, Sam Christensen did not change anything out there, 4.27, but the South African on the paddle back out next to the pier is still in the lead. And also Strider, I love the fact that you used the word adorable today in a surf competition. It's rare. Rare, and I think we should actually use that word a lot more when commentating surfing. I think that's an underappreciated word, adorable.
Well, I just feel like you can get the characteristics from the surfers, from you know, the way that they hold themselves, their posture, their demeanor, and the way they articulate themselves in their interviews. It's really cool to see, you know, the different personalities, you know, from the Australian guy earlier, from, you know, sorry, we'll get back to the surfing.
And a little frustration there from Michael Van Hohenstein, finding another left, but no opportunity for a nose ride. So he's going to have to continue to surf the Pacific Ocean for that 5.26 that he currently needs to turn this heat.
There's so much time left, though. You know, you've got plenty out there.
True.
You've got 30 minutes in a full heat, and all you need is 2 great little nuggets to come through, and you can put yourself you could be leading the heat with 5 minutes left and still get beat, which is something I love about competition.
Yeah. And a welcome sight too, Rosie, is that, see that on the screen? White water. And anytime we have white water at Huntington Beach is a good thing, because we've had years here where it's been Lake Pacific.
Definitely. There's been a trench right there where you see that undulating water. It's been, the Huntington hop has been in our vocabulary so often, but it definitely seems like that sand is all the way through. We're not going to see too much zigging and zagging when we get the Challenger Series underway, but it is fun to see the waves here, to see the conditions holding up. I'm sure these guys have been watching the earlier heats with the big scores, and they want a bite of that apple.
Michael, quick trip to the nose there. So he gets some nose riding done, but unfortunately can't put it together again. So can't get that combination of both turns and the nose ride, because we know, Strider, that's what that performance equals great numbers, good numbers.
Well, I am ready for action here. I want to see these guys light it up. I mean, I feel like they both have the ability to bring the big scores that we want, and it's like you can just see that was fun to watch, the turtle roll. You don't see well, how fun is the turtle roll on longboard? It's hard to duck dive.
It's so cool. Well, hey, you know, guys, it's time for us to take a Bonsoy brew break, and I want you to enjoy the sounds of Sunbender the band. This track is called Soul Sniper. To honor the commencement of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, the Juaneño Band of Mission Indians and the Ajashaman Nation gave us a traditional offering during the opening ceremony delivered by Chairwoman Heidi Lucero and Spiritual Overseer Adelia Sandoval. Thank you, Adelia. Heidi, back to the surfing action here with South African Sam Christensen, who's in the lead over Michael Van Hohenstein, his Kuiper girl, along with Rosie Hodge, Strider Wozlewski on the call here. And it appears to me, Strider, that the rights have been outscoring the lefts in this heat.
Yeah, I think what you've got going there is a little bit of the flow. The wind flow right now has picked up a little bit from the northwest, so it's kind of giving it a little bit of an easier run. We'll see what happens here with Michael.
So Michael's going to stick to turns here, catches the rail. That's not going to help him.
A lot of chop on the face there, like we were talking about with all that wind. So with the wind going with the wave, you're going to have less chop and a little bit of smoother water.
Now you can see a little frustration right now, just from the body language that we're seeing, Rosie.
Yeah, on this wave and the previous one, you can definitely tell that he's giving himself that little bit of a, you know, pull the bootstraps up, like let's make this count kind of conversation. Because I'm looking at the score line. And what we've seen in the previous heats, we've seen a lot of 8s, a lot of 7s drop. This is maybe one of the lowest scoring heats that we've seen. And even though we got 10.5 minutes remaining, that time is definitely draining off the clock, and they got to make these waves count.
I feel like Michael's just got to do a Taylor Swift and shake it off right now. You know, I mean, just brush it off and get right back in the rhythm, Strider.
Wow. Okay. bringing it all the way around there.
I'm not touching
you got me speechless, which is hard to do.
Just shake it off.
Which is hard to do. I'm going to say it right now.
It is hard to do. When you're competing and you're in this moment, you've already seen that frustration. You've already kind of had that outlet for the frustration. Now it's time to kind of get skipping. But you mentioned that texture on the face. That was maybe that little bit of a missed time there. But that was going to be really nice. That little grab rail turns that board on the knife edge. You can tell the intent in his surfing, but it's just been that little bit out of rhythm.
Hey, 5.26 is what he needed. He pulled that grab rail turn. He got that number.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
to your point, he's right there. Here's a replay of Sam on his last wave. It's a 4.27, so not one of his top twos, Rosie.
Yeah, and he's just flowing through the motions on this wave where you see Michael, he's really trying to dig into it, like make emphasis on every one of his moves, where we're seeing more of the flow and just doing the surfing that the wave's calling for. I don't think we've seen him have to like reach out of his realm of possibilities as we see scores coming through.
Well, the opposite's happened here for these surfers. So I feel like, you know, Sam started out a little frantic, but now he's kind of settled in and has a little bit more timing and pace in his surfing. And Michael's kind of come out nice and smooth, and now you can see is kind of seems a bit like rushed and trying to push stuff in there because he's behind the 8-ball. And so, you know, he needs to get back to just letting himself surf instead of trying to push into a score.
And that's where I think it's hard to manage heat strategy when you are longboarding, because it does go, it's all by feeling. Longboarding's so innate, and then letting the wave kind of dictate to you. But here in the competition, you kind of got to start pushing yourself, start getting more critical as we see Sam riding this wave up and riding again.
Doesn't get the finish, so I don't know if that's going to change the score line. Did get a nice nose ride to turn at the beginning, but that does give priority now to Michael Van Hohenstein. Hohenstein currently needs a 5.26. There he is. He's got 8 minutes on the clock, ample time.
Doesn't need much.
And just
That's
a
not
mid-range
big
score.
Yeah, like, of course he can get that score. If he can just settle down and pick a nice little nugget to give him some space, he'd be stoked. This was kind of a miss right here because he had a nice nose ride, beautiful cutback, and then he went for another nose ride here when he could have just actually come up and hit the end section.
But I think it's also finding, like, it's the turns in between the bigger turns that have been really important to the longboarding criteria. So I think he wanted to get that in not show that he's missing the sections and then time up that last maneuver, but it does get so tricky when it's so choppy on the inside, Striz.
But I mean, look at the score. He definitely, you know, he bettered his score line there, and he could have went even higher.
Yeah. So the 5.6 is now what Michael Van Hohenstein needs, and that's what you need at the end of the day. One knee chugging of the Red Bull. Looks like that's Cole Robbins along with Ben Skinner and Kai Ellis Flint, and that's how you get wings right there. I don't know if you get added energy by doing it on one knee, Rosie, but I can tell you, I'm going to confess to you, actually.
Yeah.
I had a Red Bull right before this block of heat, so I don't know if you can tell.
I can, and I think it's working for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's good. Like
Taylor
you said,
Swift thanks you.
it's the pickup.
Sometimes.
I've got a
Oh, boy.
confession for you.
Glad you guys are having fun. Actually, but out in the water right now, it's serious business for Michael Van Hohenstein. Needing a 5.6, he does have priority. He's got 6 minutes on the clock, right within his realm to turn this heat. And with that being said, Van Hohenstein, a set comes through, he turns the heat, and he doesn't leave a lot of time on the clock for Sam Christensen to respond. We could see a buzzer beater. We're gonna find out right now, though. Here comes Michael, fades into this one, gets up on the tip, touches a 5, and that's all that wave offered. That was tough.
That's not it.
That was tough.
Yeah, that wasn't it.
I think that may have been a positioning wave too. It's like he wants to create space from his competitor, get to the pier bowl. So I think that was maybe part of a strategy as we see Sam starting to paddle towards him as Michael's making his way to the pier bowl.
Yeah. Let's see how this plays out. Back to the left here. Switching sides, had to redirect, and takes a look at that. Decides not to go. Things are starting to look a little bit more grim. So definitely a priority error using that priority at that moment, Strider.
Yeah, that was, and it was a small wave too. Maybe he thought that was going to have enough bowl on it, a little gutter for him to get up on the nose for a while.
May as well go here under priority. Michael. Nice couple of roller coasters off the top, but that's all he's going to get.
That was a no paddle takeoff right there. That was fun. I love that.
Holding position. Christensen wants to command the lineup in these final 4 minutes. Another set coming through here. A little bit of a taper on this wall. He's not going to get to it in time. Michael Van Hohenstein heading towards the pier, looking for alternative peak. And Christensen hot on the chase. Rosie start closing in and utilizing heat control with his priority.
Yeah, he's been shadowing him all the way from that south end of the peak all the way to the pier bowl. Michael's kind of like, just give me some space as we see the set coming through. Let's see, is Sam going to commit or is he going to let him go? Is anyone going to go?
And I feel with a longboard, Strider, you kind of got to get started pretty early, you know, to be able to. So it's tough when you're watching your other competitor who has priority, whether they're going to go or not, because you kind of want to get that board up to speed.
Yeah, I feel like what we've seen throughout these rounds has been that initial takeoff into the nose ride and having all that speed coming into it when you have priority and you have the flow and the ease of that. And like what you're talking about, if your opponent's right next to you and he leaves you the wave and you only have a split second to whip the board, you are going to have to try to generate the speed within a very short time, which is hard to do. And then you get on the nose and a lot of times you just sink.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, because these boards they create their speed by trim as opposed to a short board where you kind of poke and go if you want to, you know. So it's a tough decision with priority in longboard competition, I feel, Rosie. In a beach break, maybe in a point break, a little bit different, but in these particular conditions.
Yeah, where that ride's a lot shorter, where you have to set that trim line straight away. Like you said, get up to that nose, utilize that critical section and that trim that you've created from the paddle in.
Yeah. Well, let's check out our heat recap here. Michael Van Hoenstein started off nicely with a 4.5, Strider.
Yeah, he was looking comfortable. It looked like everything was going his way. And then Sam started to battle back. A couple of nice nose rides, nice clean surfing, and you know, with a great amount of flow and kind of settled into it, and kind of just built a nice little lead over his opponent with just nice clean surfing. And I think that with that, his opponent Michael just got into a place of hesitation, or kind of like just tripping over his own feet, so to speak, with just trying to put too much into a small space.
We're down to 90 seconds now. And the priority and the lead sits with Sam Christensen. And it's two surfers sitting closer together than they have been this entire heat. And the Pacific going slightly quiet at the moment too.
Yeah, Sam would be feeling a little bit relieved that there's no bumps on the outside, where Michael's kind of just going, come on, just one more shot at it.
He's just picturing a perfect little wave rolling in at Waikiki right now.
Yep. Here's a couple bumps. Let's see if they make it in time, or if it even eventuates into anything. Yeah, I think I was being optimistic.
It's a good trait.
Not seeing too much on the outside there, which is so hard when you're staring out into the horizon, waiting for multiple wave set, or just a single. Well, Mike will be hoping for a two-wave set, with Sam having that priority as we go into 10 seconds.
Yeah, so this is going to be it.
Low scoring heat.
Yeah, two-wave total of 10.1 is enough to see Sam Christensen on to the round of 16. A win's a win for the South African. He's going to take it in and prepare for competition tomorrow and the men's round of 16.
The hunger.
The hunger
of the South African pulling through.
There's the numbers, and it is going to be Christensen moving on. I feel like we should be moving on right now too, to a quick break. We'll be back. More action from the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, all part of the Lexus US Open of surfing.
welcome back. We are straight into Heat 7 of the elimination round, the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, as part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Look at it, Surf City in all its glory. We have longboard surfing down here at the beach. Matt Chinoski, joined by Carla Rowland and Felicity Parmentier, the birthday girl. How's your day going so far, Flick?
Fantastic. Nowhere else I'd rather be than sitting here with you two.
Carla, fellow goofy footer, how are you going?
Oh, great. It's been a wonderful day. It's super exciting. It's great to be here. I got my shades on now. I can battle the lights, my icy shades.
And out in the water right now as that wind picks up, so is the sunshine. And Edward Del Pero way down the beach, spots a right-hander and gets a little disjointed wave to kick things off, but a nice nose ride. He's already caught 2 waves in the break, so he started with a 4 and a 0.67. We'll see where that one falls. And the Brazilian, Alexandra de Almeida Jr. Escobar. I'm just going to call him Alexandra Escobar. A lot more flowing. The Frenchman, Edward, he's a veteran on the tour for more than a decade. He's been vying for a world title spot, and he's been a feature in many semi-finals and finals over the years. Hasn't quite got that WSL victory, but Edward is no stranger to Huntington Beach. This is his 3rd occasion here, and he joined the tour just after Huntington was part of the US Open before it had about a 10-year hiatus. So he missed those high performance years where longboarding was held here, Carla, and on those duct tape years, but he's here back with a vengeance.
I love Eduardo surfing. He's actually quite explosive and he's really fun to watch. When you get him on a nice, good wave, it's really exciting, and he brings a lot to the table as far as for the spectators go and stuff. You really, you know, he's one to watch, and he's a title holder. I think a multiple title holder, and yeah, it's a force to be reckoned with.
This is the replay of that opener. I just finished the 5 and taps that one off the top, and ooh, nice slicing drop knee there. And a little bit more in the end. So this is where we caught up with him with that nose ride, perhaps. Not sure where that one was. That could have been the 4 that we missed, and this is the 4.4.
Yeah, Edward likes to be really active. He gets that 5 right off the top. He's going to work it and get that explosive, well, tries to get the explosive hit. Doesn't quite rebound it off the bottom as he probably would have liked to, but a good solid start for Edward with 25 minutes on the clock. He's got 2 4s. He's going to want to build on that. He's definitely capable of excellent range scores, so as the waves come in, and hopefully he'll get some sets, he'll be able to show off his skills.
And he had a 9th place finish at Bells Beach, a 5th here last year, so he knows the beach breaks well. He adapts really good. That's something about Edward, whether it's a left or a right, whether we've got a point break or a beach coming from the south of France, but they do have a mixture of it all. They do have a lot of similar waves to Bells Beach, like El Salvador, like Malibu, and of course the beach breaks too. Flick, you spent a bit of time in the south of France?
Yeah, I have. A bit of time in Biarritz. Lots of longboarding going on there. But, I mean, Biarritz, I think, is just so different, right? You get such a big tide change in the European countries. I mean, here, obviously, a beach break as well. And we've seen a slight tide change. The tide's now actually filling in again. We've seen it go low and it's actually coming high. So, to be honest, the conditions have deteriorated a little bit. Obviously, this wind's coming up and now a little bit more texture on the face of the wave as we see Alexandre up and riding.
On his backside there, poking the nose, but perseveres, a 5 and a 10, and goes for the backhand Rio. Loses a bit of momentum, but he's able to ride free of the whitewash. Just on a look for any inside section here, and he kicks out of that wave. So it'll be his 2nd wave, needing a 5.07 to move forward. Having a look back on that tail, that new advanced brand longboard by the son of Nico. That one's a Marcelo Carboni shape, keeping it in the family.
Yeah, I think Alexander?
Yep.
He's got 2 decent scores to kind of start off his run here. He's going to want to build on that. We're going to see, hopefully, the replay here. He's going to take it on his backside there on the left. Gets that tip time. Almost comes unglued. Gets a quick 5, or quick 10. Rebounds off the white water. Tries to be kind of explosive with it. You can appreciate the effort. It was a little small wave, but really good effort.
A 4, 5.3, needing a 3.87 now to move into the lead. And Del Pero, a pair of 4s, 4.4, runs the Del Pero Surf Experience over there in Biarritz. He's got one of the most accomplished surf schools in that area, and that's an area littered with surf schools. We talked about the importance that surf schools have on emerging and crowded surf lineups, and Edward, a terrific surf teacher. 5-10 combo, stretching it out, goes down. So using his priority on that. He does have the leash though, so he doesn't have to go for a swim.
Yeah, but a bit uncharacteristic of Edward. He usually can pull through those kind of whitewater sections on the nose. So I'm sure he's going to feel a bit frustrated right now and wanting to kind of restart that moment and pull that together. He has those fours, you know, 4-4. Got the replay here. Reaches up for the 5, goes for kind of a quick 10. He's just not able to keep that nose kind of above that whitewater.
And we're actually, I mean, we're on the lower end of the scale. We have another hour of lower tide, but Edward's surfing way down the beach here. He's about 300, 400 feet away from Alexandra. But that wave, a little more substance there. Top turn, another one. Tapping that off, good flow on this wave. He gets a little reform here, hanging onto it. And most of the scoring's already been done on the outside section. And he is down. For that camera to be facing that far south, it's showing he's a long way down.
Yeah. You can't even really, you can't see him from where we're at here.
Well, he's where the swimmers are on the inside. That's how
that's
far
quite
down do you think that is, Flick?
That's quite far.
Oh, look, at least, well, from the pier bowl, I mean, you've got to be thinking, well, I'm going to go in meters here, not yards, but at least 200 meters or 150 meters from the pier. I mean, it's such a big playing field out there right now, and I think, I mean, that's the beauty when you're surfing like this, man on man, and there is priority. You can find space in the lineup, and priority almost is obsolete in that fact if you can find that space, and you can sort of surf your own heat, and we're seeing Edward do that right now.
Look how far down he is. That's him on the top of the screen to the left near that jet ski, and we haven't even hit the pier yet, so yeah, maybe more like 400 meters down, Flick.
Yeah, he's quite far. He's quite far.
But he's found a right-hander. He did this last year as well. He did find we had a heat last year with Kylas Flint and Tony Silvani, and they were so far down that the camera that looks into the pier bowl, which is that one of Edward, was actually shooting them going from behind. So, but it's all within the zone. It's the main event. People are down here to watch the surfing. Going left, 5-10 combo. With a 5-6-7 on his last wave, he's looking to back that up now with good combination of maneuvers here. Squats low, taps that one off the top. So Edward with a good backup, looking to drop a 4.4. I feel like that's going to be long gone, Carla.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that replay there. We can break it down a little bit more fine-tuned. He's still on that one, though, milking it all the way, barely getting that 5. He milks it so well. He's so light on his feet. He's really like a surf ninja. You know, he really makes it happen on, like, stuff that you really don't think could happen.
Oh, I thought he was actually going to kick out, and he ended up getting another couple of 5s in there, so impressive.
Oh, Alexander holding a great nose right there. Let's see if he's got anything on the inside. Shuffles back. Judges will take note of that. Nice drop knee. Slashing that into the whitewash. So answering back. Looks like he's had a similar wave to Edward's right-hander. He's moved down the beach a lot longer. And himself answering back. Needing a 5.55 at this point. So this heat's going to be on right now. I think that that opening nosedive is going to be quite strong.
Yeah, I appreciate the variety that he's trying to offer the judges. They're definitely going to mark down on the shuffle. There's no shuffling in surfing, in longboarding. But yeah, that he's really putting it out there, and he's given the judges some scores to add on the card there.
A question for you, Carla. The difference between the shuffle where you're rushing up and down the board and the cross step, obviously it's a lot harder and more elegant, but why do we do it?
Well, we're utilizing the whole length of the board for one, so by shuffling, it's just not, it's bad form. I mean, yeah, you can get there, but it's gonna be less refined. You tend to have one foot on either side of the rail, which then loses balance. By cross stepping, you're lining your feet up kind of along the stringer, and it helps keep, you know, you can see as Alexander does it here, he's able to keep that perfect plane. He keeps that rise up on the board when he's in that nose ride. He's going to follow it up with some drop knees here.
That was a solid turn, a 5.57. The judges awarding that. Not quite the score required, now needing a 5.83 because Edward has dropped a 5.73. And that was a nice answer back. And this was Edward's left.
Yeah, here he's got it left. I like the nose ride right off the bat there. He's going to bring it around. You like the little spray so you can see some power that's come into play. He's going to set it up for that kind of little final bank. For the wave being so small, he's so explosive.
Wow, and activated is Edward, answering straight back. Pair of fives now in his scoreline, building steadily. He's found that right-hander down the beach going into the rip, so nice wave IQ there and heat IQ for Edward, taking a risk going down the beach. And down in the glass, we have Sam Christensen, who's with AJ McCord.
Yeah, that's right. We were just watching, and Sam, we were talking about just how different the conditions are, even from your heat. You got a chance to watch the waves all day long before you headed out for the elimination round. What is the thing that you learned from watching the previous heats that you applied to yours?
I think you got to watch it a couple of heats before yours, but try not to take it too seriously. This wave changes so much. It's pretty much changing every 15, 20 minutes. So I think the most important one to watch is the heat before yours.
In a wave like this, where it does change so often, how does that affect the way that you mentally approach a heat?
Just trying to stay active. I like to try get the first wave or two in a heat, just kind of get the nerves out the way, get the heat started, and build it from there.
Speaking of getting the nerves out the way, you made it through the elimination round. What did you learn carrying it forward here in Huntington?
Just elimination round's a scary place to be. So try to do better in round one next time.
There we go. Lesson learned. On to the next one. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's a good advice there from Sam Christensen and Alexander. Nice drop knee there. Our Brazilian surfer, he qualified through the regional qualifying tour. And behind that, the Frenchman, Edouard Del Perro, hang 10, long 5. Evenly matched heat this surfers are answering back with a pair of 5s to both of them. It's going to be the battle of who can get the most variety. And ninja style, as Carla put it. Edouard.
Yeah, he's quick. He's quick on his feet. Blink, you might miss it, right?
And just trimming through. It's interesting that they're really persevering with that inside section, but you'd have to say not much scoring done.
Yeah, I mean, I can appreciate those little nose rides like that Edward got on that one and really milking it, but kind of beg to wonder if is it all that necessary. I'm sure it's tacking on
0.2, 0.5.
tenths of a point, right? But yeah.
Which at this point is actually important.
Yes.
Because 11.4 versus 11.3. We said that in the shortboard surfing. We talked about the shuffle. We talked about the lack of flow. That's considered to be like the pumping equivalent in when you tried the Huntington hop.
Yeah, for sure. The Huntington hop, you call it as shortboarding. But I honestly believe in conditions like this when, I mean, it's quite challenging right now. There's a lot of lump, there's a lot of bump, bit of wind as well. I mean, personally, I'd be going for all those extra little points that you can, because right now, I mean, between these two guys, I mean, Edward's in the lead, but with a heat total of 11.53, and then you've got Alexandre with 11.30. I mean, right now it's splitting hairs, so any extra points I feel like is so valid. But also, on the other hand, maybe it's time now with, you know, less than 15 minutes on the clock to start thinking about wave selection here. And, you know, if I'm taking off on a wave, I've got to make sure that it's bettering, you know, one of my top 2 scores.
Very smart. We'll see that coming up in the Challenger Series, which commences on Wednesday as well in those earlier heats, those 4-person heats. It's really important those surfers capitalize on those opportunities of priority and they keep building their heat totals. Some of the best heats we've seen throughout the day today have been from the surfers who have gained that momentum. They've been able to really claw back the lead and they've been able to access that win. We're going to go to a break. Don't go anywhere. For the remainder of Heat 7, stay tuned. back from the break. Heat 7, and this is Edouard Del Perro taking off on this current heat leader. It's the wide hang 10 there. Taps that one off the top. Looking to drop a low of a 5.73. Frenchman staying very busy in this heat. Matt Chinoski joined by Carla, Roland, Zamora, and Felicity Parmentier. Of course, that was a name that I grew up seeing in all the movies, Carla, of you surfing. And talk us through that wide hang 10 of Edouard.
Yeah, a bit of a wide hang 10 there, but he gets the job done. He's going to do a little rebound off the whitewater there. Like you said, Edouard, a really active competitor, keeps himself busy. I don't think he likes it much when he has to sit and wait.
And a mind blank there, but Carla, you're a stalwart in Californian surf culture. You honed your skills at Malibu over the years, and that's where I was familiar with your switchfoot antics. And what's it like to have the professional longboard tour? We'll get back in that in a moment as we'll catch up with Edouard, the veteran on the tour, staying super busy, driving through that section, moved back over to the pier bowl, stepping into that carve, looking for more on the inside section. Just same trimming, just waiting that right hand out, stabilizing, ninja-like, as we put it earlier, getting low there, and I mean that's his 9th wave, maybe 10th wave actually to be locked in. So staying really busy.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. When you're in a heat, you already have so much adrenaline going, your heart's going, you're pumped up, and then to go out and get, some of these heats we've had 9, 10 plus waves. So kudos to the stamina these guys are showing.
It's interesting, 4 waves in the 5-point range for Edouard, dropping a couple of 4s as well. So hasn't reached that 6-point mark. What are you feeling? It could be obviously a deterioration in the waves flick, but is it worth waiting?
Oh, look, just from a strategic point at this section in the heat, personally, it looks like we're having another paddle right now. But yeah, I think you're not taking off unless you're going to better one of those 2 waves.
And Escobar tapping that one off the top. So that was a nice finish there. See if we can get an inside section. We talked about those little fraction points meaning a lot. There's only 0.23 separating these two at the moment. So that one probably not worth persevering, tipping that off on the inside.
Yeah, I was just going to say before, you're either going to improve one of your 2 waves that you're already holding, or, with time ticking down in this heat, if you're Edouard, maybe you're going to use priority defensively as well. You've got to start thinking about that. This heat is still really close, so it's not a sure bet for him right now. There's nothing separating them. If it was me, I'd personally be trying to drop that 5.73 and improve on that. I don't think it's signed, sealed, and delivered just yet.
And with no inside reform sections like we saw in the higher tide, you're right. Perhaps waiting for those bombs could be the option, Carla.
Yeah, it seems like their opportunity for scoring potential is kind of narrowed down because we don't have that inside section, or at least what they have is minimal and not really, exciting the judges, if you will. So getting that more explosive, maybe set wave, hopefully will be able to get Edouard out of that 5 zone.
Just after midnight in Paris, everyone tuning in from Biarritz, watching Edouard, and he goes up and over that wave and looking to, as we just said, drop that at least that 5.57 and improve on the heat total. 79% of fans going towards Edouard on this one in the Pacifico fan picks. 21% to Escobar. Just after 7 p.m. over in Brazil. We do know that all of his fans, his sponsors, his shapers, his family are tuning in, watching this right now. And really, only needing a 5.81, it's anyone's game. The veteran Edouard is trying to pull away. Just a 4.43 in his wave before last. Not able to better that exchange, and that one being his 10th wave. Still to lock in a score on that one. But Escobar, 4.37 on the last exchange, so he'll be feeling confident at the very least that his scores are in the ballpark, but he's just got to look for that gem of a wave.
Yeah, I think both these gentlemen are looking for something that's just going to give him a little bit extra edge. Edouard does have a score to be locked in still. I think it...
Where do you think that's going to go?
I liked it. I liked the initial nose ride. I know there wasn't a lot of action. He didn't have a lot of opportunity, but the 2 maneuvers that he got in, I thought were critical. I thought they were explosive. I'd like to think they'd give him a nod, and it looks like they came in at a 5.87.
Yep, so extending his lead slightly. Yeah, that's it. So 11.67 plays 11.30. So ever so slightly increased. There's a footwork and taps that one off the top. It's always going to be a good score when you can see the majority of the board flick.
for me, I mean, that was really well done. It's just so punchy right now. Such a short amount of time to do a lot of footwork, to move that big board around. So, I mean, really making the most of the opportunity that he had in front of him, because, you know, to try and find that open face on this lower tide is difficult right now. It is shutting down. It's not holding up. They're not those tapered walls like we saw earlier today. So, you know, that was really well done for what was on offer.
And we have a look at the tides right now. You can see it's a lower tide. You can see the barnacles on the pylons there. At higher tide, they're all covered, and it's a little bit more of a gap, the coefficient with the tides. What we had yesterday, it remained relatively the same between mid to low tide, but today it's dropping out quite a lot. It's quite extravagant, the change from what we had at lunchtime. And Escobar, nice hang 10. If you can get a finish on this, wedge doesn't quite show anything on that end section, but he's carving it back. May get a reform. Not moving his footwork there, that board just slowing right down, and he kicks out of that one.
Yeah, he's going to need more to bring it up to the table there. He needs a 5.94. He's going to need to get something more explosive, need more, at least explosive, you know, 2 explosive maneuvers like we saw from he gets the cross steps up, nice clean cross steps, kind of tight 5. We could go 10 there. I'll give it a 10. I like the commitment. But that was kind of it. There wasn't a lot of rail engagement.
Yeah.
We do get the rail engaged there, but the wave's pretty much over here. So I think this might fall into one of his, you know, 5 ranges. They might enjoy it a little more than maybe the 5.7.
And the scores, nothing's breaking out in the 6s or 7s or even the excellent range. Criteria, style, flow, and grace. The judges want to see the connection between all the maneuvers, the footwork links between the nose and the tail, and how important is it for the surfers to really showcase the rail when they're doing a turn, not just a tail turn. Do you want to explain to the viewers the difference between that? Say a pivot turn versus like a rail turn.
Yeah, so I've always found, for me personally, a square tail tends to pivot more. And a lot of times I'm finding myself having to wait for that speed to kind of catch up. Now that can be advantageous if you want to be a little quicker. You know, you want to set your rail quickly into the pocket to set up that nose ride. Whereas a rail turn, you're really going to be pushing off the bottom. You're going to be generating speed out to the shoulder, if you will. I find that advantageous on my pintail when I'm surfing these fast right points. That's kind of the approach you want to have, is kind of get down the line and set up for those long, fast walls at Malibu.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The square tail pivoting, exactly the same like shortboards flick. More upright fins will create the pivot, which Escobar does have a pivot fin. It's very upright, and that's a nice nose right there. This one's shutting down, looking very mushy on the screen right now. But of course, when you take off, you have to just roll the dice and hope that is going to provide something. But the correlation between the pivoting and the drawn out turn. So let's just talk about fins. And a raked fin is going to create a longer turn. A pintail is going to create more drive and also more rail line, because you have more rail in that pintail. Square tail, pivots. All these surfers are generally going to be riding square tails in the smaller waves. But it's things like fins that we can play with. Tail rocker, the foil, the fin, the flip of the tail. All these little elements come into play, which keeps it incredibly fascinating. And Flick, a lot of colour in the something that you enjoy, fashion and style. A lot of colour in the racks.
Look, there is. I actually snapped a photo earlier today. Those racks look a lot more beautiful than the shortboard racks.
Yeah.
I will say that there's a lot more creativity and expression going on in the spray jobs, and I'm all for it. If it makes you feel good, do it. And it's just beautiful to look at. Why wouldn't you do it?
Absolutely.
I'm a fan of the colour. It
do
also contrasts well against the ocean.
You do a lot of artwork on your own boards as well, but if you're sponsored by a longboard company, you can get your custom tints, inlays, sprays, whatever you want. As we have a look at the recap of the heat, Escobar opening up the 5.57.
Yeah, coming in here with the 5.57 here. Gets that nice drop knee. Decent showing here for Escobar. He's got another wave here. Gets that quick 5. He's going to do probably another drop knee here. He's got a system, recipe that he likes to kind of hold to. And then that nice hood ornament style 10 from Del Perro. Bringing it back around. He uses those hands up to kind of shift the weight across, bringing a little more explosive back to the 5 on the inside.
And you have a look at those little increments that are so important. If Escobar gets the cross step on that wave before, you feel like he might have got that 6. And here he is in the answer back, looking for a 5.94. All those small little points becoming features in this heat right now. He gets to the nose. See if that one's going to be his best wave yet. Those right-handers in the replay, he probably has the best single nose ride and the best turn of the heat, but just didn't link between the footwork.
Yeah, agreed, definitely. He's looking for that 5.94, waiting for a score. Not sure if it's going to come into play here, but here we got a replay for Red Edouard. He's going to try to get explosive there, but not able to do it. That waves are just really not powering all the way through, but then we got that nose ride here for Alexander. He's going to redirect it back into the curl.
So Edouard, with 2 minutes to go, lost priority before as he took that wave off Alexander, who took this one under his priority. So we're waiting to see where scores go with this. Last minute of the heat. Looks like both surfers are back in the lineup. You can see Edouard making his way over to Escobar. Intense times, and this is so often what we see in conditions like this, Flick.
Oh, for sure. I think right now, as far as Edouard knows, this score is yet to drop in for Alexandre, but he's in the lead, right? And so you want to be acting as defensively as possible. It looks like Alexandre is having another roll of the dice here.
And needing a 5.94, gets a little heel and run back. And runs out of steam on the end section, and he's never a good sign if you've got to try and pet the kitty to get more momentum, because we have a longboard, so we've already got that inbuilt speed, so it's an indication of wave. 5.07 on his last, it wasn't enough. All coming down to that last score. We'll wait and see where that one comes in at. Early thoughts?
It was fancy, footwork, fancy tricks. I don't think that we linked really enough maneuvers together to warrant that 5.94, but I think he made a really fabulous showing in this heat against a world title holder, and he should be proud of his performance here today.
Yeah, and a very close affair with just 0.37 being the difference, and we still haven't had the score lock in yet. See him getting caught up in the leash there. He's over the back foot, the leg rope getting caught in around the feet. So it's if you're going to be doing nose rides like that, see him step over the cord there. Not enough, 4.20. The Frenchman will move forward, and another 17th place finish for Escobar. We'll be seeing Edouard come up tomorrow in round 3 as we will go to a break, and we'll be bringing chase leader and Kai Homasi, Japan taking on USA. Stay tuned. Heat 8, final heat of the day, coming up after the break. Welcome back. Final heat of the day. Heat number 8, and this is Chase, leader of Montauk, New York, with extended tip time, and he goes up and over the section. The American surfer is up against the Japanese surfer, Kai Hamasi. As the crowd goes wild. In the booth, we have Carla, Roland, and Felicity Parmentier to take us through the final heat of the day. But an exciting opening wave there for Chase.
Yeah, and before we got on here, we got Chase that opened up with an 8.33. We heard the screams from the beach, but Kai also came in at a 6.5. So a nice opener for Kai as well. So it sounds like looks like already this is gonna be a hot heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting off with scores like that. Both surfers in that last heat would have begged, well, they were begging for, there was over 20 waves surfed in that last heat. Every single one of them was under a 6-point ride. So these guys learning from perhaps where those guys were sitting and looking to improve.
Chase actually got into that wave so early, right? It was kind of like a tiny little chip in, and because he could get in so early, he could just run straight up the nose, right? Which was awesome because, you know, we'll get back to that in a second. Here he goes again.
And up early, chipping in exactly right, doing what you do best here at Huntington, coming from behind the section. And it's absolutely no surprise that Chase is one of the best barrel riders on the east coast of the USA across any form of board, because if you can nose ride properly, you can get barreled.
Similar feeling.
It is exactly the same feeling in these types of waves, because the board's doing all the work. You're elevated and the board's way back in the pocket flick.
The board's getting barreled.
Yep. I mean, that's the idea, you know. It's the critical section. Carla, all that whitewash is weighing down the tail. The board that Chase is riding is a bit of an anomaly. The way that the foils, the rocker, and the deck line, I'm still at a loss. That the hydrodynamics of what those boards do, it's unique, the Michael Takayama design. But we'll have a look at the replay.
We can watch it in action right here. You see him get right onto the tip. You see the elevation, and you see that space between the nose and the bottom of the wave and that elevation that happens. And it continues to kind of happen. He's really come on explosively here. He's not able to quite keep it together in that finish maneuver, but Kai answering back. I've been really enjoying Kai's performance over the last year or so. I think he's got a nice style. That was a great little finish off the top there, right into the pier. Is he gonna shoot the pier?
Oh
Do
my.
it, baby.
First one of the day. Good on you, Kai Hamasi.
Come on, Kai.
How'd he
He's like
go?
riding right through it.
And this is the first wave. This is the 8.33. See, comes from behind the section flick.
Hasn't even broken yet. You know, he was up and riding that for a very long time. He just got that tiny little chip in. And the ability to just float through, like that wave had a couple of little different rivets in it, and he just picked that line so well.
Oh, soul arch galore there. And trimming through the midsection here, shuffles back, hammers that one off. And just carrying that momentum, a lot of speed. And that's something that those surfers in the previous heat didn't have any speed. These surfers have got a lot of momentum. They're back on the pier bowl, and there's a difference in this heat. The ante has been upped, and both these surfers are on a 13.3 heat total and a little skate at the end. Chase is feeling it.
Yeah, I feel like that left is kind of coming back that we had earlier. A little bit more speed, a little more spiciness to it, giving there. He comes in, that last wave there, a 7.17. So really setting himself apart here, putting Kai in a situation of needing a near excellent score, a 9.0. So he's got his work cut out for him. I think Kai is somebody that can definitely, chip away at it.
Yeah, and both surfers coming off well, by their standards, a round 16 loss. So they're not really holding a keeper result. So this is an important heat for their season to get through. That Soul Arch 10, David Nueva entered the chat. That's exactly in the playbook of how to surf Huntington Beach. One of the most winningest surfers here on their forehand was Justin Quintal, who took out the Duct Tape Invitational, I think 3 times. And that was our 2019 World Longboard Champion. And that's exactly how he did it.
I feel like he has a bit of an advantage here being from the East Coast. I think these conditions are probably really similar to what he surfs on a regular basis. Kai kind of has an in and out there.
We wait to get that score locked in for Kai. We're going to go down and speak to Edward Del Pero, who's on the glass with AJ.
Yeah, Edward, watching you in that heat, you were racing from peak to peak, making sure you found the best waves. What were you looking for when you were making the decision to change the spot that you were taking off on?
Yeah, it's kind of rough when I was in the water. I don't know about now because they're scoring pretty good waves right now. But yeah, struggling. I took the option to go on the left first, and Lindsay, my coach and lover, told me to go back on the right because it was kind of full of riptide and just moving too much. So I was trying to find a solution and try to compete a little bit more on the right. Yeah.
And coming off of Bells, I know you said you weren't happy with your result there. How did you regroup and get ready for Huntington Beach?
Yeah, actually I got lucky, because when I came back to Bells, from Bells, I lost my passport in the airport when I was coming back from Paris, and I didn't know if I will be able to be back. And the day before departure for USA, they called me, they found it in the airport, so I got lucky to even make it here. So happy to go through, and yeah, hopefully it keeps going.
That is so stressful coming into the competition. So do you want to say anything to friends and family back in France?
À l'aise, merci à ceux qui suivent. Je sais qu'il est un peu tard, mais voilà, étape par étape, on est là.
Merci beaucoup, congratulations.
Merci beaucoup.
Stoked to get through that heat and stoked to be here. Good insight there from AJ. A little passport mishap for Edouard. And as we see those heat totals below us on the screen, 16.43 from Skinner and 14 for Kyle Flint, but it's just a steady downtrend throughout the day. 11.67 for Del Pero there, but this heat, 15.5 for Chase Leader, looking to 7.17 and chucking out a 6.47 just before in the replay.
Yeah, and he's really hitting these nose rides with a lot of grace, a lot of control, and in the right pocket of the wave, and showing some critical surfing, some good ocean IQ. Really pulling it out. I like the criticalness that he's showing us. Little reverse turn there. Not quite a drop knee, but a reverse turn.
It was interesting.
As Wingnut says, the great Wingnut from the Endless Summer, it's what you do when you don't know what else to do. The little cross step. So
shout out to good old Bob.
And I mean, same with that little skate pedal too. It kind of helps actually push you down at those little things. The run backwards, we talked about that in the break. We saw Alexander in that previous heat do that. The little skater foot, the little cross step. These are all like in-between maneuvers. They're certainly not scoring maneuvers per se. So when you do them in a critical section, you quite often just missing out on critical points. It's like a cheating turn. It looks hard, but it's really easy to do. Kai Hamasi whipping that one around. Up on the nose here, linking a section. Oh, and it just sidewinds him and knocks the board out from under his feet. And going for a little swim there, making his way through the Asia qualifying series with a firm second place. J.R. Esquivel beating him throughout all of those event stops, but earning his way onto the tour as the tour rookie. And Chase Leader doing the same. Oh, there one a bit more vicious, but you can't help but feel if that was a traditional drop knee turn, he might have made that and had some more scoring on potential.
I think he's feeling really loose right now. He feels so good with that, sitting with that 8.33 and that 7.17, that at this point he's having fun, and he's just getting
a bit experimental.
Yeah, I think he's really just having fun. He feels himself right now, Hair toss, check my nails.
Yeah.
He's got it going on.
I personally love the hair toss. That's my favorite. And with an 8.33, I mean, one of the highest single waves we've seen of the afternoon so far, of course, he is feeling it. And he's this confident style surfer. We've seen him, get more mature with age. In Morro Bay in the LQS last year, Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic, he was carrying a lot of momentum. Ended up with second place there. And he had so much enthusiasm, but a maturity throughout the last year. He when he was behind in heats, he struggled to get that heat IQ and to build on that. But he's a different surfer this year, and I look forward to seeing what he can do in this event. But Hamasi, nice extended 10 there, gets back on the tail, snaps that one into the whitewater, and just good for a nice hang 10 and a little re-entry to get things started here. Out of all the serves in the draw, Hamasi is someone who can link the inside section better than most, but something up against him is dead low tide, and there isn't much of a reform section. But we see that in a lot of places like France or Australia, where we do have those big inside sections. Oh,
wow.
Rapid fire. Little drop knee redirect after that 10. Looking to drop a 7.17, and he's well on his way. Chase Leader, the stylish goofy footer.
He's definitely feeling it, isn't he?
Yeah, we were talking a lot about confidence today, and I think you can feel his confidence right now. He's feeling himself. He knows he's on a good run. He's on a good rhythm. He's nailing these nose rides. You know, so why wouldn't you feel that way? And so good for him. And I agree with you. He's definitely matured a lot. We can see it right here. A little bit of arms forward there in the beginning, but I like the way he gets conscious about them and brings them back.
Oh. Making it look so easy, and that's all part of the criteria because style is written in the longboard criteria along with flow and grace. Where in the shortboard criteria, style is not there, Flick.
No, but I feel like we'll get back to that. We've got another replay here. Kai.
Yeah, getting those like real like special moments, right? Like that there with Kai, with the pose there, the arch, throwing that style in. It really kind of adds that extra panache, you know, that longboarding is able to, you know, it's a little different than shortboarding.
And functional too, because your body language, when the hips go forward, the eyes go up, the board rises. Same in a barrel. When your eyes go up, you pick your line, big waves as well, somewhere like Jaws, where you never look down, you look up at the lip line because you never want to go down. And here goes Chase, leader. Oh my gosh, these guys putting on a clinic. As Edward said, these guys are finding some great waves, but the surfers are fitting their boards so deep in the pocket. And what allows them to do that stylish style nose ride is the board's so deep, the white water is on the tail, pushing the back of the board down, allows the nose to rise, which then you push your hips forward because you want to get back down, Flick.
Yeah, it's so interesting to me. Really, it's like physics, right?
It is.
Yeah, it is physics. And you can just see it beautifully here. I mean, it's just crazy. It's like a dance, but then he gets right up on the nose there, 10, beautifully leans back, cross steps his way back to the base of the board, but yeah, he's just on fire right now. He's just, you can really see the confidence. It's just, you know, it's exuding from him right now. But yeah, this heat right now has probably been my favorite performance all day, and despite the conditions being so challenging right now.
Oh, it's a great longboard wave, Huntington. When it's like this, these guys are making it look super fun. But Hamasi, the Japanese competitor, this is standard JPSA conditions for the domestic tour. This is a day, in fact, for many of those Asian countries, you'd relish the opportunity for consistency, low wind swell, surfers in Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Thailand, Kuta Beach, I was going to say Indonesia is incredible, but Kuta can get like this a lot too. They put up with these conditions regularly, so this will just be like home for him. He's got to do a 15-minute heat though. It's going to be hard for him to get a 9-point ride color.
Absolutely, he's definitely got a lot of work cut out for him. And as you said, you know, this is something though that he should feel rather at home with. But it's clear that Chase is feeling just as at home. Because unless you're getting some sort of hurricane swell on the East Coast, you're surfing very similar conditions as well. So it's been a tight match here. Definitely Kai has had his work cut out for him. I think he's capable of chipping away at it. I don't know if right now on offer we're going to see a 9 come out of here, but you know, Chase got that 8.33. He's getting tricky, and he's going to go for a swim now too.
Well, I mean, he wants to go fin first and see how that one was to score. He doesn't care because he knows it probably wouldn't have scored anyway. But he's just putting on a show.
That was a good shot there of the fin. We were talking about fins earlier, and that was one of those really super raked fins. I was years and years and years ago, I had the opportunity of connecting with Derek Dorner, the infamous Derek Dorner on the North Shore, and his information about fins and how to keep your fins and the slightest little bubbles. Granted, he's surfing giant waves like you are, but all of that is so important to your equipment, making sure your equipment is right there. You can see that fin. He's got a nice, really super raked fin in there. That means it's got a lot of sweep to it.
The square tail version of that white opaque Michael Takayama is now on the shore. Kai Takayama, fellow team member and friend of Chase, is running down with a pintail version. I just saw him behind me, so we'll see if Chase opts to go for the pintail. There's Kai down there doing the board exchange. We're going to see if he goes to the square. He wants to do some bigger turns. Kai's going, come on, bro. Try this one out.
Give it a whirl.
Yeah, go on. Let's just see.
At this point in the heat, when you're so far out in front, you know, you've dropped an excellent ride, 8.33, backed it up with a 7. Why not try some different equipment and see how it goes? I mean, you're feeling confident right now. Just have a little chat on the beach, why not?
I mean, I'm loving it right now. We're talking about how he's got this maturity, but all I'm feeling is this stoked Grom that's like, yeah, man, I'm going to go get another one.
Shout out to his little sponsors there. Oh, he's frothing. Body Glove, Nixon, Creatures there, and of course Michael Takayama. And the Surf Shack, Montauk Surf Shack, his dad and his mum, Lourdes, they'll be tuning in right now with all their crew over there on the East Coast. But when he's not on the East Coast, he's supported by the Oceanside Longboard Club as well. So transplants, and I've seen that a lot of the board rider clubs, the camaraderie between the clubs. We have it in Australia with our board riding clubs as well, shortboarders, but in longboarding it's been around and it didn't stop from the 60s.
No, the Coalition of Surf Clubs. You go as far back as Wind and Sea Surf Club and the Malibu Surfing Association. They're probably the earliest one that were holding contests and battling it out against each other. There was always a big rivalry between MSA and Wind and Sea, and that's kind of where I grew up with competition and whatnot. That's what we had kind of to work with, was the Coalition, and there's anywhere between like 13 to 17 clubs that are at any given contest, and from all up and down the coast. So it's pretty special.
Hamasi swinging left. We'll get into that, chat. I love that's fascinating about the longboard community. And Hamasi tapping that one off, just not able to get those clean waves that Chase is finding.
Yeah, Kai's just doesn't have quite the rhythm going that Chase has been able to just start with right off the bat when he opened up with an 8.33. So it's hard to build that confidence when you have somebody that's already come out so explosively.
Yeah, I think it's a wave selection thing too. I mean, you just look at the difference in waves. Chase's waves have had just such a taper on them. He's also, the peak of the line on the wave and the read has been really impeccable, whereas, you know, Kai has chosen waves that have been quite shorter and punchier, which hasn't allowed him to have that much room for movement, really.
So we wait to see if Kai's going to pull the trigger on that pintail. Let's go to a Bonsai brew break, and we'll be back for the remainder of Heat 8, the final heat of the day. Coming up next, there's current heat leader, Chase leader, putting on a clinic. But stay tuned, more action coming up next. We are back, the final heat of the day, final 10 minutes, and this is our Lexus US Open of Surfing event schedule. We have surfing all until the finals on Sunday, August 11th. We have live music daily in the Hurley stage, and the X Games Lexus Vert Pro Saturday and Sunday, and the Festival Village open every day. Come get your merch, come get some of the food down here, some epic taste testing going down, and of course, watching some of the best surfers in the world. Got the longboarding on right now, and the Challenger Series kicking off on Wednesday. A full field. It's a festival of Surf City down here. Chase leader lapping it up, full of confidence with a board swap mid-heat. He's looking to go excellent on another wave to bring his heat total up into the 16s. So he's on a square tail before, swap into the pintail, and really, much to the frustration of his fellow competitor, he's having a ball out there.
He's having so much fun. I think Kira Bush said something earlier. The person having the most fun is usually doing well in the heat, when he's definitely showing that as being the example. With that 8.33 and a 7.17, coming out, losing his board, taking a swim, having a board exchange. Now he's on his pintail, which I believe he rode in for the first time in El Salvador last year.
Yep, that's right. And just to spice things up, he brought that pintail. We talked about the pintails with turning. We talked about it with the square tail with pivoting. He got those amazing nose rides on a square tail with that raked fin, swapping to the pin, perhaps for some drivier turns, Flick.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've just got to try and relate it to shortboarding, right? And I feel like the pintail, obviously, the rail's just going to hold in that water more. You're going to get more drive. I mean, that wave was a smaller wave. He did get that one little turn, but it'll be interesting to see, you know, if he does get a little bit more open face, what it does look like in comparison to the board he was on previously.
A lot of correlations from shortboard surfing over to longboarding too, Flick, so you're exactly right. And big wave surfing, of course. Most surfers opting for a pintail or a tight swallowtail, which we don't see much in longboarding. There's room for it, although reigning world champion Kai Salas rides a moontail, which is like a swallow, but instead of it being exaggerated, it's a smooth half moon. Yeah, well, not a W tail as such, but you get the idea.
I get the idea.
Yes.
Read between the lines.
Yes. And it works, and it obviously works because he's world champ, but he did win that at Malibu, and he rode a similar board here today to get through his heat. Of course, Kai Salas, the veteran of the World Tour and reigning world champion, one of Felicity's favourites, smooth surfers on the tour. And Kai, frustrated. This is a different type of Hamasi, Kai Hamasi. A different type of Kai, I should say. Things are getting a little bit rowdy here in the booth as we are getting our Kais mixed up. But Chase Leader looks at the left down the beach. Machado's left, or we should almost call it, well, not quite there. Nueva's left, or he wants to make it Chase Leader's left. Beautiful 5. Super confident. He would be backing that claim that we're going to name that left after him.
Definitely not showing any challenges in that board swap there. He feels just as comfortable on this.
He does.
Gets that quick tip time right off the bat on this wave and milking it all the way to the inside.
He's exuding confidence right now, hearing the beach commentators talk about his name, and you're going to see it in his body language. He's so activated. You got to smile. He's enjoying it, stepping off on the sand. Well done, Chase Leader. It's probably not going to eclipse the 717, but he's putting on a show, and we are here for it.
Yeah, it's really fun. Like you feel it. You feel it when the beach is going off, when you're watching. You feel their excitement. You can't help but be excited for them.
Yeah, he's depending on how this heat rolls out. If he takes the win, AJ's going to have to be embracing him with a bit of a bro hug and a bit of a high five, like he's just finished his footy game. He'll love that, though. He's a classic competitor, and as we said, thrives on confidence, but so does Kai Hamasi. To see him on the World Tour, someone who I've really never seen have a shocker, per se, to use some Australian language there. He's just so solid every single heat. I call him the technician. In every heat, he really is able to maximize scoring potential. His average heat total is in the excellent range over in the Asia region. But to come over here in waves like this, which is in his wheelhouse, it's quite a shock to see him now needing a 9.
Yeah, I think I was able to watch him in La Union earlier in the year, and I really was impressed with the way he was able to put things together. He's got a lot of fluid things going on, flow,
yeah,
technical, no hands, no flappy hands, so yeah, it's nice.
And Chase, 13 waves surfed in this heat, and more than half of them over the mid-range scoreline. So he's an absolute heater right now. But Hamasi, on the other hand, holding the priority, struggling to just find some grand face. But look at him teeing off down the line on this left. Up again. Chase Leader, current heat leader. Pintail giving way, not holding like those square tails do, Carla.
Yeah, sometimes that pintail can kind of give way when that section gets a bit too steep. I can speak to that myself. Sometimes I get a little too deep in that pocket. My tail will want to give way. Sometimes I have to push just slightly outside of that just to keep ground. But you can play with it. You know, the better of a nose rider you are, you're kind of working it while you're on the nose.
And again, this one's going to be the 15th wave. Fin first, spins it around, and practical. Oh, snapping into that turn, and he goes down, really testing out that pintail.
I mean, if he won the most waves award, I mean, he definitely gets the most waves award. Poor judges up there, 15 waves.
Two waves count, but once upon a time, 5 waves counted, and then it was put down to 3 waves. And in fact, the emergence of surf competition, it was not necessarily what you did on the wave, it was actually your whole heat encompassed into who was the outright winner. Jerry Lopez famously surfed a heat here in Huntington, came in, his girlfriend patted him on the back and said, "You didn't do anything." He's like, "What's the idea? I looked really good, felt great." And that was right in the transition of man-on-man surfing, where it turned into points per maneuver. And Lopez wanted to smooth it all out, make it look easy, look good. That's when he gave up competitive surfing.
That's a fascinating story.
Just because you can doesn't mean you should. And that's what Chase is leading by example. And that's the idea: style, flow, and grace, the 3 pillars of the longboard criteria. The judges, for those of you joining us, have talked about it all day. But the nose ride, it's the epitome of longboard surfing. It's the barrel for a shortboard. Of course, you can get barreled on the nose, extremely possible, and has happened in competition countless times. That's almost going to garner you a perfect score, but you need to use the rail as well.
I've been so impressed today with the surfing I've seen, just with these conditions, right? It's been really tricky, but we've seen a lot of excellent scores, really, for today. But for me right now, this heat, Chase has been my standout. I think just with the energy too, and you can see it in his body language, he just looks really happy. And yeah, I've just loved watching him, and still so young too. So a lot of room for, growing into his surfing a lot more as well. And get back to that, Kai.
Chasing a 9-point ride. Hamasi, this one started off really nice. Nice drop knee turn there. Hang 10 on the outside. Might be a little too late though. 50 seconds remaining. He's going to need to get back outside, and he will. He'll chip away at that score. Be eager to see if he can get that requirement down. I feel like it'll be one of his best waves yet. But
it should be. I always hate to jinx it, right? You say it is, and then it doesn't come in. I don't want to be the one that jinxes it. But yeah, I think it was a strong score for him coming out. Again, it's not going to bring him into the lead, but hopefully he can kind of come out of the water today and feel relatively confident about his surfing. I don't know if there was necessarily any mistakes other than perhaps selection, and that's even something to question, because out here it can be kind of a hit and miss. You think it's going to line up, it doesn't line up, and that's just the luck of the draw. That's the way it goes.
And last 2 seconds, Chase lead, of course, on his 16th wave, 17th wave, sorry. Beautiful hang 10 there. And carving that one back. He's feeling the confidence. And with a massive heat total and also a massive wave count, Chase leader takes the win in the final heat of the day from Kai Hamasi. And we'll be seeing Chase move forward into round 3. And we say goodbye to the rookie, who'll unfortunately leave the USA with a first round exit, and that's not going to be a keeper result by the end of the year, so he'll have to regroup and get ready for the 3rd stop. Convincing performance there.
I mean, that was stellar.
And he's going to congratulate his friend Kai Hamasi, and don't go anywhere, because we do have the 8:05 post-show that'll be coming up next. We're going to recap the day and all the action at the top scores.
It's the 8:05 post show at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, all part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We're here south side of the Huntington Beach where we built a city on the sand. We got vert ramps, we got activations, but what we're going to talk about this afternoon is some longboard surfing. I'm Kai Pagura, along with the wonderful Rosie Hodge and the waxhead, Matt Chinaski. Starting with you, Rosie. Yesterday, we had longboard competition, was the opening round, no losers, but today had some consequence, the elimination round for both the men and the women.
Yeah, and it was interesting watching the matchups. Wax said there was some, some real upsets yesterday in the opening round of competition. This was a stacked field of men's and women's competition and, high stakes on the line if they want to make that championship tour, get that world title come the end of the year.
Yeah, top seeds making it through. We had Khalees Kaliopata, and on the men's side, Kai Salas, a bit of nerves yesterday, but today looking so strong, dominant, and they're going to be going through to round 3. It's going to be a great show tomorrow.
Yeah, well, score 1 for Montauk, New York, because Chase Leader, he's on to the round of 16. Chase is right now against the glass with A.J. McCord.
Chase still catching his breath from coming into that one. You started that heat about as strong as you could have. Starting with an 8, how much does that set you up for the rest of the heat?
Yeah, that just really boosts my confidence. And going into it, I was a little bit nervous, but I was free surfing off to the side, just trying to get the nerves down and test my equipment and see what was the right board for for these conditions. And yeah, I was stoked to get the high score right off the bat. It's always a good plan. And when it happens, you're stoked,
The elimination round, I'm sure, always has the nerves, but how much did having a free surf and kind of working through them ahead of your heat help you?
It helped me a ton. I haven't made it out of the elimination round yet. Even last year, I didn't make it out of any elimination rounds. And so to do it here at Huntington definitely boosts my confidence, and I'm stoked to go on to the next round. And with this same mojo, let's go.
Congratulations. We'll see you then.
Just everyone back home, thanks for tuning in. My mom, my dad, everyone from Montauk. Let's go. I'm representing. Let's go.
I told you, that one's from Montauk, and that was the last heat winner of the day, Chase Leader. Matt, great young talent coming out of the East Coast.
Sure, exuding confidence, catching 17 waves, putting on an absolute show for the people on the beach and at home as well, stepping off from the sand on no less than 10 waves. That's a way to show the judges that you've completed your wave.
Yeah, well, Rosie, we had a men's elimination round, heat number 2, where Japan took a big win with Taka Inouye in that elimination round. And Taka's performance was out of this world. Here he is, Taka Inouye.
Yeah, this was super impressive because it wasn't all Taka's way during this heat. Jack had some amazing rides, and Taka kind of had to fight back come the middle of the heat. Great to see Jack's smooth style just racing this event. I know, Wax said I was catching up with you, and you mentioned Jack actually missed the Bells Beach event. He had college commitments that he was involved with, so to see him in competition here was great, and unfortunately his run coming to an end here in the elimination round.
Yeah. Jack Van Wagner, though, Waxhead, a bright talent, just 19 years old. He's got a big future in front of him, many more comps.
Qualified through the regional qualifiers, and on his lucky board that actually after the Virginia Beach event got demolished by the airlines. He was on a brand new board, but Taka Inouye increasing the flow, really solid on the nose, but just showing from the tail the full rounded surfing that we come to expect from the Japanese surfer.
Yeah, that was an 8.4 for Taka. Jack tried to fight back, Matt, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, no, it was a good measured surfing from Jack, but a fall off there and was unable to capitalize on any excellent range scores like Taka.
Crowd favorite, Taka Inouye, unique personality, has his mom and his sister here with him in Huntington Beach. And look at the excellent number, Rosie. That's an excellent heat. Anything over 16 points goes in the excellent column.
And it was great, I mean, for Taka to get that 8.4 on that last ride, extend his lead over Jack. It was just a really impressive display of surfing, and to see the way that he's evolved from last year's event, where he did well here, to the surfing that he's bringing in this event.
Yeah, so that was a standout, one of the standouts in the elimination round for the men. Meanwhile, for the women, Matt, Avalon Gall came up against Liv Stokes. It was a very, very close heat between those two surfers.
Yeah, the conditions changing right on this heat, starting off with the rights with a few lefts in between. But Liv, she had a great showing last year here in her first time on the world stage, but was unable to beat Avalon Gall, who's on an absolute roll as well.
Yeah, this heat was so great to watch because we did have Liv Stokes. She opened up with a 7-point ride and you thought she was going to have it all her own way. And then we saw Avalon kind of move south down the peak and find these left-handers. And she really gathered momentum through this heat as we watch a few of her rides and the way that she started to feel that comfort and that confidence moving through this round.
Yeah, elegant footwork and of course just the poise, the way that she keeps her hands nice and stylish. The judges appreciating all of those elements and style, flow and grace, the three pillars of the criteria.
Yeah, that was a great display by both of those surfers. Unfortunately, someone's got to lose, and that was Liv Stokes, so we'll see her at the next stop. Avalon go on to round of 16 for the women as we take a look at the numbers between the two, and Avalon Gall with over a 2-point lead in that heat.
Yeah, just amazing to see Avalon's evolution again from last year to this year, the way that she's surfing and putting heats together. Liv, such a strong contender too. I know that she spent some time here in the commentary booth. She's also tried her hand at judging, so she's really a well-rounded individual in the contest zone.
Yeah, that was a great heat and one of our highlights of the heat of the day. But here in the 805 post show, we look at our one wave of the day. Stick it in the microwave, Waxhead, and heat it up. The Nissan Cup Noodle wave of the day goes to none other than our reigning world champ, Kai Salas.
Yeah, and a self-designed, self-shaped surfboard as well, making it even more special. Carrying nerves through the round one, and he had to get out of this heat to move into round three, and he did such a good job. Technical nose riding, but his ability to utilize the rail and fit that 9'6" board in the critical part of the wave, incredibly difficult to do on the pier bowl right.
Just power, control, footwork, all coming together for Kai Salas. So, really unusual to have Kai in that elimination round, but he just went through that no problem for the Nissan Cup Noodle wave of the day. Time for us to check in with our forecasters, Rosie, as we look at our surf line forecast. And what are they saying? Hey, we know there's no waiting period. We know we're going to run it every day, but what's it going to look like? Well, there's a lot of action down south.
Yeah, and it's looking great for the whole week of competition, which is so awesome just to see those little purple blobs making their way and the green blobs. But it is, you've got that tropical surf from Carolata making its way, so you're going to have that low pressure, and then you're also going to have that comboed up swell. So it's looking great for this week to have that size, the 3 to 4 foot.
As we have a look at that, 3 to 4 foot, 2 to 4 feet, but for the most part, we know Huntington, it's going to have lefts, it's going to have rights, it's going to be a bit offshore in the morning, and it's probably going to go a little bit onshore in the afternoon. But we do know for the Challenger Series, there's going to be waves later in the week too.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as we look towards the Challenger Series and this weekend. We see the combo swells, but as we get further along in the forecast with the development of that tropical system in the southeast swells, that's where things are going to change up over here. It's going to be mostly lefts, and there's going to be a big sweep here at Huntington Beach. So lots to look forward to. One thing you can guarantee is that we will be running every single day. Well, gang, time for our top 5 moments of today. And we're going to start out. Number 5, Waxhead. Khalees Kaleopa, our defending champ, survives the elimination round.
Yeah, didn't have it all her way. She had pressure on from the rookie, Malia Illigan. But just proving why she's number 2 in the world after last year's effort and just the style, flow, and grace. Last year's winner as well.
And that's Mom with a kiss on the cheek and a congratulations on the way in for Khalees, which leads us to number 4 on the countdown. Avalon Gall put on a show on the nose with some great footwork, Rosie.
So much finesse watching her come into this event. Beautiful footwork. To me, she's a contender in this event. Just watching the way that her poise through that heat, watching her really maintain her composure throughout this clash with Liv Stokes.
Which leads us to number 3, mate. You gotta be proud, Waxhead.
Yeah.
Manly's Tully White took this at the end to steal the heat.
Yeah, that was a really telling moment for Tully's career right there. Perhaps career defining, because she was in the driver's seat for half that heat, was back in a second with a minute to go, pulled that left out and was able to beat the veteran, Caitlin Mickelson. Incredible effort there. It doesn't look like much in the scheme of the day, but in that heat, there was a lot of waves going back and forth, and it was a really mature performance from Tully White.
Number 2, Kai Salas survives the elimination round. Not just survives it, just excelled in this heat, Rosie.
And sometimes, you know, this is where you can find that bit of momentum that takes you on to, you know, a win at an event. When you get knocked into that elimination round, you kind of have to regather yourself, regroup. And I think for Kai, with this kind of display, I mean, we know what he's capable of. Obviously, he's the reigning world champ, but he's looking dangerous.
That's right, he sure is looking dangerous. Kai Salas. Leads us up to number 1, big Ben Skinner and his performance in the elimination round.
Yeah, well, Huntington hasn't been too good to Ben, surprisingly, over the years, but with performances like this, he's actually looking like the favorite because didn't put a foot wrong. Excellent range scores, displacing a lot of water once again. Self-designed, self-shaped surfboard, as with Kai Salas and Kailis Flint. These guys are really a talking point for longboard surfing, and it really distinguishes what separates longboard to shortboard surfing as well.
Powerful surfer, doing it for England, and doing it in a big way, Ben Skinner. Well, thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Waxhead. You know what? I had so much fun today. We're going to do it again tomorrow. We already know what's going to happen. We're going to have a 7:35 start, California time, longboard round of 16. Tune in at worldsurfleague.com or on the WSL app. Enjoy our end of day highlights, and aloha.